Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Is Mike LaFleur a madman for playing Jeremiah Love as much as he did? Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Brad, we were talking about it on the air the other night on Thursday when the Cardinals played the Raiders. It was the much-anticipated debut of Fernando Mendoza, and he was great. We talked all about him. But also on the Cardinals side, it was the much-anticipated debut of Notre Dame running back and the number 3 overall pick in the draft, Jeremiah Love. Not only did he play, we saw a lot of Jeremiah Love. 23 snaps, 11 carries, 58 yards, 3 catches, 14 yards. And in the moment, Brad, you were saying that's way too much. And I said, look, I want more of Jeremiah Love. Give me more of him. Well, now the Cardinals are just hoping that he is going to be able to play week 1 against the Chargers. He's got an ankle sprain. Mike LaFleur did not reveal whether it was a high or a low ankle sprain, but Adam Schefter reporting that it is a high ankle sprain and that Jeremiah Love is unlikely to play the rest of the preseason. Brad, I'm going to disagree with you because I already know the direction you are taking this, but go ahead and let everybody that's listening know why you think this is a bad idea and the Cardinals are shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, this is just gross incompetency in terms of decision-making by Mike LaFleur here in the moment. Trotting out his cherished number 1 overall pick, the 3rd overall pick in the NFL draft. And, it's kind of like unwrapping a candy bar. Sometimes you just want to take a bite and savor it. Maybe, fold it up, put it away for later. No, he unwrapped the entire thing and went, and gobbled up every single last morsel of Jeremiah Love he could possibly get here in the first half. And it bit him right in the ass. Completely idiotic for him to put him out there. 14 total touches. And he was highly productive. He was as advertised, showing the spin moves, showing the elusiveness, showing the evasiveness, showing the stiff arms, his ability to break tackles left and right, jumping over would-be tacklers as well, downright depanting the opposition, that being the Las Vegas Raiders, when he was on the field in the first half. He was flashing the hands. Those were highly dependable and reliable mitts. He was a do-it-all tour de force in a meaningless game. And that's the key here. Meaningless game. You might say, well, those guys got to get out there and get their reps. Hell, even Jeremiah Love post-game said, yeah, I had to work up a lather and see what I could do. But did it really mean anything in the grand scheme of things? No, it didn't at all. You might say to yourself, well, Ashton Jeanty saw the field last year in his first preseason game as the top pick of the Las Vegas Raiders, who coincidentally the Arizona Cardinals were playing, but he only had 3 carries in that game. He actually finished with minus yards. They yanked him. They saw enough. And they said, hey, we're going to live to fight another day, live to see another evaluation. You look at a number of first-round guys. Jahmyr Gibbs in his first preseason game had 7 total touches. I think that's extraordinarily high. Bijan Robinson had 5 total touches. As I mentioned, Jeanty with 3, and Amari Hampton had numero dos. That's it. That is the proper way to assess, the proper way to evaluate a talent who, let's be honest, you've seen every day at practice already. You've seen all the film that he had, and he didn't play at some Joe Schmo shack of a university. He played in South Bend for your beloved Notre Dame Fighting Irish. And you've evaluated everything you probably needed to evaluate and assess. And you might say, well, we don't really know what he can bring to the table until he actually faces meaningful NFL players in action. Well, he's facing a bunch of largely backups. I mean, there were some first stringers out there on defense, but a number of those starters are even sitting for Las Vegas. And even when they're, at 100% full strength on the field, it's not like Vegas is the 85 Bears or 2000 Ravens. They're lower end of the scale, tip top end of the spectrum when in terms of their defensive prowess or lack thereof that they're bringing. So again, I'm dumbfounded. I'm just bewildered as to why LaFleur had to try him out there on 14 total touches. All he had to do is maybe play upwards of like 10 to 15 snaps at most, evaluate those, handful of touches that he gets and call it a day, man. Remember that injury on the hip drop tackle, which was ugly in its own right, and his leg and ankle got twisted up underneath the tackler. That happened, again, on his last touch of the game. So it was well in to the second quarter, nearly at halftime. So what did you have to prove, Mike LaFleur? What did he have to show you to know what he was already bringing to the table? You, my friend, are a baffling buffoon, and now we're all paying the price, including you. You're Jeremiah Love lover boy. I'm a Jeremiah Love investor in fantasy football, and now I got to downgrade him probably a round or two. It could be a buying opportunity. We don't know the severity of that high ankle sprain, whether it's a mild or more harsher variety, but it's very much up in the air if he's going to be impactful in week one. And this is an injury that can linger for weeks into the regular season. Mike LaFleur, you're a dumbass.
Oh, a dumbass. 310-840-4910. Brad, I'm going to disagree, but let's hear from the man himself, right? Let's hear from Cardinals' new head coach, Mike LaFleur, and why he played Jeremiah Love as much as he did on Thursday night.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rookie that hadn't played, knowing that, not to share too many secrets because I haven't said it with the players yet, but knowing that it was about what it was going to be in terms of how many games these guys were going to play for what we were looking for. So, that's what the thought was.
Now, a lot of that was just straight up word salad, right?
Exactly.
Yes. And don't get me wrong. If you're looking, like if that was supposed to, if you were supposed to hear Mike LaFleur there and be like, oh, okay, now it makes sense. The plan was what it was supposed to be. So we didn't tell the players because that was the plan. Like what? And so what was the plan? What was he hinting at? That Jeremiah Love and the Cardinal starters weren't going to play again for the rest of the preseason? Does that make it better? No, but the first sentence was the key for me, Brad. And it's why I disagree with you and disagree with anybody saying that Mike LaFleur is a jackass or a dumbass, like you said, for playing Jeremiah Love 23 snaps and giving him 14 touches. He's a rookie that hasn't gotten any reps. Now, again, you mentioned some of the past workloads for rookies, high drafted rookies like Bijan Robinson, like Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, let me give you one that you didn't mention. And it wasn't in just one game, but it was across 3 preseason games in 2017. Christian McCaffrey got 17 touches in 3 combined preseason games for Carolina his rookie year. You know how he did? He didn't do great running the ball because Carolina was terrible, but he had 650 receiving yards in what was a pretty damn good rookie season. Just because the Cardinals played Jeremiah Love more than they should have isn't the reason he got hurt. It was because of a stupid hip drop tackle, like you said. So if Jeremiah Love came out 1 snap earlier, doesn't get hurt, then a lot of people, and again, I know you specifically were complaining about the high usage rate in a preseason game, in his first preseason game, but a lot of people wouldn't have even said anything. It's because he got hurt. He got hurt that on something that could have happened in any quarter of any game in any part of the season. And so here's the other thing, because I think he was damned if you do and damned if you don't. If Jeremiah Love only played 3 snaps and doesn't do anything, and then the first game of the year strains a calf, strains a hamstring, Jeremiah Love should have played more in the preseason, should have gotten more reps. Or if he plays bad, they should have given him more playing time. I think it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. We know this is football. It's a highly violent sport where injuries can happen no matter how much precaution you take or lack of precaution you take. And so, again, I think the key thing was for a Cardinals team that, yes, Brad, you and me think is going to be terrible And maybe it doesn't matter how much they would have played Jeremiah Love in the preseason because they're still going to lose a bunch of games. This is a first-year head coach with a brand new offense trying to get his offensive starters some reps and try to get them acclimated as quick as possible. I didn't have a problem with it. And I think it's only because of a tackle. It wasn't like it was overusage. It wasn't like, oh, he had he was running with a bit of a sore quad, and that's what caused the injury. It was a hip drop tackle. Now, you want to get him out of harm's way? Sure. Would you have done that if you played him a couple snaps less? Sure. But, I mean, again, I still think that this was damned if you do, damned if you don't. I have no problem with the Cardinals playing him. He's not going to play again the rest of the preseason now, no matter what. And so if he's healthy to go for week 1, which is your fingers crossed if you're a Cardinals fan, then great. And if this injury affects him going into the season, then yeah, I mean, Mike LaFleur is going to get ripped anyway by fans like you, by Cardinals fans, and by fantasy football owners for sure.
Look, I think it's kind of a stupid is as stupid does moment. Now, he could rectify the situation. He could prove me wrong. I'll give LaFleur credit where credit is due. I like the schematics of this offense and what we've seen so far. He's not running a lot of vanilla schemes in 2 preseason games. Even some of the action he ran with Carson Palmer, him uncorking down the field and some of the wide receiver action getting open. And, you look at Beck and what he was able to do, just absolutely dropping it into the bucket was outstanding. And some of the scheming that he ran in preseason act numero dos, equally outstanding. I just cannot fathom giving your top rookie pick at a very violent position, which running back certainly is, 14 touches in a meaningless game. And I'm going to continue to harp on that word, meaningless. Now, if you were to go out there, you're right. A hip drop tackle could happen in any moment, any time, anywhere, any game. And I've been getting a lot of blowback on Twitter. People call me various words I cannot share here on this program because they would violate FCC rules. But one guy said, this ain't pickleball, man. It's American tackle football. I understand that. But why do you need to evaluate a guy over 2 full quarters of play with 14 total touches at the running back position? As I stated before, I think it would have been entirely fair if he played a dozen or so snaps. You give him 4 or 5 touches and you see enough, and then you could evaluate and dissect every single piece of action on film the very next day. That's the proper way. That's the justifiable way. That's the acceptable way to evaluate your talent instead of throwing him out there and running him into the damn ground in a meaningless game. So, again, I've got some faith with LaFleur and some of the action that he's running offensively. I think this Cardinals team, out of necessity and through sheer volume, is going to put up a boatload of points. They may be top 10 in the NFL in points per game. Granted, they could be bottom 3 in yardage allowed and points per game allowed. But this could be a pinball machine kind of offense. And the key cog to really living up to that expectation is Jeremiah Love, because he is a mismatch of epic proportions, whether on the ground and especially in the pass game. That's why you got to keep him in bubble wrap until week 1.
310-840-4910. Do you agree with Brad or do you agree with me? Is Mike LaFleur crazy, out of bounds, or as Brad said, a dumbass for playing Jeremiah Love 23 snaps and giving him 14 touches, the final one of which he got tackled? It was a hip drop tackle, sprained ankle, not going to play the rest of the preseason. Is Mike LaFleur wrong for doing that? 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. Yeah, I mean, again, Brad, I just think it was unfortunate that it happened. And I think that we could have been able to pinpoint this, or you could cherry pick this any which way you want. But, again, I go back to all the offenses that don't play their starters, whether they're rookies or 4-year vets or whatever, don't play them at all, or very like one series in the first game of the preseason and that's it. And then they come out of the gates and they look sloppy and they look disjointed. And it's like, wow, probably should have been practicing more, should have been giving them more reps in the preseason game, should have treated them like they matter. I mean, that was the Cincinnati Bengals for like a 2-year span. So Mike LaFleur, he was not obviously not trying to get him hurt. He's trying to do the right thing. He wants to get him a bunch of touches, wants to see what the offense is going to look like and gel with Jeremiah Love as that primary running back. And a freaking stupid hip drop tackle, gets him hurt. So it is, look, I mean, that's probably not something he's going to do ever again, right? Right? Just because he's going to have PTSD from what happened on Thursday night. But I don't blame him. I'm not going to blame Mike LaFleur for this because, and I'm surprised that you had as many people going at you in the Twitter comments as you did. It's not pickleball. It's a violent sport. But yeah, I think it's unfortunate that he got hurt, but I don't blame Mike LaFleur. You got to get your team reps. You're as bad as we think the Cardinals are going to be, mostly because their defense. You want the offense to gel and flow, and you want a rookie to feel like he is completely comfortable with all the different things he needs to be able to know and execute on the offensive side.
Yeah, I totally see that. And I mean, you see other examples elsewhere, like Katron Allen. What do you have, over 20 touches for the Commanders? That was extended evaluation for him, seeing what he could really bring to the table. And he showed up and showed out. I think you got to take it on a case-by-case basis. I just can't, again, get my head around the fact that the top pick of the NFL draft for your organization, a guy that you're going to have as a centerpiece of that franchise, assuming and you're hopeful for maybe the next 5 to 7 years to come. And it's just it's a tolling position. You're going to take all kinds of body blows. You're going to absorb all that violence. You're going to have nicks, scrapes, bumps, bruises. And you're hoping, the strains aren't too catastrophic. And you go out there and you can play a full 17-game slate to at least try to make your team competitive. But it seems like, Mike LaFleur is like, let's trot him out there. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what this first-team offense could do over 2 full quarters in their first full preseason game, because, of course, the starters didn't play at all in an exceedingly meaningless Hall of Fame game. And let's see what kind of noise they can actually make. It's almost like, in my mind, maybe it's the back of the mind of Mike LaFleur. Maybe it's management. Maybe it's ownership telling them they're the Arizona Cardinals. Hey, Mike. Go out there and let's play all our starters for 2 quarters. Hey, man, if they get hurt, they get hurt. That's football. And if they get hurt, guess what? We're going to lose every damn game this year. And we're on board with it because we're going to have the number 1 overall pick next season, and we're going to get even better. It's almost like they're already punting on the year by giving Jeremiah Love 14 damn touches in the first half of their first meaningful preseason game, which again is overwhelmingly meaningless.
You don't often blow up.
Bitter.
You don't often blow up, but it is a sight to see, man. I just, and everything you said, it's valid, right? I mean, I know I could see. I just happen to disagree, and I think that if he doesn't get hurt, we wouldn't be saying much other than that you thought it was too many snaps, which is what you did say on Thursday. So 310-840-4910, but I disagree. I think guys are going to get hurt sometimes no matter how much precaution you take, and it's unfortunate. But look, Michael LaFleur did say it's not long-term, right? We plan to have him back out there soon, but we just want to give him a little extra time to heal up. So fingers crossed, if he's ready to go for week 1, then this just becomes a blip on the radar. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Do you think Mike LaFleur is nuts, or do you think this is football? Guys got to play. The rookies got to get their snaps and reps in. They've got to learn the offense. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll take a look at week 1 as a whole, because we had a bunch of games on Saturday, winners, losers, everything else that stood out to us from the weekend that was, as we take one more giant step closer to opening night in the NFL. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I can be wrong about this, right? Again, like, I'm not a doctor. So this is a little bit emotional by me, and I'm admitting that. They need to put this dude on ice. Like, if I'm them, I wouldn't play him in week 1. I'm being serious right now. And I've got him in a bunch of dynasty leagues. I would like for the Cardinals to be fun this year. You can't risk playing this guy in week 1. Because if he's not 100% with a high ankle sprain and that lingers, like, he's going to be ineffective the whole season. The high ankle sprain can be like a death sentence to a skill position player. Not that they're not going to play, but that they're not going to be able to play to their full capabilities. It's a disaster. Like, he needs to be on ice until he's 100% healthy. And my sense is, like, they're saying they're hopeful he's going to play in the season opener. I can't say this with certitude. I can easily be wrong. My guess is he doesn't play. And if I were them, I wouldn't play him. I would not play him. And that sucks. That sucks to say. Because no one, unless your last name is Algier, like, let's be real, no disrespect to Tyler Algier, no one wants to watch week 1 Cardinals at Chargers to see Tyler Algier tote the rock 21 times. No one wants that. Like James Conner, great story. I don't need to see him with the ball 13 times in week 1. I don't want to see Trey Benson in a Cardinals uniform ever again. You know what I want to see? Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison and Michael Wilson and Trey McBride on what could be an exciting Arizona Cardinals offense. But no, 14 touches in the first preseason game, high ankle sprain. Great. Good stuff, guys. Great job, Mike LaFleur. Like, stellar bang-up work, Monty Ossenfort. Great job, guys. Ridiculous, right? I want them to be good. I would love it if their offense were fun. It would mean that we collectively are having more fun watching the NFL. But instead, maybe the most electric rookie at a skill position to come out of the draft this year now has a high ankle sprain. Unforced error. Like, all you have to slam it down the line for a point. Instead, they hit it into the net. Pathetic. Horrific. And it's things like this why bad teams stay bad. And I don't say that to be a jerk. I say it because it's true. He's right. That it is garbage. It would happen to no other star. He's correct. And in this day and age, right? And we talked about this earlier in the show, and I talked about AI a little bit, right? Where guys are coming back from injuries, and they're coming back faster than ever. They're coming back better than ever. Halliburton had all that time off. Like, Tatum came back during the season. You got the sense, and like, I don't know this for sure, but if the Pacers were really in the mix, would Halliburton have come back? Possibly, right? I mean, they tanked, so no, but like, if they had been in the mix, could he have potentially? As a Knicks fan, I think that what I'm about to say should have added emphasis for you. This is a guy that you do not need to give any extra motivation to. He doesn't need a bigger chip on his shoulder. He doesn't need it. He is an assassin. And I really believe this. And it's not because, maybe it is because Indiana's a smaller market team. Maybe that is the answer. But it was not that long ago that this guy was tearing, still beating hearts out of the chests of teams and showing it to them like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. Like he did it to Giannis in Milwaukee. He did it to the Cavs. He did it to the Knicks. And he was maybe about to do it to Oklahoma City on the road in Game 7 of the finals. This dude is a monster. Opening the season against Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen in New Orleans on local television. He's right. And I'll tell you, as a Knicks fan, it makes me nervous.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Get him, get him, get him. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. What side do you agree with? Is Mike LaFleur wrong for playing Jeremiah Love as many snaps as he did on Thursday night, which resulted in the final play, a hip drop tackle spraining the ankle of the Notre Dame rookie and one of the prized possessions of this young Cardinals foundation? Or do you think, hey, man, that's football. He needed the reps. Rookies got to learn the offense. Could have happened at any point. Doesn't matter. He'll be good to go for week one. 310-840-4910. Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it. Boost it. BetMGM it. All right, before we get to preseason perspectives and the winners and losers and everybody that stood out after the first full week of the preseason, Brad, we got some breaking news on multiple fronts for some key offensive players. Let's start with the more critical one. Mike Garafolo and Ian Rappaport, just in the last 2 minutes here, right as we were coming back from break, reporting that Saints rookie receiver Jordan Tyson, who they just drafted in the first round this year with the number 8 overall pick. We were talking about him last week. Brad, you mentioned the report that he was seeing hamstring specialists. Well, he's expected to miss about 2 months with that hamstring injury he suffered last week. So now we've got an estimated timeline, but I mean, that is brutal. That is a brutal blow for a Saints team looking to take a big step forward this year, try to contend to win the NFC South title. Tyler Shuck looking to take a big step forward in year 2. Kellen Moore, the play caller, and now their number 8 overall pick, probably at best, might be back in mid-October. But the fact that it is already, we've been given this long of a timeline, this could last even longer than that. This is a brutal loss for the New Orleans Saints offense to start the year.
Yeah, if I had an impromptu over-under how many games Jordan Tyson's going to play in year numero uno, I probably set that number like 5.5, man. We only see him for just a fleeting moment, essentially, over the course of the regular season, because once he does get back, he's going to have to ramp back up a guy that, was cut short a lot of that key practice time, absorbing the offense and transitioning to the NFL level. So it's going to take some time. This is going to be a lost season, sadly, for Jordan Tyson. And I have to kind of reassess my belief in the New Orleans Saints. Look, I felt this team was going to win the NFC South, largely because Jordan Tyson, I thought, was that needed addition offensively to complement Chris Olave. Chris Olave, I'm going to tell you right now, folks, if you can guarantee me 17 games, I rarely say this word on this broadcast, but he's a lock, an absolute stone-cold lock for another 150-plus targets, which he had last season. The other guys have to step up. Devon Vele, former 7th-round pick out of Utah, former Denver Bronco, for occasional moments last season, showed up and showed out there for the fleur-de-lis. And the other key guy I think you need to look out for is Juwan Johnson. Very talented and versatile tight end, exceptional pass catcher, very underrated, underappreciated on the national scene. It could be a breakout season for him out of necessity for this team to really live up to the expectations that I have. But yeah, I mean, I think mediocrity is going to reign supreme in the division yet again. And New Orleans is going to be hovered around 500 without Jordan Tyson for the majority of the season. Tough news.
Yeah, and tough news as well for your Chicago Bears here, Brad. Kyle Monangai, coming off of a great rookie season a year ago. He's expected to miss multiple weeks with a hyperextended knee. That coming from Jeremy Fowler. That is also breaking news as of the last 15 minutes here. The Bears open week 1 at Carolina, and we know how much of a key cog in that rushing attack Kyle Monangai was last year. 783 yards and 5 touchdowns in his rookie season, including some monster performances in the second half of the year. Had a $176 against the Bengals, had a $130 against the Eagles in that Black Friday game. I was there. He was running over people. And now DeAndre Swift, who's still the number 1 running back, but they're going to need some help now in the names and the keys of Roschon Johnson. Maybe some of the younger running backs the Bears have on that roster might get a crack because it looks like Kyle Monangai is probably going to be out for at least week 1 for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, DeAndre Swift got around 68, 69% of the opportunity share last year. So they don't want to really kind of deviate from that kind of workload for DeAndre Swift. He is not an every down kind of running back, and nor should they even attempt to try him as an all downs running back. So I agree, Roschon Johnson, maybe the other rookies could be the mix early in the season. You mentioned the Bears open on the road against Carolina Panthers, and they follow with 2 massive games in Chicago. One against their division rival, the Minnesota Vikings. Will not be slouches on defense, as we've already outlined on the show in recent episodes. And then in week 3 at home against the Philadelphia Eagles. And we know what they bring to the table. So, yeah, this is another, difficult blow, one hitting them right in the midsection. But, the good news is the Bears still have DeAndre Swift to be the primary running back. And they have, I would argue, adequate depth on that chart. Some experience there with Roschon Johnson, who could play that big back role. But, oh, man, I just hope that's not contagious. But injuries, man, the injury amp already running amok right now across NFL camps.
Yep, yes, it is. I mean, some other injuries we didn't even mention that happened over the weekend or today. Jets running back Breece Hall suffered a strained groin on a non-contact injury. Aaron Glenn, their head coach, said it is not a big deal, basically. I'm paraphrasing. Considered minor, but this is definitely something to monitor. And, we were singing the praises of Braylon Allen just the other day, a guy that's built like an absolute tank coming off a disappointing season a year ago where he was injured in week 4, knocked out for the season. He scored a 30-yard touchdown the other day in their preseason game. So he's going to get the number 1 reps until Breece Hall is ready to go. I don't know how a strained groin could be minor, Brad. I mean, this is something that feels like this is going to be the rest of the preseason, if not longer. And then again, something else that is very, very ominous is Buccaneers receiver Emeka Egbuka going into year 2. Todd Bowles admitted today that he's unsure if Emeka Egbuka with a toe injury is going to be available for week 1 against the Bengals. Both of those injuries, some critical offensive foundational pieces for the Jets and the Bucs. Got to keep an eye on the next couple of weeks here.
Yeah, Breece Hall, they're going to get some imaging, and Aaron Glenn admitted to that, though he does feel it is going to be a minor groin tweak. But, Josh Jacobs suffered a groin tweak of his own. Other guys have suffered them. It's all about the level of severity of a lot of these setbacks. Jacobs was only expected to miss about a week. I would anticipate Breece Hall's going to be on a similar outline. You look at the Jets. They open up at Tennessee. That's a delightful matchup for him on the road. So hopefully Breece Hall is going to be all systems go. But if you got a fantasy draft coming here in the next couple of days, millions of people across the USA and Canada certainly do. You might want to, wait around instead of taking him around 3, try to aim for him in around 4 of a 12-team exercise. Emeka Egbuka, we had initially heard it was only a minor toe injury, but this is disconcerting to say for sure that Bowles was not exactly clear on the timetable and whether or not he's going to be available for Tampa's opener at the Cincinnati Bengals. So again, yeah, you and I are going to be on top of this. We'll keep our listeners abreast. And once we get some concrete news on anybody in regards to injuries right here on BetMGM tonight, we're going to spin it instantaneously. So stay tuned.
310-840-4910. All right, let's take a look back now at week 1 of the preseason as a whole here, Brad. And 3 players, teams, coaches, whatever it may be that stood out to you more than the rest. I mean, I'll start with a negative. The Atlanta Falcons couldn't have a worse training camp, in my opinion. Not only did they lose a couple of key young pass rushers right away. I mean, we knew it was coming with James Pierce Jr., handed an 8-game suspension. Then Jalen Walker with the season-ending torn ACL. Michael Penix still not cleared for 11-on-11. Probably won't be for at least another week, if not 2. And then on top of that, they had a brutal showing the other night. And again, I know it's preseason. I know it doesn't matter. But still, I mean, you want to at least put a little something on tape. And to get shut out in the first half with your starters playing the first quarter or so against the Denver Broncos and just get blasted 27-7, where it looks like you really don't have any depth at all. Tua Tagovailoa fumbles his second snap of the game. He finishes 3 for 5 for 22 yards. And Cooper Rush, who's supposed to be, the number 3 guy on this team, and in case Tua or Penix get hurt or Penix doesn't get cleared sooner rather than later, Cooper Rush could be the backup. He was god awful, and they just got spanked by the Broncos. So it's been a rough go of it so far in the preseason for the Atlanta Falcons. And you would think it could only go up from here, but oh man, not a great start for year one of Kevin Stefanski.
Just get Bijan Robinson the ball roughly 50,000 times per game. I think that's about the only hope you have if you're a fan of the ATL. My main takeaway of preseason number one, very impressed with a lot of rookie wide receiver performances. Dejon Stribling played about a quarter and a half for the San Francisco 49ers, largely with the B team, and was outstanding. 7 catches, 62 yards, had a 32-yard reception in which the ball tracking skills were front and center and just off the charts, able to adjust his body and high point the ball, take it in and toe tap and stay in bounds as well against really good coverage in that situation. But he's utilized all over the field. Very impressed for him. He's a real deal Holyfield, folks. It would not at all shock me if he leads this team, the Niners, in total receptions this year. Casey Concepcion, another young wideout that really stood out of the Cleveland Browns. Of course, Denzel Boston there, working primarily outside the numbers, but it was KC who really stole the spotlight. 3 receptions, 27 yards, but he scored on the ground. So utilized in different ways, had 1 carry for 14 yards, stretched his body up the right sideline, hit the pylon, and the referee arms went up for 6. 31 punt return yards. I mean, he was awesome all the way across the board. So very encouraging sign for a team that certainly needed versatility and weaponry. And shout out to, I guess, in a way, to Deshaun Watson. I think he's more or less sewn up that job. Shedeur Sanders looked like straight up trash in that affair. But Casey Concepcion, pretty damn awesome. Jacoby Lane, the Baltimore Ravens, had 3 catches for 38 yards, including a touchdown up the seam. A little bit of a slant finish on that one, dragged the tackle in the end zone. Really impressed with his big body skills and a guy that is shined throughout training camp. And, that transitioned seamlessly to his first preseason game, largely with the B team. We'll see if he can sew up the WR3 job in that offense behind Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers. I think he's on track to do it. And then finally, Caleb Douglas of the Miami Dolphins. We were wondering who in this wide receiver core, which, you went out and surveyed 10 casual NFL fans, are probably going to name a single individual and part of that roster right now at that position in particular. But Douglas had a nice one-arm tipped into his mitts catch off the hand of Malik Willis. Somebody's got to lead this team in receptions and receiving yards. Maybe Caleb Douglas will be that guy. So again, if you have a fantasy football draft upcoming this weekend or this week, he is worth a Hail Mary Chuck. So to put all together, outstanding performances from a number of first-year wideouts in the preseason debut.
310-840-4910. Moving on to my second point here, Ty Simpson. Is he worth the number 13 overall pick, Brad? I mean, look, I blasted the Rams for a while, and I'm not going to let them off the hook just yet because of one preseason game, and it might be tough to let them off the hook if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, like for the next 12 months, talking about how much of a giant mistake taking Ty Simpson was with the number 13 overall pick when you got a Super Bowl caliber roster around you. You add Myles Garrett. Aaron Donald looks like he's days away from coming back, and you could have even gotten even better with a player ready to improve your team this year. And you took Ty Simpson. It might be a year, if not longer, of criticizing the Rams for that. But maybe shortly hereafter that, Brad, they might look like geniuses because Ty Simpson looked pretty damn good over the weekend against the Kansas City Chiefs. 21-25, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns. He took over to start the second quarter, play the rest of the game, and he was freaking good, man. I mean, again, watching – the thing I noticed about watching that game and watching every throw that he made back again in the highlights afterwards is that I feel like they got him rolling out to the right on like 80% of plays, which that's unsustainable. But still, throwing on the run, throwing to his right, on the run to his right, getting out of the pocket, rolling, and still being able to make effective, accurate passes. In the red zone, he was really damn good. And the Rams offensive line, again, it was mostly backups versus backups. Rams backups versus Chiefs backups. The Rams offensive line, I think if they suffer 1 or 2 injuries that aren't season ending, they can still maintain an excellence on the offensive side. So their offensive line outside of their main starters look good. Maybe just the Chiefs pass rush has 0 depth, and that's something to be concerned about if you're Kansas City. They couldn't touch him. They could not get to Ty Simpson at all. He had a lot of clean pockets, and he looked really damn good. So again, I'm not going to not criticize the Rams for taking him with the 13th overall pick. But just know, hand up here, and I'll admit it right now, I'll be the first person to say in like a year and a half from now, if Matthew Stafford retires after this season and Ty Simpson's the starter and they're like 6-0 to start the year, the Rams are geniuses for taking Ty Simpson with that 13th overall pick. So yeah, I'm just letting you know now, I will easily flip if Ty Simpson takes over next year and looks great, because he looked pretty damn good over the weekend. But man, I still, just to this point, I can't let the Rams off the hook for drafting him when they could have drafted a impact player anywhere else on the field.
Yeah, I totally agree. Shout out to Nathan Shieldhouse, a former ILL quarterback who actually called the offensive plays in that game. Sean McVay allowed it. He's the OC this season. It's just a genius of McVay. Shieldhouse, I think, is going to be a head coach in waiting after what should be a championship year for the LA Rams. Number 2, preseason week 1 takeaway for me. Another rookie sensation in my mind, Jonah Coleman, running back of the Denver Broncos. Now, he's second string. There's no doubt about it. He's going to be a direct backup to J.K. Dobbins and also to R.J. Harvey. But what that tells you is he's got a multi-dimensional skill set. He can get some of those tough yards between the tackles. He can catch passes cleanly out of the backfield. Against the aforementioned Atlanta Falcons, he had 4 carries for 24 yards. On his longest run, which went for like 15, 16 yards. He was pinballing off of defenders, which is understandable. The guy amassed in a pair of seasons for the Washington Huskies last couple of years, over 1,800 yards on the ground, scored a lot of touchdowns, caught over 50 passes. He's built like a beer keg with feet, Pat. He's 5'8", 228 pounds. I love those short and stocky backs. Some Maurice Jones-Drew to his game. Very impressed with his debut. And you get him for nothing right now in some fantasy football drafts. So remember thy name in the beer fuzzy rounds of those exercises. I think Jonah Coleman at some point will make a sizable impact working behind arguably the best offensive line in the league, and that being the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, really quickly here, 30 seconds for my last one. Trey Smack, living up to his name, might be the next great kicker in the NFL. He was smacking it left and right for the Packers in their season game. Scored all 9 of their points, including a 58-yarder. So Trey Smack looks like the next great kicker in the NFL. Great draft pick by the Green Bay Packers.
All right, my last one real quick. Cam Ward, you got to show me something, bro. Where's the improvement? Where's the maturation? An embarrassing first effort against San Francisco. 5 of 12, 57 yards, a 56.6 passer rating. Targeted a shiny new toy, Carnell Tate 3 times, but they didn't hook up for a single pass. So Cam Ward, step it up, man. You got to play better.
310-840-4910. We're going to go streaking when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
There's no downside to this. It's an A-plus move by the Dallas Cowboys. And I think if we want to assess this just from Von Miller's perspective, I think it shows that there's a lot of optimism around the Cowboys this year. Now, Von chose the Washington Commanders last year, and remember, because it seems crazy in hindsight given the season that the Commanders had. But Washington was coming off a berth in the NFC Championship game in Jaden Daniels' rookie year. So Von Miller, at the end of his career, obviously won a ring in 2015, Super Bowl 50 MVP with the Denver Broncos. He'd like to win another championship. He felt that he might be the missing piece for the Commanders. And, obviously that was not meant to be last year for a host of reasons, most notably the health of Jaden Daniels. Now, this is a vote of confidence in the Dallas Cowboys. And yes, like Von Miller is from Texas. Yes, he played collegiately at Texas A&M. So I'm sure there's an appeal there for Von Miller to play for Dallas, play for the Cowboys, play with the star on his helmet. But I think this is a vote of confidence in what the Cowboys can do this year. And obviously, he thinks so, or else I don't think he would have gone to Dallas to play for the Cowboys. And I'll keep saying it. Dallas to make the playoffs at BetMGM, our show sponsor, even money plus 100. I like that bet for Dallas to make the playoffs. It does scare me. It actually scares me quite a bit that a lot of people agree on Dallas, and I've been pounding this drum for months. Since even before the NFL draft, when Dallas had the 2 first-round picks and they got Caleb Downs and they got Malachi Lawrence, I've been in on the Dallas Cowboys. It scares me that a lot of people feel the same way, but sometimes in sports, and sometimes in life, everybody is just correct. And I feel like everybody's going to be correct on the 2 Texas teams. The Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans. A lot of people love the Texans this season.
Rightly slotted on the odds board given the uncertainty of a roster that has been cobbled together. Because Lane Kiffin had a little bit of a first mover advantage with the way he was able to utilize the transfer portal at Ole Miss, it is okay to afford some benefit of the doubt and say he flipped his roster at Ole Miss every single season and had them win in 9, 10, 11 games. That's some of the Lane Kiffin era at Ole Miss is one of the peaks in that school's 100-plus year history. So if you want to say, hey, look, he's going to go and he's got a roster that I think is even more talented than what he had at Ole Miss, the only thing is combustibility. It is the Lane train, and it is Lane Kiffin, and the schedule is brutal. A lot of really, really tricky spots on there. I am on the heavier side because these 2 reasons, and it's entirely personnel-based. I think they loaded up the wide receiver room. You mentioned Sam Levitt. I think that what they've got in terms of what he can throw to is absolutely dynamic. I am a little worried about the run game in terms of like a national championship contender. If you were to try to do, confidence and concerns, making sure that they're going to be able to run the football better after they were woeful doing that last year. I mean, really the last 2 seasons of LSU football are one of the reasons why fans are so excited for Lane Kiffin, because this team didn't even score 30 points most days. And Lane Kiffin had Ole Miss putting up 30, 40 points regularly, whether you had a Jackson Dart, whether you had a Trinidad Chambliss. So Sam Levitt, dynamic wide receivers. I think this offense is going to get up and go. I love their pass rushers. I think they'll be able to get after the passer. And so those are things personnel-wise that does have me leaning on the side of being more optimistic. I'm over on their win total. I do think they're going to be in the mix for one of those last playoff spots when you see me fill out a projected bracket. But what does that mean? It means they're 10th, right? It means they're 9th. It means they're probably the 3rd or 4th team in the SEC in terms of the pecking order. To me, that is a rightly rated for the questions they have to answer, the combustibility factor, but also the high talent level at positions that matter to me, which include those pass catching positions and the edge rusher.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Express yourself. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Crack. That's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the hitter in selected area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern here on this Monday, and that means it's time for Let's Go Streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! All right, baby. 5 weeks to go in the regular season. Things are getting tight in our season-long standings, which we will update you on tomorrow. But for now, we got to get down to these picks, baby. And if you're unfamiliar with Let's Go Streaking, everybody on the crew picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. I'm our longest active streaker at 4 in a row, so I'll kick us off. And nobody took them when I went to go make my selection about 20 minutes before the show started. So I'm going to take the layup, and I know he's burned a couple of you guys already here in the last few weeks. But give me Shohei Ohtani tonight at Coors Field against the Rockies, and it's against Tomoyuki Sugano, whose name made an appearance on the list on Friday night. And that's because he's given up some of the most home runs in all of baseball. I only need a hit. He's given up more than a hit per inning this year. Ohtani career off his fellow Japanese international. 5 for 8 with 3 bombs. Give me Ohtani just to get a knock, but I got a pretty good feeling he's going deep tonight. Brad, who are you rocking with?
Oh, the Crosstown Classic. Go ahead and cue the song in the background. 2 Live Crew, please. Ow, ow, Miso Horner, as in Nico Horner, taking on the Southsiders, that being the Chicago White Sox. You look at Nico Horner, he's gotten hits in 5 of his last 6 games, batting a robust 280 in the last 15 days. He's going against Luis Castillo, who is lit up in his career, 6 for 11 lifetime against a former Cincinnati Red and also Seattle Mariner. You look at Castillo, a 41.4% hard hit rate he is allowed, and 2 on top of that, a 5.49 road ERA this season. So, Nico Horner for me, and hopefully I'll start a new streak.
All right, there we go. Brad's going Nico Horner, and excellent sound effects there, and excellent use of that song. All right, let's go to our guy Monty, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, the owner and operator of batters-box.com. Monty is 1 pick behind Brad for the season-long race to see who's going to be the king. Monty, who you going with tonight?
Give me Bobby Witt Jr., second highest rated hitter on my board tonight, batters-box.com, elite matchup against Mason Barnett. Righties have dominated Barnett throughout his short career, 380 WOBA, 16% barrel rate, ISO near 300. Love to see that. 63 games with an elite rating for Witt, getting a hit 78% of the time. And then 4-star pitch mix rating for Witt, hitting well against 78% of Barnett's typical pitch mix to right-handed hitters, with at least a 349 expected batting average against all 5 pitches. So love me some Bobby Witt tonight.
All right, beautiful thing, Monty. Our guy Zach Kroll is filling in for producer Brandon Combs. Zach, who are you rocking with?
I was going to take a Dodger. That was the move for me. I didn't want to take the layup with Ohtani, though, so I will take Max Muncy. He's been one of their hotter hitters in the lineup. Give me the second or third option for the Dodgers. I'll go with Muncy.
All right, there you go. A couple of lefties against Sugano. Finally, our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. Lee, what's up, brother? Who you got?
Well, I'm actually going to go with the lefty versus Mason Barnett today. I'm going with Jacques Caglione. He had a 13-game hitting streak that just ended, but he's been hot all month long. So I'm going to go with him against Mason Barnett. Give me Jacques.
I love that you've made him French, even though I'm pretty sure that Caglione is a very Italian last name. But
he's Jacques.
He could be whatever. He can be whatever the hell country you want him to be from if he gets you a knock tonight, Lee. So there you go. Brad, I've got Ohtani. You got Nico Horner. Monty's going Bobby Witt. Lee's going Jack Caglione. Zach's going Max Muncy. A 5-piece. If all 5 get a hit, what's those odds at BetMGM?
A cool plus 315 as always. A fade or follow. That is up to you.
When we come back, is Paul Skeens toast? BetMGM tonight.
I want Jackson Dart to be good. Desperately want him to be good. I don't blindly defend him or the Giants organization. I said it, and a lot of people got really mad. It's not a political commentary, even though people want to take it as such. I didn't like Dart getting involved with the president. Whether the president is Republican or Democrat, I didn't think it was a good look for Dart. You can disagree. It's a free country. That's great. So I have not blindly defended Jackson Dart, but I'll defend him here. I didn't like that. I didn't think there was any reason for him to go get checked for a concussion. And I do think that part of this is residue left over from last year and the narrative around him. And we can have a conversation as to whether it's a narrative or whether it's reality. The proof will be in the pudding this season, where if he has to miss games with concussions, then it is now a story. For now, this feels like residue left over from last year. And I did not love that from the NFL. Even if you want to say, well, let's make sure, and let's make sure he's good, and we don't want to mess around with brain injuries. I get it. Just ask yourself this question. Let's make this less of a, do we want to check for brain injuries? And more, if it were Sam Darnold that took that hit. Is he going to Blue Medical Tent? Is he? Is that fair? If it were Tyler Shuck that took that hit, Blue Medical Tent? I'm not so sure.
The team that has a national championship winning coach, a Heisman finalist quarterback, and a player who could have been NFL ready from the day he set foot on campus. It is the Ohio State Buckeyes. When you've got Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Day, loaded staff, their questions are still there. I've got a couple, interior offensive line is good. Tackles, we just have some proven to do, including utilizing the transfer portal. Defense lost a ton, Caleb Downs and more, but I kind of like the way that they backfilled. Great story here from inside Ohio State. So Ohio State has 2 transfers from Alabama. Caleb Downs basically gave him the scouting report. He goes to coach and he's like, Coach, I know that I'm on my way out the door, but I care about Ohio State being great. And these guys are not being utilized and can be better in our program. I mean, Caleb Downs has been one of my favorite players to watch just based on what he's done. But everything I've heard about that young man and the way he's handled himself, I mean, I will continue. I don't really have a favorite NFL team. I'm still college brain on most Sundays. I can't ride those highs and lows. I got work to do, Nick. But I will cheer for Caleb Downs because I think Ohio State doesn't utilize the portal a lot. But when they do, it's to get a player like Caleb Downs or to get someone who can really help them be better. Right now, I've got Ohio State as my number 1 team. But we get that game on the road in Austin. They beat that talent-rich Texas team in their own house. Hell yeah, you are the number 1. But referendum. They've also got to prove it against another team in Texas that I think a lot of people would put as their number 1 as well.
your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Monday night get-together kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. And if you do text in your question, much like if you were to give us a call, when you text us, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so that we can obviously get you featured on the show. Fun first hour, talking a lot of football, breaking down the big news of the day, and that is Jeremiah Love, Arizona Cardinals rookie running back, number 3 overall pick from Notre Dame. Sprained ankle. Adam Schefter reporting that it's a high sprained ankle because Michael LaFleur didn't reveal whether it was high or low, and he is unlikely to play the rest of the preseason. That was after a very box score stuffing night on Thursday. 23 snaps, 14 touches, but unfortunately that last touch ended in a sprained ankle because of a hip drop tackle. Brad has had all the quiver of arrows pointed at Mike LaFleur and the Cardinals for giving him way too many snaps. I disagree. I said, look, he's a rookie. Got to learn the playbook. Got to get the reps. It's unfortunate. Fingers crossed that he's ready to go for week 1. We updated you on a bunch of other injuries that have come down here in the last hour. Kyle Monangai, Jordan Tyson, Breeze Hall, and Emeka Egbuka. So we're keeping you up to date to the latest second with all the breaking NFL news that comes out. And, of course, that's going to be this case every day throughout the entire season. We just went streaking last segment, so in case you missed that, you can rewind on the Odyssey app. But, Brad, I think the biggest story of the weekend is something that didn't happen over the weekend, and that was a Paul Skeens start. Because Paul Skeens, who was scheduled to pitch on Saturday, he has now been pushed back 3 days, not injury-related. And this is coming off of his last start against the Marlins in Miami, where Paul Skeens exited after 5 innings and just 65 pitches, not injury-related. The drop in velocity has been apparent. The drop in overall production has been apparent. He's got a 3.88 ERA. The strikeout numbers are still pretty much there, 166 strikeouts in 134 innings. That's almost exactly on cue with his rookie season. But I mean, he's way more hittable. The whip is up at 1.12. It's been under 1 each of his last 2 seasons. And he just don't look like the Paul Skeens that has dominated baseball in his first 2 years. So, Brad, what's going on here with Paul Skeens? And is he just never going to be the same guy that we saw in the first 2 years? Is it an injury that the Pirates are just not telling us about? In your estimation or in your opinion, what the heck is going on with Paul Skeens?
He just looks dog tired, man. I think he's exhausted. I think he's mentally taxed. I think it's, playing a factor in the physicality of throwing the baseball as well. As you mentioned, the velocity dip is very apparent. It's quite alarming. The tick that he has lost on the four-seam fastball, which was his money pitch. How good was it last year? That four-seamer had a value of 20, according to Baseball Savant. That valuation this year sliced exactly in half, a value of 10. So that kind of tells, one part of the story, to a glaring one part of the story. The slider's down as well, the effectiveness really of all his stuff. You look at the year-to-year changes, and again, you can pull this information from Baseball Savant. The batting average against, up. Slugging against, up. On base percentage, up. Barrel rate, up. And you just go on and on all the way down the list. Surface data, advanced analytics, up, and up again. So as a result, he's become just largely a somewhat average pitcher here over the second half of the season. It could be something that's, classic case of a hidden injury that's revealed after the year is over with. Maybe they shut him down at some point, but something is ailing Paul Skeens. And only Paul can really tell you. Maybe some of the trainers of the Pittsburgh staff could tell you as well. We don't have all the information, but me trying to do my best guesswork, my best detective work, I just think the guy is mentally done. Period. End of story. Feed him a bunch of pierogies and let him rest until, I don't know, 2027?
Yes, you want them to shut him down for the rest of the year?
Yeah, I do. I think that would be the sage and wise move. I mean, they're kind of taking the steps toward that direction. I mean, the last start, I think we only went out there and had like 60 some odd pitches, and they yanked him. The quick hook came out because it didn't have his best stuff, and he, has largely had like D, C minus level stuff the last handful of starts. So this has become a trend, and the trend is usually thy friend, but in this case, it is certainly a foe. I would be unplugging him. I'd be arresting him. And I said 2027. Let's be realistic. We're not going to see any baseball to 28. He will have eons to rest up.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, look, that could be a potential factor as to why he even is still pitching. And also the fact that the Pirates, as much as they maybe feel like they're done, I mean, they're starting to really teeter off here. They're 61-65. I mean, you look at this wild card here in the National League, that gives you still a little bit of hope. 6.5 games back of the Padres and the Phillies, who right now are holding that second and third final wild card spot. So all it takes is one little hot stretch. You go 8-2 in a 10-game span, you might cut that down to 3. I mean, we still got 35 games left to play here. So, yeah, look, it's not easy. It's not an easy decision what the Pirates are going to do, especially if there is no injury. And I'm sure that right now they're probably, I mean, they've been pretty calm, cool, and collected to the media. Brad, I'm sure that they are freaking the F out right now. And I wonder if Paul Skeens is freaking the F out. Because, again, this has kind of been the entire season, the dip in velocity. Only about a mile an hour, maybe 1.5 miles an hour. But it's enough to make that big of a difference where every little bit counts in a sport like baseball and all professional sports. I mean, they say football is a game of inches, but Brad, you and I know that the key and the difference between being a good pitcher and an elite pitcher is fractional. It is infinitesimal, and all that extra elite, that stuff that put Paul Skeens into the 99th percentile, now he's in like the 80th percentile. It's not like he's got an ERA of 7. But, I mean, it's been pretty noticeable that all of a sudden the guy that was the best pitcher in the National League and right along with Tarek Skubal, the best pitcher in baseball, looks nothing like that right now. And so, again, there's nothing wrong. There's no strain. There's no, I mean, there can't be any kind of inflammation because otherwise they would shut him down. Like you said, I think you said it best. It just feels like he is fatigued. He is physically and maybe probably mentally and emotionally fatigued right now, going through another full season where you want your team to be great. You want the Pirates to be good around them. They're a 500 team at best. And maybe that's just starting to wear on them where it's going out there and it's like, well, I mean, I really don't get a whole lot of run support anyway. And if we're not going to be a playoff team, am I really going to push myself to the nth degree, to that next level, just to be great, the greatness that I've upheld for the first 2 years? I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should stop giving Paul Skeens a pass. Maybe it's just, hey, man, like you're a professional ball player. You're a big league pitcher. Every 5 days, this is what is expected of every guy. Go out there, get your ass out there, work hard, and whatever you got to do to get that velo back up, get it back up. Because if you're not injured, well, what the hell is going on? Is there something wrong with your diet? Is there something wrong with your workout regimen? Why can't you in only year 3 hold up to the levels of what is expected of you to pitch every 5 days? I think maybe those conversations need to start being had. But yeah, as the Pirates season and their chances of making the playoffs grows dimmer and dimmer by the day, I think the decision to shut him down for the rest of the year, Brad, that might only be a week away. I think it's coming.
I think he needs some Livy Dunn time. Let's be honest. She's got magical powers. She could heal any kind of wound imaginable, and especially whatever is taking down Paul Skeens. So just make it happen. Pittsburgh, fly her on a first-class ticket and let him have some alone time, and you're going to see the old Paul Skeens resurrect.
I mean, he's getting plenty of it. They were on Miami Beach the day after his start, and everybody's freaking out on social media. And there's a lot of people too shaming the guy, body shaming. Oh, this doesn't look like a professional. This doesn't look like an elite pitcher. Do we remember what baseball is? By the way, I mean, do I need to remind you what Bartolo Colon looked like? David Ortiz. Let's be look. Because Paul Skeens doesn't have a ripped six-pack standing next to Livy Dunn. I mean, get lost. All these losers talking about Paul Skeens' body, and it's coming from a bunch of, just going to say, it's coming from a bunch of dudes, too. Like, look at the girl he's with. So you're so jealous of Paul Skeens, you're going to take every little advantage, every little opportunity. Oh, this is what Paul Skeens should have looked like. Everybody now is a freaking body nutritionist and an optimist online. I mean, get freaking lost. He's with Livy Dunn, and he's making millions of dollars. I don't think he needs to take anybody's freaking critique or criticism as to what his body should look like. Yeah, the velo dropped mile an hour. Maybe he should be focusing on how to get his fastball velo back up in terms of his workout regimen. But the guy does not need to have a six-pack. But he's getting plenty of Livy Dunn time, Brad, because if I were her, I would have been on Miami Beach with him, too, the day after. And I'm trying to do everything I can to take his mind off of baseball right now. But, yeah, look, this feels like it's a ticking clock on the rest of his season as to whether or not he should keep pitching. Pushing him back 3 days, I mean, what does that maybe work for one start? Are they going to load manage Paul Skeens the rest of the year? It's like, hey, Paul's going to pitch every 8 days now the rest of the year. Like, no, you can't do that to the rest of the staff. You can't have that kind of inflexibility to the rest of your pitching staff. You can't do it.
Look, shout out to all the dad bods that are out there. I mean, look at Justin Verlander, man. He totally outkicked his coverage. He put a ring on it. They got kids.
That's right.
And that guy is, I mean, he's built like I am. He's built like a Paul Skeens. So let this, be known to the universe if you're completely unaware. If you're a professional athlete, you're making tens of millions of dollars every single year. You too can live the dream with a pony keg attached to your stomach. I mean, it's outstanding.
310-840-4910. If you want to get in on the baseball conversation, your thoughts on Paul Skeens and being pushed back 3 days before his next start. This just coming off of his past start where he was pulled after 5 innings and 65 pitches, and neither of them are injury related. Brad, let's talk about the series of the weekend in baseball, and that was the Dodgers and the Brewers, the two best teams in the National League. And after the Brewers pulled off a 6-2 win yesterday, getting most of their runs late, only one of them off Tarek Skubal, who did end up taking the loss anyway. The Brewers take 3 out of 4 from the Dodgers. They've pulled a little bit further away from your Cubbies, and this very average, mediocre stretch for the Los Angeles Dodgers continues. I don't know, Brad. I mean, I've been saying since before the season, I think your Cubbies are going to get to the World Series, and I'm not one that's going to be fooled by just maybe a 20-game sample size in August by the Dodgers, but they look awfully average right now due to the two-time reigning World Series champions.
Yeah, and I said this before on a previous edition of BetMGM tonight. They've just been largely lackluster, honestly, in every single facet of the game. I mean, they have been a team teetering on the top 20. They were exactly number 20 over this month long, since August 1st in WRC Plus. So they've started offensively, playing a lot of guys, but it's the pitching, which has been inexcusably bad. They've been a bottom 6, bottom 7 overall staff. So starting staff, the bullpen as well. They've gotten rocked. Justin Robleski just went on IL as well, and he's been a very consistent arm on the road this season. I think he's won 7 of 12 road starts this year. So, yeah, they're just kind of going through the motions, it seems like, right now. And maybe it is the dog days of summer that are impacting LAD. Maybe the dominant team that we all expected will resurface in time for October in the Major League Baseball postseason. But it's understandable if you have reservations. It's understandable if you have doubts. There are just teams that are playing far better baseball than them. They just look terribly mundane right now. Plenty of times, you mentioned 35-game sample size remaining. They could turn it around. They could be playing A-plus level baseball heading in to the most meaningful weeks of the entire baseball season. But right now, I'm certainly questioning whether or not LA is going to even win a single series in the postseason. They've been far, far from dominant and certainly looking quite beatable at the current moment in time.
Yeah, and Dave Roberts called his team out yesterday that, again, this could cost the Dodgers the race for home field advantage, losing this series to Milwaukee. Yeah. And it could end up being pivotal. And Dave Roberts said, quote, "I say this because it's just been 4 or 5, 6 weeks of below average production in our offense. It's just the truth. And I think we haven't just played clean baseball for quite some time. That also speaks to the defense. I mean, like you said, they've been very average in just about every department of the game. 5-11 in their past 16. Their offense has been brutal with runners in scoring position, not getting good at bats. And, Ohtani keeps slipping a little bit further and further out of this NL MVP race to your guy, Pete Crow Armstrong, as a result of it. And every week that goes by and he's not on the mound ain't helping his case either.
No, certainly not. And it's not like PCA is lighting the world on fire. He did have a 2-run home run yesterday and a lopsided loss. But you look at PCA, he was 0 for 4 in 3 consecutive games. As I've said time and time again, PCA is going to probably finish with like 35 bombs and right around 40 stolen bases. And the difference between him and Shohei, but Shohei's pitching. Shut up. PCA's glove is just unbeatable. There's nobody that matches up with what he brings to the field defensively, regardless of position. And last I checked, Shohei Ohtani still ain't pitching.
310-840-4910. At least our friends at BetMGM still have it at basically 50-50, though, for who's going to win that National League MVP. Again, 310-840-4910 if you want to get in on the weekend that was in baseball. Do you think the Dodgers are a wounded animal? Or do you think they'll turn it on in October and flip the switch? And also, again, with Paul Skeens, what do you think the Pirates should do for the rest of the season? Is Paul Skeens just never going to be that pitcher that he was the first 2 years of his career? He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Take your calls and your texts when we come back, and we'll also do our deep dive on the NFC South. It's anybody's division for the taking yet again. We'll explain why. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
I can be wrong about this, right? Again, like I'm not a doctor. So this is a little bit emotional by me, and I'm admitting that. They need to put this dude on ice. Like if I'm them, I wouldn't play him in week 1. I'm being serious right now. And I've got him in a bunch of dynasty leagues. I would like for the Cardinals to be fun this year. You can't risk playing this guy in week 1. Because if he's not 100% with a high ankle sprain and that lingers, like he's going to be ineffective the whole season. The high ankle sprain can be like a death sentence to a skilled position player. Not that they're not going to play, but that they're not going to be able to play to their full capabilities. It's a disaster. Like, he needs to be on ice until he's 100% healthy. And my sense is, like they're saying they're hopeful he's going to play in the season opener. I can't say this with certitude. I can easily be wrong. My guess is he doesn't play. And if I were them, I wouldn't play him. I would not play him. And that sucks. That sucks to say. Because no one, unless your last name is Algier, like, let's be real, no disrespect to Tyler Algier, no one wants to watch week 1 Cardinals at Chargers to see Tyler Algier tote the rock 21 times. No one wants that. Like James Conner, great story. I don't need to see him with the ball 13 times in week 1. I don't want to see Trey Benson in a Cardinals uniform ever again. You know what I want to see? Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison and Michael Wilson and Trey McBride on what could be an exciting Arizona Cardinals offense. But no. 14 touches in the first preseason game, high ankle sprain. Great. Good stuff, guys. Great job, Mike LaFleur. Like, stellar bang-up work, Monty Ossenfort. Great job, guys. Ridiculous, right? I want them to be good. I would love it if their offense were fun. It would mean that we collectively are having more fun watching the NFL. But instead, maybe the most electric rookie at a skill position to come out of the draft this year now has a high ankle sprain. Unforced error. Like, all you have to slam it down the line for a point. Instead, they hit it into the net. Pathetic. Horrific. And it's things like this why bad teams stay bad. And I don't say that to be a jerk. I say it because it's true. He's right. That it is garbage. It would happen to no other star. He's correct. And in this day and age, right? And we talked about this earlier in the show, and I talked about AI a little bit, right? Where guys are coming back from injuries, and they're coming back faster than ever. They're coming back better than ever. Halliburton had all that time off. Like, Tatum came back during the season. You got the sense, and I don't know this for sure, but if the Pacers were really in the mix, would Halliburton have come back? Possibly, right? I mean, they tanked, so no, but if they had been in the mix, could he have potentially? As a Knicks fan, I think that what I'm about to say should have added emphasis for you. This is a guy that you do not need to give any extra motivation to. He doesn't need a bigger chip on his shoulder. He doesn't need it. He is an assassin. And I really believe this. And it's not because, maybe it is because Indiana's a smaller market team. Maybe that is the answer. But it was not that long ago that this guy was tearing, still beating hearts out of the chests of teams and showing it to them like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. Like he did it to Giannis in Milwaukee. He did it to the Cavs. He did it to the Knicks. And he was maybe about to do it to Oklahoma City on the road in Game 7 of the finals. This dude is a monster. Opening the season against Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen in New Orleans on local television. He's right. And I'll tell you, as a Knicks fan, it makes me nervous.
Sit back and kick up your armchair. It's Overreaction Monday on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, yeah. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Overreaction Monday. Even to week one of the preseason, you bet your ass. I think Brad was maybe overreacting a little bit to Jeremiah Love and his high ankle sprain after getting 14 touches in the Thursday night preseason game against the Las Vegas Raiders. But for a lot of people, that seemed to be the very popular take. So that's just part of the football action that we've been discussing here on tonight's show, 310-840-4910. We're about to do our deep dive on the NFC South, but want to let you know in just under an hour from now, as a part of our discussion on the NFC South, we're going to go even deeper on New Orleans, on the Saints, and talk to their radio play-by-play voice, Mike Haas, who is the Saints voice on WWL Radio. So that is coming up in just under an hour. We're going to get to the Saints in just a bit, but let's start with the two teams that have won the division the last 2 years, and the team that had another NFC South crown right within their reach last year and then fell apart down the stretch. It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And Brad, as we look at the biggest question facing Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield and this team this year, I think it is, how do the Bucs respond after last season's collapse? Because, man, that was pretty freaking stunning to see how this team started out. Baker Mayfield looked like an MVP candidate, and then the defense looked like everybody on the defense aged 15 years. They had some injuries on to some offensive players, but started the year 6-2, finished 8-9, and even beating the Panthers in that ugly Week 18 Saturday game was not enough. So for me, it's how do the Bucs respond after that collapse last year?
Yeah, that's completely warranted. First thing they can do is not trade Vita Vea. Are you insane? Are you mad? Have you lost your damn mind? One of the premier hole plungers in the NFL, a guy that dirties up a lot of pockets as well. There have been flirtations, various reports that have come out that Vita Vea could be on the trade block. And look, I'm a diehard Chicago Bears fan. I would love him to come to the Windy City, maybe Indiana Bears. I don't know where the hell the Bears are going to be playing anytime soon, except Long Lake, Michigan for this season. But Vita Vea, you and I have said this. When push comes to shove, Tampa's not going to be willing to deal on him at all, unless somebody absolutely sells their soul to acquire the big man in the middle services. They should be a little bit better in the back end. Got to stay healthy. Should be slightly above average in pass defense. Honestly, this defense, I think, is a top half defense overall. And offensively, obviously, we got a big question mark with Emeka Egbuka. Well, then he's going to be available for the opener, and it's not going to be an easy road to hoe, to say the least, in week one, because they got to go to Cincinnati. And that team is much improved defensively, although that offensive line could be shoddy. And, of course, the offense, one of the best in professional tackle football. But digressing some more on Tampa, I like the piece they have in place. I thought it was a really sage move to bring in Kenneth Gainwell, kind of a do-it-all running back, a guy caught 73 balls last season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Chris Godwin, I think, has got a good year or two left in him. Operate primarily out of the slot position. Cade Otton's no slouch. Some people are really excited about Ted Hurst. He's got a lot of speed in the open field right now. WR4 on the depth chart, but Jalen McMillan, not exactly 100%. But really the key is Emeka Egbuka. Hopefully this toe injury will not linger into the regular season, will not flare up at any point during the regular season, because Baker, the touchdown maker, is going to be alive and well, and you know what he's motivated by, Pat? Moolah should post some handsome numbers this season.
That's right, baby. That is right. Look, I think that this year has the potential to go sideways on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because I think they did not do enough to address that defense in the offseason. Now, they drafted Reuben Bain. I'm very excited to watch him play in his rookie season. They brought in Alex Anzalone on the cheap, who I always love. And the guy looks like Fabio. And for this time with the Detroit Lions, getting 95 tackles last year, had a couple of seasons not too long ago with over 120 tackles. 31 years old. They got him for 2 years, $17 million. So anchoring that linebacking core, which was getting real old, real quick. Not only that, they bring in Christian Roseboom. So again, nice additions, solid additions. I still think that the secondary could be a weak point for them as well. And like you said, don't trade Vita Vea. I mean, that's their anchor, their run-stopping behemoth of a man. If they trade him, who are you replacing him with? There's not a whole lot of great names. And then on the offense, it feels like injuries to the receiving core already playing an ugly factor. Again, we mentioned Emeka Egbuka earlier in the show. Toe injury. Todd Bowles doesn't know if he's going to be available for week one. They let Mike Evans walk, and they didn't want to bring Mike Evans back. He's now on the 49ers. Chris Godwin, you hope that he stays healthy, but not a good start, and definitely an ominous sign with Emeka Egbuka's toe injury. So the offensive line is solid. I'm expecting them to protect Baker. We know he's going to be playing as motivated as ever. I still just don't know if it's good enough for the Buccaneers this year. But look, if there's anybody to have some fantasy feels for on this team, it is Baker Mayfield, Brad. You know, players around him be damned. We saw him balling out the best he could when there was injuries around him. We know he was playing injured himself last year, and that's why his play dipped off in the second half. But Baker is a dog. Baker is capable of getting it done with his arm. We know he can extend plays with his legs. He's not of the Lamar Jackson capability. He's not of the Josh Allen capability, but he had a handful of games with at least 40 rushing yards last year, and the guy's IQ gets better and better each year. So I think Baker Mayfield, who, by the way, is in the top 3 in all of NFL the last 3 years in passing yards, touchdowns, and completions, that should bode well for you for fantasy, despite the lingering injury questions that persist around him on the Bucs offense. I still think Baker is a guy that you can trust. I think he's going to have another big year.
Yeah, I totally agree. So much so, I'm just going to go ahead and jump to our related team play, and then I'll give you my fantasy feels. You and I both on the over. Baker Mayfield, 25.5 passing touchdowns. And right now at BetMGM, to even Steven, plus 100. So little babies it is by the juice on that one. I think Baker's going to flirt or maybe even exceed 30 passing touchdowns yet again. If this team, for some damn reason, decides to trade Vita Vea, that only increases the chances of reliance on Baker Mayfield's arm. So with the weaponry around him, assuming Emeka Buka is, going to be healthy for a majority of the season, Baker Mayfield's going to ball out. So you and I on the same page there. Fantasy feels, another reason why I like Baker Mayfield is Kenneth Gainwell. Gainwell was dynamite last season with Pittsburgh. Pass down situations, his multidimensionality, outstanding. Look, Bucky Irving is going to be the early down running back, and he's got a clean bill of health. He's looked like his old self from his rookie season, which really stood out and was a breakout campaign for him. Last year was a bit of a lost season with the injuries impacting him, but Bucky will be, probably the early down back. He'll be the short yardage back. He'll be the goal line back. But the gadgety Gainwell can do a little bit of everything. Put him in motion out of the backfield, line him up in the slot. I've even seen him been used lining up way outside. He can run every round the tree, and he has got soft and tender and dependable hands. I know Baker Mayfield's not a check down Charlie by any stretch of the imagination. 7th lowest check down rate of any quarterback last season. But I think that standing is going to skyrocket because of Gainwell's presence. So 60, 65 catches in the foreseeable future for Kenneth Gainwell. Don't forget him around pick number 100 in average fantasy drafts.
I like that. And we know that he is a pass catcher extraordinaire. All right, let's move on to the Carolina Panthers here, the reigning NFC South champions. Brad, for me, I predicted them to win the NFC South again this year. That was before they had some season-ending injuries in the preseason. Nick Scorton, Chris Brazzell, and now Chuba Hubbard dealing with an injury as well. And that was the latest update on Chuba Hubbard is week to week with a hamstring injury. Yep. Yeah, so that's going to put him right up against the the deadline here to see whether or not he's going to play in week 1. That has thrown a big wrench into their offensive operations, but I still think outside of whether or not Chuba Hubbard's going to play in week 1, the biggest question for the season is, does Bryce Young prove any remaining doubters wrong? I'm ready to put some more stock into Bryce Young. I think he's super underrated. Yeah. I think does he have an elite arm? No. Is he 6'5" and look like Justin Herbert? No. Does he have elite speed? No, but Bryce Young has some winning capabilities, and I think he's got some winning football in him. And we saw that so many fourth quarter comebacks that he led last year en route to that division title, and then put a good proper scare into the Rams in the postseason last year. I think they've made some upgrades. I think the offensive line is got some question marks. The secondary and defense is pretty damn good. I love me some Dave Canales, but let's be honest, Brad, how the Panthers go this year is largely going to rest on the shoulders of their quarterback, Bryce Young.
Yeah, the thing that people tend to forget with Bryce Young is he has steadily shown improvement all 3 years he's been in the league. You don't believe me? Well, just look at the data that's out there. His completion rate, his completion percentage has increased in 3 consecutive seasons. Last season, he was number 8 in deep ball completion percentage, quite respectable. Also respectable, number 15 in red zone completion percentage. Put some damn respect on Bryce Young's name. And you get another season of, Tedero McMillan, who's going to be the WR1 and a proven WR1 in that offense after his first season. So it could be a spectacular sophomore campaign for him. I know you're a fan of Jalen Coker. I'm a cokehead as well. Big fan of him, to say the least. Jonathan Brooks can catch passes out of the backfield. We'll see what Darren Waller can bring to the table. A bit of a wild card. They just signed him off the street. But yeah, Bryce Young, man, I think will take another step forward. It may not be a quantum leap, but at least be a step forward in his maturation process. And I'm not saying that because I paid $19 for him in a Superflex league over the weekend.
His stock definitely on the rise with the delay of what could be the delay of the regular season for Chuba Hubbard. Yeah, look, Jalen Coker for sure. I like him a lot, man. And again, we saw him really kind of step up late in the season, especially in that playoff game, to now, where you look at the rest of this Panthers offense here, and Teteroa McMillan, yes, is the reigning offensive rookie of the year. Yes, is their number one target. Jalen Coker only 394 yards last year and only 3 touchdowns, but a lot of people forget he spent the first part of the year on IR, missed the first 6 games, and then just, you look at some of these performances he had after their bye week, which was a late one in week 14. And that definitely helps out a lot of young receivers, that extra week to get on the same page, build some extra chemistry with your quarterback. After that, week 15 against the Saints, 4 catches, 60 yards, and a touchdown. Against Tampa Bay the first go-round, 3 catches, 47 yards. Week 17, they got crushed by the Seahawks. He only had 2 for 16. Okay, but then in that critical week 18 game against Tampa Bay, even though they lost, Coker 6 for 47 and a touchdown. And then the granddaddy of them all in the game in the playoffs against the Rams, 9 catches, 134 yards, and a touchdown. He played 10 snaps in their preseason loss to the Bills on Saturday, had a 9-yard catch that was negated by a penalty. So that was about it, but I'm still very excited for Jalen Coker here this season, to the point where, Brad, my favorite team-related play for the year is Jalen Coker over 625.5 receiving yards. He would have gotten close to that, I think, if he played all 16, 17 games last year. You give me 15 games from Jalen Coker, I think he's going to touch 700 yards as the true WR2 for the Panthers this year.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent call there. I'm heavily invested in Jalen Coker, to say the least, in fantasy, and I love that prop. I think he's a guy that's going to probably finish north of 800 yards. You guarantee me 17 games. All right, I'm going to give you my player prop first, because I'm going to say hello to my little friend, Daddy What? Daddy D.
Oh!
Daddy God! Give me some Peter Gabriel, baby! Let's go! Bryce Young. I could not. I mean, my eyes it was like a cartoon, popped out of my sockets when I was looking at props on the Carolina Panthers today. And I saw his pass yards prop sitting at just 2,900.5. That's it. He had over 3,000 passing yards last season. Mike Clay at ESPN's got a projected over 3,600 pass yards. And I think that's entirely doable. This is inexplicable to me with McMillan, with Coker on roster. So that one is definitely Sledgehammer, where they love the over 2,900.5 pass yards on Bryce Young. And last thing, fantasy fields on Jonathan Brooks. I'm going to give you a couple more details of why I like this one. He's been all the buzz at camp. I know he's coming off the couple of ACL setbacks that he had, but he can be a do-it-all running back. As you mentioned, Chuba Hubbard week to week with a hamstring injury that could linger in the regular season. Brooks out of the gate week 1 against the Bears, I think, is a lock right now for at least 12 to 15 touches. And he's script agnostic. They have the lead. He can work, and gain yards between the tackles if they're falling from behind. He is a suitable and, acceptable pass catcher as well. Actually, better than advertised. I'm really underselling it. He showcased those skills at the University of Texas in college. And I know he's only got like a dozen career touches in 3 NFL games, but he is a strong breakout candidate. In his ADP right now, 104.58. Good value.
310-840-4910. Your thoughts, your predictions, or your questions on either the Carolina Panthers or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers heading into the 2026 season, we'll take them. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll look at the other half of the NFC South. We'll go to the ATL and talk about the Falcons, the Dirty Birds, and then who dat? What kind of year is it going to be for the New Orleans Saints? We'll focus on the Falcons and the Saints when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
There's no downside to this. It's an A-plus move by the Dallas Cowboys. And I think if we want to assess this just from Von Miller's perspective, I think it shows that there's a lot of optimism around the Cowboys this year. Now, Von chose the Washington Commanders last year, and remember, because it seems crazy in hindsight given the season that the Commanders had. But Washington was coming off a berth in the NFC Championship game in Jaden Daniels' rookie year. So Von Miller, at the end of his career, obviously won a ring in 2015, Super Bowl 50 MVP with the Denver Broncos. He'd like to win another championship. He felt that he might be the missing piece for the Commanders, and, obviously that was not meant to be last year for a host of reasons, most notably the health of Jaden Daniels. Now, this is a vote of confidence in the Dallas Cowboys. And yes, like Von Miller is from Texas. Yes, he played collegiately at Texas A&M, so I'm sure there's an appeal there for Von Miller to play for Dallas, play for the Cowboys, play with the star on his helmet. But I think this is a vote of confidence in what the Cowboys can do this year. And obviously, he thinks so, or else I don't think he would have gone to Dallas to play for the Cowboys. And I'll keep saying it. Dallas to make the playoffs at BetMGM, our show sponsor, even money plus 100. I like that bet for Dallas to make the playoffs. It does scare me. It actually scares me quite a bit that a lot of people agree on Dallas, and I've been pounding this drum for months. Since even before the NFL draft, when Dallas had the 2 first-round picks and they got Caleb Downs and they got Malachi Lawrence, I've been in on the Dallas Cowboys. It scares me that a lot of people feel the same way, but sometimes in sports, and sometimes in life, everybody is just correct. And I feel like everybody's going to be correct on the 2 Texas teams, the Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans. A lot of people love the Texans this season.
Rightly slotted on the odds board given the uncertainty of a roster that has been cobbled together. Because Lane Kiffin had a little bit of a first mover advantage with the way he was able to utilize the transfer portal at Ole Miss, it is okay to afford some benefit of the doubt and say he flipped his roster at Ole Miss every single season and had them win in 9, 10, 11 games. That's some of the Lane Kiffin era at Ole Miss is one of the peaks in that school's 100-plus year history. So if you want to say, hey, look, he's going to go and he's got a roster that I think is even more talented than what he had at Ole Miss, the only thing is combustibility. It is the Lane train, and it is Lane Kiffin, and the schedule is brutal. A lot of really, really tricky spots on there. I am on the heavier side because these 2 reasons, and it's entirely personnel-based. I think they loaded up the wide receiver room. You mentioned Sam Levitt. I think that what they've got in terms of what he can throw to is absolutely dynamic. I am a little worried about the run game in terms of like a national championship contender. If you were to try to do, confidence and concerns, making sure that they're going to be able to run the football better after they were woeful doing that last year. I mean, really the last 2 seasons of LSU football are one of the reasons why fans are so excited for Lane Kiffin, because this team didn't even score 30 points most days. And Lane Kiffin had Ole Miss putting up 30, 40 points regularly, whether you had a Jackson Dart, whether you had a Trinidad Chambliss. So Sam Levitt, dynamic wide receivers. I think this offense is going to get up and go. I love their pass rushers. I think they'll be able to get after the passer. And so those are things personnel-wise that does have me leaning on the side of being more optimistic. I'm over on their win total. I do think they're going to be in the mix for one of those last playoff spots when you see me fill out a projected bracket. But what does that mean? It means they're 10th, right? It means they're 9th. It means they're probably the 3rd or 4th team in the SEC in terms of the pecking order. To me, that is a rightly rated for the questions they have to answer, the combustibility factor, but also the high talent level at positions that matter to me, which include those pass catching positions and the edge rusher.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
I say, don't you know? You say you don't know. I say,
Take me out.
me out. Great song. Franz Ferdinand. Not the guy that got killed to start World War II, but the guy that sings this song. 310-840-4910. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. I feel like that was one of the... we don't really have time to get into it, but that's what started World War II. Or was it World War I, Brad? It was World War I. Sorry.
Yeah. The Archduke
World War
Franz
II was
Ferdinand.
World War II is pretty obvious why that one started. World War I, yes. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. That feels like you go back in time. Like, imagine being alive for that. And it's like, hey, we got a world war. What happened? They killed Franz Ferdinand. Like that. Didn't that feel like it should have been something a lot bigger than that? The first ever world war? Maybe I just didn't learn enough about Franz Ferdinand. But I don't know. It didn't.
And you decided to dig a bunch of trenches to fight each other. Like, how idiotic was that?
Yeah, and the fact that it was Austria-Hungary on Serbia, and everybody else got sucked into it.
Correct.
Like, no, you guys go in the corner and you guys fight it out. No, everybody got involved. Anyway, so just because of a bunch of secret, it was a bunch of pacts that all these countries had, that those countries haven't won. Whatever. That's enough history for today. Let's get back to deep diving the NFC South here. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. We hit on the Bucs and the Panthers last segment. Let's get to the ATL. And Brad, a team that I think, honestly, you couldn't have had a worse start to training camp. But the biggest question for this entire season remains, who the hell is going to be quarterback for the majority of the season? It looks like it's more and more going to be Tua, because Michael Penix still not cleared for 11-on-11 drills. The last time we got an update was from Michael Penix himself, saying that it might not be for 4 weeks. That was only 2 weeks ago. And the update that we did get from Kevin Stefanski today is that Penix will remain limited to taking part in 7-on-7 drills during practices this week. So, I mean, look, that's just not a good sign for him. It feels like Tua is going to get QB1 to start the year by default, but who is going to play the majority this season? That's the question for the Falcons. And Brad, I mean, you could make the argument that it really doesn't freaking matter who's going to play quarterback if you don't think highly of either one of these guys. I happen to think highly of Michael Penix, but it looks like it's going to be Tua to start the year unless, Stefanski really wants to roll the freaking dice with Penix maybe only getting about a week of preparation of full practices before week 1.
Yeah, I want to say this. I'm going to predict that Tua Tagovailoa is going to be the starter. I'm looking at the schedule right now for the ATL. Week 1 at Pittsburgh, L. Week 2 against Carolina at home. Bit of a toss-up game. Week 3 at Green Bay, L. Week 4 at New Orleans, I'll call it L. You get the Baltimore Ravens in week 5 at home. I think Tua will be unplugged, assuming that Penix is healthy, feeling confident on his mechanics and his body overall. It's either going to be week 5 or week 6. Week 5, home against Baltimore. Week 6, home against Maine Chicago Bears. It's going to be one of those two matchups, and it's going to be bye Tua Tagovailoa as the starter for the Atlanta Falcons. So, yeah, man, it was a train wreck. It was horrendous. It's a bit of a nightmare. And Tua's preseason debut with the first stringers. You know what I feel really bad for? Is Drake London. Like, Bijan's going to Bijan. Like, he's going to go out there, he's going to eat. But Drake London deserves quality quarterback play because that dude is damn good when he is healthy, upright on the field. He's going to be peppered with targets. But I have a feeling unrealized air yards. By the way, that's a real stat. My friends at Player Profiler track it. He may lead the league in that. Like, Tua will chuck it down the field. Penix will chuck it down the field. But there's going to be a lot of misfires and overthrows. So pour one out for Drake London. And I would say pour one out for whoever drafts Kyle Pitts as well, because who the hell we got to get? Last year's version of Kyle Pitts or the guy that always let you down?
Well, that's funny you should mention that, Brad, because that's who I have the feels for on this Falcons offense. I mean, look, it's easy to say Bijan Robinson, and it could be easy to say Drake London. You just talked about it, though, the downsides. I love me some Kyle Pitts. I might be back in on Kyle Pitts. I drafted him last year. He helped get me to my fantasy championship. Brad, I might be drafting Kyle Pitts again this year. I know they paid him, and so I know the easy part is they just paid him. Now Kyle Pitts is nice, fat, and happy on his big 3-year contract that he got for almost $60 million. He's not going to show up and perform. I say poppycock. I say Kyle Pitts has another great season. Last year, career high 88 catches, 928 yards, 5 touchdowns, including that behemoth performance in Week 15 against the Buccaneers. I think Kyle Pitts is going to be even better this year. I think he's going to prove a lot of people wrong. I like Kyle Pitts again. And look, he's proven me, he's made me look like a fool in years past, but I'm riding that high of last year. I like Pitts again in this offense.
All right, man. Your funeral. Good luck. I'll say this. Bijan Robinson, do you have the number 1 overall pick in fantasy? I would take him ahead of Jahmyr Gibbs. I know the environment's not as healthy compared to Detroit's in Atlanta, but Robinson can literally do everything. Went over 2,000 combined yards last year. He's going to be over 2,000 combined yards as long as he stays upright this year. And you look as well, the 7th easiest strength of schedule overall for this team. So he's got a lot of softball matchups. The yak numbers back it up. The missed tackle rates back it up. He may catch 80, 85, 90 balls in this offense, whether it's Tua or Penix. Bijan should be the number 1 overall pick in fantasy football this year. And I'll just go and piggyback on it. I'll take the over as well on 575.5 receiving yards. So much so that we're doing it again. Daddy won! Daddy! Daddy! Gotta have any more
Again! Or 2!
How is this number 575.5? He's going to catch 80 balls this season for the Atlanta Falcons. Tua loves to check down. Michael Penix loves to check down. Bijan is going to get fed in the pass game. He's going to blow this really to smithereens. I think it's going to be at least 750 receiving yards for Bijan Robinson.
Wow. Incredible. I'm not going to bring out your sledgehammer. I'm not going to ask for Sledgy, but I like the rushing yards. And look, I agree with everything you said about the receiving yards. I think he could go over both. No, I'm not. I don't want to sledge it. I don't want to hammer it. But I do think Bijan's going over 1,150 rushing yards. And again, I get the potential for the Falcons offense to be inept outside of him, for the quarterback play to be inept outside of him, and teams are just going to sell out on the run. Well, I think you can kind of make the case teams were selling out on the run on Bijan the last 2 years, and he still went over 1,400 rushing yards each of the last 2 years. So I think he can do that again, assuming he stays healthy, of course. Bijan, he's cleared up by 300 yards each of the last 2 years. I think he goes over his rushing yards again. Finally, Brad, the New Orleans Saints with the injury news today. I think the biggest question is just how long will Jordan Tyson be sidelined with a hamstring injury? He's expected to miss 2 months. We know Chris Olave is the number 1. Who the hell else is stepping up now in this receiving corps? That's the biggest question for the Saints now going into this start of the season.
Yeah, and that leans into my fantasy fields. Juwan Johnson. We're going to talk to Mike Hoss here in a couple of segments, the play-by-play voice for the New Orleans Saints. I think Juwan Johnson will average 6 targets per game. Maybe it's 6.5, 7 with Jordan Tyson out. He's the guy that I feel is really going to step up. He's going ultra late in a lot of fantasy drafts. I paid 5 buckaroos for him in my local 14-team draft. He's my starting tight end this season. I think it could be a career year for one of the most underappreciated plus-size weapons in the game. So give me Juwan Johnson for those fantasy feels.
Yeah, I like Chris Olave. I think, again, teams are going to be keying in on him now, especially with Tyson being sidelined and a bunch of other unproven commodities in that receiving core. We've talked about Devon Vele. We've talked about some of their rookies, Bryce Lance, Barry Brown. One of those guys is going to have to step up. Juwan Johnson's going to have to step up. They are going to need Alvin Kamara. It looks like he's on the wrong side of 30 in the pass-catching game, but I still think Olave's got to be the guy. But I'm not that high on the Saints this year. I think they're going under 7.5 wins. I think it's unfortunate the injuries they've already suffered here in the preseason. So has many teams in this division, though. All right, when we come back, we'll do some over-unders for the season, and we're getting ready to talk to Mike Hoss, the Saints voice, in about 20 minutes from now. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. BetMGM tonight.
I want Jackson Dart to be good. Desperately want him to be good. I don't blindly defend him or the Giants organization. I said it, and a lot of people got really mad. It's not a political commentary, even though people want to take it as such. I didn't like Dart getting involved with the president. Whether the president is Republican or Democrat, I didn't think it was a good look for Dart. You can disagree. It's a free country. That's great. So I have not blindly defended Jackson Dart, but I'll defend him here. I didn't like that. I didn't think there was any reason for him to go get checked for a concussion. And I do think that part of this is residue left over from last year and the narrative around him. And we can have a conversation as to whether it's a narrative or whether it's reality. The proof will be in the pudding this season, where if he has to miss games with concussions, then it is now a story. For now, this feels like residue left over from last year. And I did not love that from the NFL. Even if you want to say, well, let's make sure, and let's make sure he's good, and we don't want to mess around with brain injuries. I get it. Just ask yourself this question. Let's make this less of a, do we want to check for brain injuries? And more, if it were Sam Darnold that took that hit. Is he going to Blue Medical Tent? Is he? Is that fair? If it were Tyler Shuck that took that hit, Blue Medical Tent? I'm not so sure.
The team that has a national championship winning coach, a Heisman finalist quarterback, and a player who could have been NFL ready from the day he set foot on campus. It is the Ohio State Buckeyes. When you've got Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Day, loaded staff, their questions are still there. I've got a couple, interior offensive line is good. Tackles, we just have some proven to do, including utilizing the transfer portal. Defense lost a ton, Caleb Downs and more, but I kind of like the way that they backfilled. Great story here from inside Ohio State. So Ohio State has 2 transfers from Alabama. Caleb Downs basically gave him the scouting report. He goes to coach and he's like, Coach, I know that I'm on my way out the door, but I care about Ohio State being great. And these guys are not being utilized and can be better in our program. I mean, Caleb Downs has been one of my favorite players to watch just based on what he's done. But everything I've heard about that young man and the way he's handled himself, I mean, I will continue. I don't really have a favorite NFL team. I'm still college brain on most Sundays. I can't ride those highs and lows. I got work to do, Nick. But I will cheer for Caleb Downs because I think Ohio State doesn't utilize the portal a lot. But when they do, it's to get a player like Caleb Downs or to get someone who can really help them be better. Right now, I've got Ohio State as my number 1 team. But we get that game on the road in Austin. They beat that talent-rich Texas team in their own house. Hell yeah, you are the number 1. But referendum. They've also got to prove it against another team in Texas that I think a lot of people would put as their number 1 as well.
your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Monday night extravaganza kicks off right now. And don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. First 2 hours of this Monday have flown by. If you want to join the show, you can join our talk and text line at 310-840-4910. You could call or you could text 310-840-4910. You can also hit us up on Twitter. Brad is at Noisy Huevos. I'm at Pat Boyle 44. And we've been talking a lot of football, deep dive on the NFC South the last couple of segments. And we're going to roll that into 20 minutes from now, talking to the voice of the New Orleans Saints, and that is Mike Haas, who's going to join us on the show again in just under 20 minutes from now. Saints just played their first preseason game on Saturday, looked really damn good in the first half. Zach Wilson looked good for the New Orleans Saints as he is expected to be the backup to Tyler Shuck. Audric Estime, former Notre Dame running back, got some good carries. Neither team played their starters, but there were some meaningful players. Definitely some fringe starters or guys that you're going to see get some big-time snaps on the field this year for both teams. So the Saints look really good in the first half, and then the Jaguars and their third and fourth stringers dominated the second half. So we'll talk all things Saints with Mike Haas coming up in just under 20 minutes from now. Let's do some over-unders, though, here, Brad, for some quarterbacks this year. 1 week of preseason in the books. We saw a couple of these guys. Didn't see a few of the others. But we're gearing up for week 1, baby. I mean, we are, 23 days away from opening night,
Ooh.
Seahawks, Patriots, Super Bowl rematch. We're nearly under 20 days away. So why don't we have some fun with a little prediction time here? We're going to name 5 quarterbacks and their passing touchdown totals with our friends at BetMGM. And basically over or under. How do you think these quarterbacks are going to perform this year? So I'll tee you up first here. How about the Cincinnati Bengals? Joe Burrow, who's passing touchdowns this year with our friends at BetMGM, set at 32.5. Last year, Joe Burrow, only 8 games, suffered another significant injury. The turf toe, 17 touchdowns in 8 games. His last full season 2 years ago, 43 touchdowns in all 17 games. So, Brad, as we've seen for basically every year in Joe Burrow's career, it's all going to depend on if he can stay healthy. So what do you think, over or under on Burrow's passing touchdowns?
Now, before I get my answer, look, let me qualify it this way. Joe Burrow is an elite talent. He's a guy that could easily, if everything falls into place, go out and annihilate and crush the over on 32.5 passing touchdowns. However, your boy's going to live in the land down under on this one. I think the number's a little bit... Oh, there's been at work. Thank you, the house band, doing their job. Here's a $100 bill, gentlemen. Go to the bar and don't eat any Vegemite. But I will say this, and don't drink or order any Fosters. It's Australian for beer is what I was told in like the 1980s and 90s. I don't even know if they make that anymore. I will say this about Burrow. I think this number is a little bit too aggressive. Defense is much improved. At least that's the fearless forecast that we all believe and subscribe to. The offensive line, still rickety, still a question mark, still could easily be a bottom 5 or maybe bottom 3 pass protection unit in the NFL. He's got Jamar Chase. He's got T. Higgins, Chase Brown. They're having him line up in the slot. He may catch 65, 70 balls this year. Mike Gesicki is a guy who's he's a tight end, but he's really a glorified WR3. Yoshi Vash has shown that he can make some big catches in the red zone or across the middle on some seam routes in his own right. He does have the 5th easiest quarterback strength of schedule for fantasy, but the issue with Burrow was, the time it wasn't, really handsome for him at all last season in the pocket. A lot of dirty pockets as a result. He was on number 20 in adjusted completion percentage, 24 in red zone completion percentage, 18 in deep ball completion percentage. So despite having stellar weaponry around him, I just worry about that offensive line. You also worry about him staying upright. So, man, I can't believe I'm saying it. Like 30 passing touchdowns. I'm going to stop right there on Joe Burrow. This should be a better team overall because the defense is much improved.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going over because Burrow's done it every year that he's played, that he hasn't been hurt. So 34 touchdowns in 2021, 35 touchdowns in 2022, 43 in 2024. I know the offensive line has some question marks. They're a below average unit. They're not horrible. They have gotten a little bit better in years past. I mean, they could not protect him worth a lick in his first 2-3 years in the NFL, and they were still able to get to the Super Bowl. They've gotten slightly better since. They've got some cohesion. Zach Taylor and their offensive line coach and their coaching staff in general, I think, has done a good job of knowing what to do to help Burrow to get rid of the ball quickly. You mentioned Chase Brown. He's become a huge part of this offense. But, when you have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, I mean, I'm sorry. There is a certain floor that Joe Burrow in this offense has. And, again, barring an injury, which 50% of his season so far in the NFL, he's gotten hurt. So I understand if you're shy on the Cincinnati Bengals in totality this year. But if Burrow's healthy, I mean, I think he's going to blow past this number. And I think, again, I'll say it, Brad, I'm getting closer and closer. We're going to make our official predictions for all the divisions in just a couple of weeks here. I'm gearing up to make it official that I think the Bengals are going to win the AFC North, barring any catastrophic preseason injuries here. They've got what it takes. We've seen it. The defense has got to be better with Dexter Lawrence and Boye Mafe and Jonathan Allen now upgraded up front. So, yeah, I mean, again, there is just a floor as to where this offense resides, and that is in the top 10 in the NFL. I'm going over on Burrow. I think you are very bold for taking the under here on his passing touchdowns and thinking that he's going to be healthy and he's going to hit the under. But that'll be good. It'll be a good debate to see how that plays out throughout the season. All right, let's get to Jared Goff. Let's go from the AFC North to the NFC North and the Lions. Jared Goff, his touchdown total, 29.5 with our friends at BetMGM. Here's the last couple of years for Goff in terms of the passing touchdowns. And remember, he has not missed a game in the last 4 years. 34, 37, 30, 29. It's at 29.5. You need 30 from Goff. Brad, over or under on Jared Goff?
I'm going to take the over here. And having Sam Laporta back, I think, is really key to this one cashing. I mean, I'm on rah. St. Brown is incredible. One of the best, all-around receivers in the game, just so reliable in the short to intermediate field, and he's really going to pile up the targets, the catches, and the appreciable yards after the catch. I love Jamison Williams, that having Laporta back on the field, hopefully, for all 17 games is going to be absolutely vital for this one to cash. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to make some splashy receptions and, add to the likelihood of this one cashing on the over. Detroit's defense, not too bad. But, the other downside with Goff is, I mean, he tears it up and the creature comforts of Ford Field, but he gets out there in the elements. Those, home and road splits are downright ugly. So he's got to show a little bit more consistency on the road. But, yeah, put it all together, 32, 33 passing touchdowns. Honestly, that might be the floor. And all we need is 30 to cash. I'll take the over.
Yeah, I will as well. Again, I'm just going to go with the consistency and the fact that in the last 4 years, he has done it 3 out of 4, and the one that he didn't, you would have got, hooked, but that's fine. I mean, look, I think for a large part, Jared Goff has played well enough to hit back on that. He can't throw. He's terrible outdoors, and right, you mentioned it, the home schedule and the away splits is a vast telling point, litmus test, but, just look at their schedule. Look at the away games at Buffalo, week 2 in September in Buffalo should be pretty nice. Shouldn't be terrible, though it's a Thursday night, so maybe it could be a little cold. Who knows? All right, maybe the jury's out on that one. At Carolina, week 4, Sunday night football in Carolina, again, should be pretty decent, but even if it's a cold, rainy day, all right, that could pose some struggles. At Arizona, week 5, indoors. At Miami, week 9, It's Miami in November. It's going to be nice. At Atlanta, week 13, indoors. At Minnesota, week 15, indoors. The last two you have to worry about are the last two games of the year. At Chicago on New Year's, the first week of the new year, and then at Green Bay. Yeah, those are going to be pretty brutal. But you would hope by then he's already cleared it, and maybe you need one or two in those final two games. Hopefully it's not Arctic freeze ruining Jared Goff's season-long total. But again, just the offense as it stands, the X's and O's, very familiar pieces that he's got all the world of chemistry with, and J-Mo and Amon-Ra and Jahmyr Gibbs. I know Isaac Tesla has had a really bad preseason so far. That's what a lot of people keep talking about. He had a bad game the other night. But still, you mentioned a healthy Laporta back, an offensive line that should have some cohesion and should be a little bit better than they were last year. I know Taylor Decker's gone, but I'm expecting Jared Goff to throw for at least 30 touchdowns, even if he only plays 15 games, because, he's just so consistent, and so is that offense. Let's move on, Brad, to a guy that you and I have debated heavily this offseason, so I can only imagine where this one is going. But Aaron Rodgers, in his final year in the NFL with the Pittsburgh Steelers, it is as low as I never thought I'd see this number for Aaron Rodgers. 20.5 touchdowns is the total this year. Brad, do you think Rodgers hits 20, or are you going under?
I think Old Man River is not a raging body of water. I think he is a serene stream. So again, I will live in the land down under on A-Rod at 20.5 passing touchdowns. I guess Men at Work is on break. It's a plus money, plus 100. There they are. They clocked in. Again, they put the Vegemite down. And they're finally picking up their instruments and doing what they're supposed to do. Plus 100. So a little, again, baby cities by the Jews on that 100 with A-Rod. Look, he's a 40-something quarterback. He, could be susceptible to injury. That is always a downside. Between the ears, he is still encyclopedic. One of the smartest quarterbacks I've ever played the game, and still just excelling in that area. Can the body to match? He's still got decent zip on the overall fastball. My concerns are this. He was number 21 in just completion percentage last year, number 22 in deep ball completion percentage. Yes, he was still number 8 in red zone completion percentage, but they may lean on the 1-2 punch of Rico Areda Dowdle and Jalen Warren on the ground this year. And the strength of schedule is the 7th hardest for a fantasy quarterback. Put it all together, man, I think it's like 20 on the dot, maybe 19 passing touchdowns. That is it. It is Aaron Rodgers, the game manager at this point in his career. Oh, a PCA leadoff home run.
Nice. Can't keep the Cubs excitement to yourself. I was like, whoa, what happened? What happened? But I know, hey, north side versus south side. Big week in Chicago, big week in the Windy City, especially for two teams. White Sox at the top of the division, crushing it, coming off a sweep of the Tigers. Cubbies trying to stay in the thick of things in the NL Central. 5 back of the Brewers. So yeah, Pete Crow Armstrong also trying to win National League MVP. Home run to begin the game in Wrigleyville, or at least begin the Cubs' offensive game. So nice. That was big. Yeah, look, I brought out the sledgehammer the last time we talked about Aaron Rodgers. I'm not going to call for it again. I was a madman. I went nuts. My entire face turned red. But I think you're nuts. I think he's going over. 24 touchdowns last year. Aaron Rodgers has never played a full, or at least 15 games in his career and gone under 20.5 touchdowns. I think he's going over. I know they got to get rid of the ball quickly, but I think them bringing in Michael Pittman to help out alongside DK Metcalf. We know how good of a pass-catching running back Jalen Warren can be. And I love me some Darnell Washington, so I'm going over again on Rodgers. Final one here, Brad. You want to talk about Jordan Love or Cam Ward?
No, let's talk about your boy Jordan Love. Cam Ward has got to prove it to me right now, but you kind of know where I'm going with my answer there, although that number is really low at 18.5. So give me the line on Jordan Love. Oh, and another home run! Back to back Jacks! Sit down, White Sox!
All right, hey, Jordan Love. The number on Jordan Love is 24.5, Brad. Last year, Jordan Love threw for 23. Now, remember, he's missed a couple games each of the last 2 years. Missed 2 games last season, missed 2 games in 2024, 23 touchdowns last year, 25 the year before that, 32 in his first full season in 2023. What do you think, Jordan Love over or under 24.5?
Under 24.5. I know you're going to go way over. You might say hello to our little friend. Look, I know he was number 9 in just completion percentage last season. Respectable number 11 in red zone completion percentage, but only mailed the pack number 15 in total red zone attempts. He's got to get on the same page with Matthew Golden. Looks like Golden's going to be lined up with Christian Watts, a lot of 2 wide receiver sets. So they got a ton of speed on the outside. We're going to see what version of Tucker Kraft's going to be when he returns to the lineup, and that's no guarantee he's going to be out there in week 1. Not the greatest strength of schedule at number 19 in terms of easiest, so you're talking about the 13th hardest in all of the NFL. Mike Lay's got him projected for 25, so he's got him barely over. Oh, maybe my Bears bias is bleeding through. 24, that's it for Jordan Love this season in northern Wisconsin. Pat, go ahead and say he's got to throw 50,000.
He's going to throw for at least 30, and maybe not. He might throw for 40 because I think he's going to win the MVP. So I would say, I would say Patty won, Patty needs, but we've got to get to break because we got Mike Hoss joining us next. So yeah, over for Jordan Love. And look, I mean, it's hard to predict. It's hard to predict injuries in the NFL, anybody, let alone quarterbacks. So again, he plays full 17-game season. He's going over it. But even if he misses 2 games, he plays 15 games again this year, he's still going way over. I think Jordan Love is going to have a monster season. 310-840-4910. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk to the voice of the New Orleans Saints. Mike Hoss joins us next. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I can be wrong about this, right? Again, like I'm not a doctor. So this is a little bit emotional by me, and I'm admitting that. They need to put this dude on ice. Like if I'm them, I wouldn't play him in week 1. I'm being serious right now. And I've got him in a bunch of dynasty leagues. I would like for the Cardinals to be fun this year. You can't risk playing this guy in week 1. Because if he's not 100% with a high ankle sprain and that lingers, like he's going to be ineffective the whole season. The high ankle sprain can be like a death sentence to a skill position player. Not that they're not going to play, but that they're not going to be able to play to their full capabilities. It's a disaster. Like, he needs to be on ice until he's 100% healthy. And my sense is, like they're saying they're hopeful he's going to play in the season opener. I can't say this with certitude. I can easily be wrong. My guess is he doesn't play. And if I were them, I wouldn't play him. I would not play him. And that sucks. That sucks to say. Because no one, unless your last name is Algier, like, let's be real, no disrespect to Tyler Algier, no one wants to watch week 1 Cardinals at Chargers to see Tyler Algier tote the rock 21 times. No one wants that. Like James Conner, great story. I don't need to see him with the ball 13 times in week 1. I don't want to see Trey Benson in a Cardinals uniform ever again. You know what I want to see? Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison and Michael Wilson and Trey McBride on what could be an exciting Arizona Cardinals offense. But no, 14 touches in the first preseason game, high ankle sprain. Great. Good stuff, guys. Great job, Mike LaFleur. Like, stellar bang-up work, Monty Ossenfort. Great job, guys. Ridiculous, right? I want them to be good. I would love it if their offense were fun. It would mean that we collectively are having more fun watching the NFL. But instead, maybe the most electric rookie at a skill position to come out of the draft this year now has a high ankle sprain. Unforced error. Like, all you have to slam it down the line for a point. Instead, they hit it into the net. Pathetic. Horrific. And it's things like this why bad teams stay bad. And I don't say that to be a jerk. I say it because it's true. He's right. That it is garbage. It would happen to no other star. He's correct. And in this day and age, right? And we talked about this earlier in the show, and I talked about AI a little bit, right? Where guys are coming back from injuries, and they're coming back faster than ever. They're coming back better than ever. Halliburton had all that time off. Like, Tatum came back during the season. You got the sense, and I don't know this for sure, but if the Pacers were really in the mix, would Halliburton have come back? Possibly, right? I mean, they tanked, so no. But, if they had been in the mix, could he have potentially? As a Knicks fan, I think that what I'm about to say should have added emphasis for you. This is a guy that you do not need to give any extra motivation to. He doesn't need a bigger chip on his shoulder. He doesn't need it. He is an assassin. And I really believe this. And it's not because, maybe it is because Indiana's a smaller market team. Maybe that is the answer. But it was not that long ago that this guy was still beating hearts out of the chests of teams and showing it to them like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. Like he did it to Giannis in Milwaukee. He did it to the Cavs. He did it to the Knicks. And he was maybe about to do it to Oklahoma City on the road in Game 7 of the Finals. This dude is a monster. Opening the season against Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen in New Orleans on local television. He's right. And I'll tell you, as a Knicks fan, it makes me nervous.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All righty, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. We're going to get back to your phone calls here in just a bit at 310-840-4910. But we go to the guest line now. We talked a lot of NFC South last hour. Talked a lot of New Orleans Saints. And who better to talk to than the play-by-play voice of the New Orleans Saints, Mike Hoss, who joins us now from WWL Radio. Exciting 2026 season coming up from New Orleans. A lot of folks excited, think that the Saints are going to take a big step forward. Mike, it's Brad and Pat. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
No problem. I'm doing well. Just wheels down here in Los Angeles for a week here with 2 joint practices and a preseason game. So yeah, it's been, we had joint practice last week, preseason game. It's 5 events in 10 days. I've been around this game a long time. I don't know that I've ever seen that. So we'll see what comes of it. Certainly the biggest news of the day would be in Jordan Tyson.
Yeah, and I know we're going to get to that. By the way, that's got to be good, right? That they flew you out with the team on Monday, basically a week ahead of that joint that preseason game. I would say it's a damn shame that the football offseason isn't in the dead of winter, because I can imagine spending a whole week in LA in January would be nice. I don't know if it beats NOLA in August, Mike, but either way, that's pretty exciting to be in LA for the whole week.
Yeah, well, the joint practices are what changes everything. If you didn't have the joint practices and you just had the game, we'd probably come up Thursday or Friday. But the joint practices changed everything. And yeah, when I left New Orleans this morning, we had a heat index of 113 to 115. I mean, dangerous, life-threatening heat indexes. And I landed here, and I felt bad, but I did it anyway. And I texted my wife that it was 71 degrees. I apologize, but yeah, it's but they've been here. They've been in California the last 2 years, where they spent time a month 2 years ago, 10 days last year. So this is part of their routine, and you get a lot done. You just get a lot done, and they got 2 joint practices, and so they got work to do.
My gosh, a heat index of 115. Oh, brutal. No, thoughts and prayers. Yeah, Mike, first preseason game in the books for the Saints, 24-20 loss to the Jags at the Superdome. Saints looked awesome, though, in the first half, leading 20-6 at the break. Not many starters, if at all, played, but a handful of very meaningful players on this roster did. Overall, what were your biggest takeaways from Saturday evening?
Well, like you're right, it was really good early and really good in the middle, and then kind of good at the end. But in between, a lot of quiet. To me, the takeaways are Zach Wilson, Barry Brown, Trey Palmer, who, when we're talking about these wide receivers, Bub Means, we haven't seen a lot of because of his injury situation. As we were looking at these guys on Saturday, Means, Brown, Trey Palmer, Cropper, Austin, all that group, we were thinking, all right, well, that's going to be a big battle for the number 4 spot. And then, because we thought Jordan might linger into the maybe regular season. So now everything kind of changes. And so you're really looking, it was a pretty deep wide receiver room. You're right. No starters played. We don't know the situation with Audric Estime because the Saints practiced today, but there was no availability. And also their second-round pick, Kristen Miller. So you learned today that your starting number 1 draft pick is going to be out for 2 months. So that's probably week 5. And we don't know about their number 2 pick, Kristen Miller. He hurt his shoulder. So it's just overall, it was positive. I think Zach Wilson really kind of, opened some eyes, and some of these wide receivers who maybe you weren't thinking about too much in that 4 and 5 role just moved up a notch. And so they got a lot of football to play before September 13th, and injuries have been an issue across the league. But, man, you just can't – you're going into a stretch right now where, you play your starters like they did in these joints, and you don't play them in the preseason game. But, man, it can get costly quickly.
Yeah, no question about it. Mike, let's talk about that injury and Jordan Tyson, who's going to miss the first 2 months of the year, or actually not the actual regular season, maybe the first 5 weeks, as you said, or maybe the first 4 weeks, with that hamstring setback. Reports over the weekend had surfaced that he was seeking multiple opinions, and he knew that was an extremely ominous sign. And, of course, we got the news that came down today. So, in your opinion, who's really got to step up in his absence, the first 4 games of the regular season for the Fleur-de-Lis at Detroit, at Baltimore, Las Vegas at home, and Atlanta at home as well? Is it Devon Vele? Is he got to be the hero? Somebody else? What are your thoughts of who's got to rise the occasion?
Yeah, he's there.
Tyson out.
Yeah, I mean, I think first we have, because of the hope that Tyler Shuck gave this team in the second half. To me, I want no pressure on it. I want Tyler to give the ball to Travis Etienne and Alvin Kamara, and hopefully get Kendre Miller and Devin. But this needs to be a running football team. If we're going to put everything on the shoulders of Tyler Shuck and young wide receivers, then that's not what this team needs to do. They need to figure out a way to run the ball. They were 31st, 3.7 yards a carry. I don't care if you do that. I don't really care what the next question is. Because if you can't run the ball, you're putting too much pressure on your pass game. So you're still going to have Chris Olave, you're going to have Vele, and then it becomes. And I really think Bryce Lance, who's a little banged up, didn't play, but Barry Brown's been unbelievably impressive from a wide receiver standpoint. When we thought really just kind of a return specialist, Trey Palmer, whom they got, he's a local kid they got from Tampa Bay. He's only got 4 touchdowns, but 2 of them came against New Orleans. And he played really well. And it is a deep room. So I think in their top 4, Vele, Palmer, Olave, Means, Barry and Brown, you got Kevin Austin, a guy who's played before. So I feel like they're going to be okay. I just don't want it to be like, it's like, I think that position is important, but I felt like they got way better at the running back position and at tight end. The tight end position was not a weapon last year. It was a room, but it wasn't a weapon. And bringing in Travis Etienne and bringing back Alvin, because, that's an awesome situation, because we had Kendre Miller and Devin Neal running backs. When they were talking about bringing back Alvin, they were like, well, we don't need Alvin, but look who we got. I go, well, that's the running back room in May. Let me see the running back room in September, because Miller and Neal have had injury problems, and here we are. So I think Alvin coming back, but to me, you get Oscar Delp, Zara Mitchell-Payton, Juwan Johnson, Mataval, the tight end. That tight end room is going to be, to me, where the slack gets picked up. Not so much in who's the fifth wide receiver until Jordan comes back, or the fourth. Running back and tight end, way more key to me in this offense, and really the hope that is there is from that. It has to come from those positions.
Well, Mike, that's a perfect segue, because my next question was about Juwan Johnson, one of those potential standout tight ends. I think he's another player who could really benefit in target share due to Tyson's 2-month absence. Candidly, the tight end is one of my favorite deep sleepers this season in fantasy football drafts. Educate our audience on what Juwan Johnson brings to the table and possibly how valuable he will be in Kellen Moore's offense.
Well, I think what makes him better, first off, he's a former wide receiver turned tight end. So he's 6'4", 245, but he's a wide receiver. So he has moves that other tight ends don't have. But he's kind of been on an island. They haven't had a lot of guys around him. And so, that's the way this offense has been. If you can, all right, we'll take care of Alvin. We'll take care of Olave. We'll take care of Juwan. We're good. But now you bring in Noah Fant, UFA from Cincinnati. He's got experience. Zara Mitchell-Payton from Baltimore. Maliki Mataval, who they drafted last year. Then you draft a tight end in the third round, which for the Saints, that's massive. And so I think it's the people around Juwan. Juwan's phenomenal. I think for the first time, we will see seam routes with the tight end. It used to be just Drew to Jimmy Graham, Drew to any tight end, right? And we didn't see that for a long time. We didn't see back shoulders. I think that room, Juwan will not have to face as much pressure as he has, because he's got Noah Fant and Delp and Payton. They'll probably, because of the situation, Jordan could go on IR, and now you might keep 4 tight ends. But Juwan, to me, he only had 3 touchdowns last year, but he had almost 900 yards receptions, and that's a guy who's being doubled because he's the only guy out there. So the room itself so much better, which in my world will make Juwan so much better. I think Tyler could wake up in the middle of the night, look to the left of the room, and find Juwan Johnson. He knows where Juwan is going to be. He's his escape valve. And they had some huge pickups last year and great connections. They spent the offseason together with the wide receivers and tight ends. So, it's preseason is preseason. None of these guys we're talking about played on Saturday. So it's a better room, and Juwan's going to be better because of the people around him.
Nice.
We're talking to Mike Hoss here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Mike is the Saints play-by-play voice on WWL Radio. You can find him on Twitter at MikeHossCom, C-O-M-M. Again, that is on Twitter. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're talking all things New Orleans Saints. Mentioning the tight end room here, and I know he was a hybrid player, but, kind of played most of his time at tight end the last couple of years. Did you want to see Taysom Hill back for another year, Mike? Did the two sides ever get close to a one final reunion, or was that never really in the cards?
I don't feel like it was. Taysom's the most amazing person, from BYU. Green Bay waived him in 2017, and Packer fans are still pissed. 2017, they waived Taysom Hill, right? They're still mad. He's just a guy that goes, hey, which wall do you want me to run through? But his body has been through a lot. And, he had a birthday. What is today? His birthday's August 23rd. And so,
next week,
I think if anybody picks him up, it's going to be Sean. He wasn't. His body just is broken down. So I don't think it really was ever. And they probably talked about it, but I don't think it was really ever got to a serious point, because he wasn't the decoy that he once was. He did play tight end, but he could still throw it. He still ran QB power, but he really wasn't as effective, and he wasn't the decoy that he once was. But he played so many things. He was your protector on punt. He was everything. So you had to replace him with like 6 guys on the roster who were going to play where Taysom was. But no, he's a great guy and did a lot for this franchise. I just don't think that not like a Cam and an Alvin where it was, hey, one more for the road, one more for the team.
Yeah.
I don't feel that was the situation with Taysom.
Mike, I don't want to put you in a tough spot, but just going back here to Jordan Tyson with the injury news being the big news of the day and that he's going to miss, expected to miss at least 2 months, do you think taking Jordan Tyson was maybe too big of a risk? Again, he had a pretty long list of injuries throughout his college career, and reportedly it was something that kind of popped up before the draft that Jordan Tyson was managing. So do you think that was maybe too big of a risk, especially at number 8 overall?
Yeah, there's two sides of that fence, baby, and there ain't nobody in the middle. The people who said you should never have drafted him, he's too injury prone, are going, I told you so. And the people who didn't, we had 10 practices where he was outstanding, right? You're right. He had something that popped up in the off season. They used him a little in the first day of rookie minicamp. Then we didn't see him. So he's had 2 months off really since that point. So I don't know. I didn't see the injury. I was watching defense with Jacksonville. And so, but the people who saw it said it was like nothing, right? It was nothing. His knee he got his toe caught. Now, Kellen initially said it's not in relation to the college injury and the injuries he's had, but it's a problem. These guys are Maseratis. They're fine-tuned, machines. But I don't know. I hope not. I hope it's not a continual problem. But it's been a problem, right? It was a problem pre-draft. It came up in training camp, and here we are. So you hope he can fight a way through it. But yeah, there's no middle of the fence on this. You either are pro Jordan Tyson, he's an amazing talent, and without the injuries would have gone probably top 5. Or you're on the other side of the fence going, you never should have taken this guy. And so time will tell. I hope the naysayers are wrong.
Yeah, and Pat and I both believe they will be eventually because that guy is just exceptional, especially in red zone situations. Mike, you already touched on this a little bit. Let's dig a little bit deeper into the backfield. Alvin Kamara is back with the franchise, but he's sure to take a back seat to Travis Etienne, the artist formerly known as Travis Etienne, for those listeners unaware of the proper pronunciation of his last name. How do you sense the split between Etienne and also Kamara this season? Is it going to be 80-20 in favor of Etienne over Kamara, or is there a possibility that you're going to see both these guys on the field at the same time? So I'm just curious how Kellen Moore plans on using these two, whether in similar packages or just in separate instances.
I think it's Travis's. I think 80-20 is too much. It's Travis's backfield, and Alvin knows that. He re-signed knowing his role would be different, just like Cam. What Travis brings is explosiveness that this team has not had, right? So since he came into the league, he's had 23 explosive runs, and that was in 2022. He came into the league, 23 explosive runs. His average explosive run is 40 yards. The Saints as a team since 2022 have had 23 explosive runs. So that's what they needed. They need somebody who can pop one for 40, 50, 60, and they haven't had that. They've had, popping a guy, Audric Estime had the longest run of a running back last year, was 32 yards. So I think you'll see them in the backfield together some. I think Kellen will look at who's got the hot hand. Alvin's a great receiver, but the screen pass that kind of made him so dominant during the years, when again, if that's all you got to take away, because there really wasn't a whole lot else back there, it's much easier. But now if they're both back there, you're in a pony situation, pro set, one goes one way, one goes the other, you got problems. Now they're both good blockers, but I to me, that's why you bring Alvin back, because you got Kendre Miller, who's a 3rd-round pick, who's got a back injury. Devin Neal was a 6th-round pick last year, who just haven't been, Kendre especially haven't been reliable enough. So I think you're gonna see them both. I think maybe more 60-40, 7-65, 35, something like that. And then and Alvin said he feeds off of a running back like a Mark Ingram. He's never really had that, right? He had to feed off like Mike Thomas. He's never had a guy in the backfield since Mark Ingram. So I think this backfield is unbelievable. I like Audric Estime if he can be healthy, but they need him. And they went on the field Saturday with Estime, Ty Chandler, and C.J. Donaldson, and then Estime got hurt. So I think just the ability with Achane in the backfield to pop one. By the way, of the 23 that the Saints had since 22, I think Taysom has like 7 of them, right? And, most of the guys aren't even on the roster anymore. So I think you'll see both, but it's Travis's backfield. But Alvin comes in, breaks 2 or 3 for 20, you're going to see more Alvin, who might be more of a hot hand kind of thing.
We're talking to Mike Haas for another 2-3 minutes here on BetMGM tonight. The radio play-by-play voice for the New Orleans Saints on WWL Radio. Talking all things Saints here for another 2 or 3 minutes. Mike, do you think Tyler Shuck takes a big step forward in year 2? Obviously, all Saints fans are hoping to see that. So if you think that big step forward is coming, what would be the biggest reasoning for expecting that?
I think just overall command of the offense. At this point last year, so we were counting passes, counting completions. He and Spencer Rattler, 6 of 8. Oh, he was 7 of 9 today. Is that daily grind of battling for the starting position? That's exactly where we were a year ago, right now. And so, but this offseason, they went to San Diego with the wide receivers, practiced at Tulane, worked out with Drew. He was the guy from minute one. And so to me, that's half the battle right there. You feel it on the field. He's rolling out. He's pointing. He's directing traffic. He's mature enough from an age standpoint. So, but it's been his team. He knows these guys now. He didn't know them last year. He spent time with them in the off season. So that's one reason. To me, his ability to run, and I'm not a huge fan of a running quarterback, but if you're going to run the read option, the Saints have had no threat at read option since, 2006, 2005. I don't know. Drew didn't run read option, right? So Tyler can really run it, and he can pull it. He can pull it down and run. His rushing touchdowns. He had 3 rushing touchdowns. So it's just having that threat. That's point 2. So the threat of read option. He's got better command, and quite frankly, his percentage throwing the ball, he was 68%. He had 6 picks, and people go, he had 6 picks. Go look at the 6 picks. 2 of them were fourth quarter. Game was over. It was a Hail Mary. You weren't going to win the game anyway. 2 of them were complete miscommunications, which may have been the wide receiver's fault. One was the defensive back took it away from Chris Olave. It was like 5 of those interceptions could have easily been 1. And so I think he's smart with the football, the read option, his ability to run, and just his overall command. So I'm not looking for massive steps in Tyler. Do what you did last year. If you keep doing that and hand the ball off to Travis Achane and Alvin Kamara and throw it to, Oscar Delp and Juwan Johnson. I want to take last year in those games that he won 4 of the last 5, 4 in a row, he was throwing to guys who are no longer in the league. His backfield are guys that are not on this team anymore, except for Audric Estime. He had a backup offensive line. In week 18, he had 4 wide receivers. He had nobody, and they won 4 of their final 5. So just do what you did last year. I'm not looking for massive jumps. Keep the offensive line healthy, which everybody says that. It's not easy to do. He's got more weapons at wide receiver, more weapons at running back, more weapons at tight end. So just be Tyler. Tyler's good enough for me right now.
That's good stuff. Great stuff. Mike, we appreciate your time so much, man. Thanks so much for joining us. Enjoy the week in Los Angeles and not a 115-degree heat index in New Orleans, but I know you can't wait to be back in the Big Easy in the Superdome soon for the home opener. So we appreciate the time so much, and I hope to catch up with you soon.
Anytime, fellas. But yet, I will say the Superdome home opener, September 27th. We are
That's
on the
wild.
road for 2 preseason games. Start the season on the road. September 27th is our first home game. What? So I'm looking forward to it. But we got a little ways in between.
Thanks,
That's all right.
Mike.
Plenty. Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Anytime,
Plenty of
fellas.
exciting football,
You
though.
bet.
Yeah, plenty of exciting football either way. Appreciate it. There it is. Mike Hoss, the radio play-by-play voice for the New Orleans Saints. All right, we got to grab a break here. 310-840-4910. We'll get you caught up on everything going on tonight in baseball when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
There's no downside to this. It's an A-plus move by the Dallas Cowboys. And I think if we want to assess this just from Von Miller's perspective, I think it shows that there's a lot of optimism around the Cowboys this year. Now, Von chose the Washington Commanders last year, and remember, because it seems crazy in hindsight given the season that the Commanders had. But Washington was coming off a berth in the NFC Championship game in Jaden Daniels' rookie year. So Von Miller, at the end of his career, obviously won a ring in 2015, Super Bowl 50 MVP with the Denver Broncos. He'd like to win another championship. He felt that he might be the missing piece for the Commanders, and, obviously that was not meant to be last year for a host of reasons, most notably the health of Jaden Daniels. Now, this is a vote of confidence in the Dallas Cowboys. And yes, Von Miller is from Texas. Yes, he played collegiately at Texas A&M, so I'm sure there's an appeal there for Von Miller to play for Dallas, play for the Cowboys, play with the star on his helmet. But I think this is a vote of confidence in what the Cowboys can do this year. And obviously, he thinks so, or else I don't think he would have gone to Dallas to play for the Cowboys. And I'll keep saying it. Dallas to make the playoffs at BetMGM, our show sponsor, even money plus 100. I like that bet for Dallas to make the playoffs. It does scare me. It actually scares me quite a bit that a lot of people agree on Dallas. And I've been pounding this drum for months. Since even before the NFL draft when Dallas had the 2 first-round picks and they got Caleb Downs and they got Malachi Lawrence. I've been in on the Dallas Cowboys. It scares me that a lot of people feel the same way. But sometimes in sports, and sometimes in life, everybody is just correct. And I feel like everybody's going to be correct on the 2 Texas teams, the Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans. A lot of people love the Texans this season.
Rightly slotted on the odds board given the uncertainty of a roster that has been cobbled together. Because Lane Kiffin had a little bit of a first mover advantage with the way he was able to utilize the transfer portal at Ole Miss, it is okay to afford some benefit of the doubt and say he flipped his roster at Ole Miss every single season and had them win in 9, 10, 11 games. That's some of the Lane Kiffin era at Ole Miss is one of the peaks in that school's 100-plus year history. So if you want to say, hey, look, he's going to go and he's got a roster that I think is even more talented than what he had at Ole Miss, the only thing is combustibility. It is the Lane train, and it is Lane Kiffin, and the schedule is brutal. A lot of really, really tricky spots on there. I am on the heavier side because these 2 reasons, and it's entirely personnel-based. I think they loaded up the wide receiver room. You mentioned Sam Levitt. I think that what they've got in terms of what he can throw to is absolutely dynamic. I am a little worried about the run game in terms of like a national championship contender. If you were to try to do, confidence and concerns, making sure that they're going to be able to run the football better after they were woeful doing that last year. I mean, really the last 2 seasons of LSU football, are one of the reasons why fans are so excited for Lane Kiffin, because this team didn't even score 30 points most days. And Lane Kiffin had Ole Miss putting up 30, 40 points regularly, whether you had a Jackson Dart, whether you had a Trinidad Chambliss. So Sam Leavitt, dynamic wide receivers. I think this offense is going to get up and go. I love their pass rushers. I think they'll be able to get after the passer. And so those are things personnel-wise that does have me leaning on the side of being more optimistic. I'm over on their win total. I do think they're going to be in the mix for one of those last playoff spots when you see me fill out a projected bracket. But what does that mean? It means they're 10th, right? It means they're 9th. It means they're probably the 3rd or 4th team in the SEC in terms of the pecking order. To me, that is a rightly rated for the questions they have to answer, the combustibility factor, but also the high talent level at positions that matter to me, which include those pass catching positions and the edge rusher.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Baseball update, our segment, Let's Go Streaking. We are a perfect 3 for 3 already. All we got left is our pair of Dodgers hitters. I got Shohei Ohtani. They just did start at Coors Field in Colorado, and Shohei did ground out in his first at-bat. And then who's got Max Muncy? Our guy Zach, filling in for Brandon Combs, has Max Muncy. But Brad, Nico Horner already got you a knock. Monty, Bobby Witt already got you a knock. And for Lee, Jack Caglione already got him a knock. So the boys are looking good for a chance to go 5 out of 5 with our Let's Go Streaking picks. Speaking of Nico Horner and your Cubbies, Brad, what's going on the north side of Chicago? You got the Chicago battle, White Sox, Cubbies, plenty of playoff implications. What's the latest?
Well, the game started out with a bang as the Cubs, first man up, first pitch for Chicago. Gonzo, that was PCA, solo shot. Then Seiya Suzuki, back-to-back jacks. He went yard. So the Cubs still up 2-0 right now, though Alex Bregman just doubled. 1 out, bottom of third, Ian Happ up, 1-1 count against the struggling Luis Castillo. So go Cubs, go.
Yes, sir. So there you go. Cubbies up 2-0. Red Sox crushing the Diamondbacks 7-0. And the big news, we're going to touch on it a little bit later on in the show, but while we have just about a minute here now, that was a potential trade link up, the Red Sox and the Diamondbacks. Boston was reportedly going to make an offer for Ketel Marte. Bob Nightingale saying, part of the reason why, how about this news that just came down within the last 30 minutes? The Diamondbacks placed Ketel Marte on the restricted list after the infielder failed to show up for tonight's game against Boston. Diamondbacks have not given a reason for the move after delaying posting their starting lineup until about 15 minutes before first pitch. I think all we know is that physically he is okay. This could be the end of Ketel Marte's time in the desert, Brad, and this does not sound great.
And the timing's terrible because Arizona right now in the hunt for the wild card spot, they're only a game out. And Ketel Marte was batting cleanup tonight. It's going to be the starting DH. Absolutely key bat in that starting lineup. Just was a no-show to work. We don't know the reason why. We don't know the motivation. Is he disgruntled? Is he not feeling well? Did he go out and party last night? He's like, I'm just not going in. I'm not going to call sick. I'm just not going to show up. Like, what's going on, Marte?
Yeah.
This is madness, and it's terrible timing, to say the least.
And we know that his late mother has played a factor in some of his on-field turmoils and times of battling mental health that we've seen. So this is a developing story. But, Brad, we got to bid you adieu, brother. Solo portion coming up next. BetMGM Tonight.
I want Jackson Dart to be good. Desperately want him to be good. I don't blindly defend him or the Giants organization. I said it, and a lot of people got really mad. It's not a political commentary, even though people want to take it as such. I didn't like Dart getting involved with the president. Whether the president is Republican or Democrat, I didn't think it was a good look for Dart. You can disagree. It's a free country. That's great. So I have not blindly defended Jackson Dart, but I'll defend him here. I didn't like that. I didn't think there was any reason for him to go get checked for a concussion. And I do think that part of this is residue left over from last year and the narrative around him. And we can have a conversation as to whether it's a narrative or whether it's reality. The proof will be in the pudding this season, where if he has to miss games with concussions, then it is now a story. For now, this feels like residue left over from last year. And I did not love that from the NFL. Even if you want to claim, say, well, let's make sure, and let's make sure he's good, and we don't want to mess around with brain injuries. I get it. Just ask yourself this question. Let's make this less of a, do we want to check for brain injuries? And more, if it were Sam Darnold that took that hit. Is he going to Blue Medical Tent? Is he? Is that fair? If it were Tyler Shuck that took that hit, Blue Medical Tent? I'm not so sure.
The team that has a national championship winning coach, a Heisman finalist quarterback, and a player who could have been NFL ready from the day he set foot on campus. It is the Ohio State Buckeyes. When you've got Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Day, loaded staff, their questions are still there. I've got a couple, interior offensive line is good. Tackles, we just have some proven to do, including utilizing the transfer portal. Defense lost a ton, Caleb Downs and more, but I kind of like the way that they backfilled. Great story here from inside Ohio State. So Ohio State has 2 transfers from Alabama. Caleb Downs basically gave him the scouting report. He goes to coach. He's like, Coach, I know that I'm on my way out the door, but I care about Ohio State being great. And these guys are not being utilized and can be better in our program. I mean, Caleb Downs has been one of my favorite players to watch just based on what he's done. But everything I've heard about that young man and the way he's handled himself, I mean, I will continue. I don't really have a favorite NFL team. I'm still college brain on most Sundays. I can't ride those highs and lows. I got work to do, Nick. But I will cheer for Caleb Downs because I think Ohio State doesn't utilize the portal a lot. But when they do, it's to get a player like Caleb Downs or to get someone who can really help them be better. Right now, I've got Ohio State as my number 1 team. But we get that game on the road in Austin. They beat that talent-rich Texas team in their own house. Hell yeah, you are the number 1. But referendum. They've also got to prove it against another team in Texas that I think a lot of people would put as their number 1 as well.
of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means, as always, for the final 2 hours every night, Monday through Friday, you heard the man. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark. 2 solo hours taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Fun show so far. It has flown by. Huge thanks to Mike Hoss, the play-by-play voice of the New Orleans Saints, for joining us. You can go back on the Odyssey app and check that out after the show ends. Don't forget, download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts in case you can't listen to us or watch us live. And if you want to get aboard the phone lines, it's 310-840-4910. We talked about it earlier. I've got some more thoughts on it. I think it's right now for maybe the next day or two. I think it's the biggest story in all of baseball. We still have the pennant, the division races that are going on. We still got the National League MVP race that is going on. Pete Crow Armstrong already has a home run tonight for the Cubbies. Shohei Ohtani batting leadoff at Coors Field. He could have 5 home runs in the next 3 games. But right now, the biggest story in all of baseball is Paul Skeens. And I think the Pittsburgh Pirates should shut Paul Skeens down for the rest of the season to prioritize his health and to prioritize their future endeavors, whether they plan on keeping him on the roster for the foreseeable future and giving him a big fat contract extension, or if they ultimately plan on trading him, because let's not forget, Bob Nutting is your owner. And whether there's a salary cap coming to baseball or not, that's still maybe a couple years down the road for a potential Paul Skeens extension, and if he's going to be in the Pirates for the rest of his career or not. But either way, for the immediate future of his health and your franchise's health, the Pirates should shut Paul Skeens down for the rest of the year. 310-840-4910. Now, I'm sure you've heard by now, even if you've only casually paid attention to baseball this year outside of your own team, I'm sure you've heard by now the dip in velocity for Paul Skeens, the struggles that he has endured this season. I mean, and look, and for any pitcher in baseball that's not named Paul Skeens or Tarek Skubal, having an ERA of 3.88, that's not bad. But when you're Paul Skeens and you were the National League Rookie of the Year in 2024, and then you were the Cy Young Award winner last year, yeah, your ERA jumping nearly 2 full points, yeah, that's kind of a warning sign. That's kind of a red flag. But it's not just the fact that he hasn't been that great this year with his stuff and his command. It's the fact that Paul Skeens doesn't have his fireball. And again, that's become pretty apparent throughout this season. And in his last start, which was like really the wake-up call for anybody that was dismissing Paul Skeens' drop in velocity as, oh, no, it's not a big deal. It's just a little bit of fatigue. No. Paul Skeens failed to touch 97 miles an hour in his last start last week. And the average fastball velo, which was just over 96, was the lowest of his entire career. It's been a very gradual decrease in the fastball velocity. Now, again, averaging over 96 miles an hour for the entire start, again, that's something that 99% of starting pitchers would want to have. That's a problem they'd want to have. Well, Paul Skeens, whose fastball 2 years ago in his rookie season averaged over 98 miles an hour, and he's routinely hitting triple digits, 101, 102. I mean, it looks right now like Paul Skeens will never touch 100 miles an hour again in his life. And this isn't like this is a guy that is, that is 27, 28 years old. Paul Skeens is 24. And he's 6'6", 250 pounds. Like, he's built like a tank. More on that in just a bit. At least he looks like he's built like a tank with his jersey on. But last start that Paul Skeens made last week, he threw just 65 pitches against the Miami Marlins. Exited after 5 innings. And you're thinking, oh, well, Paul Skeens must have gotten rocked, right? Nope. 5 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run allowed. It was a solo home run. 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. Now, again, the strikeout numbers are a bit alarming because of the fastball velo, but still, not like he pitched bad or poorly. But he left the game after 5 innings. It was a 2-0 game. They lost 2-0. He was at 65 pitches. Paul Skeens threw 93 pitches the start before that. 100 pitches at least in the 3 starts before that. He was throwing 100 pitches in almost every single start in the month of June. Well, after the game last Tuesday against the Marlins, and I even gave him a little bit more credit. Excuse me. That fastball average velo last Tuesday against the Marlins was 95.7. So that's pretty alarming. And Pirates manager Don Kelly saying wasn't injury related. Just thought it was for the betterment of the team. Okay. And then the news yesterday that the Pirates will move Paul Skeens' next scheduled start back 3 days. Not a day, not 2, 3 days. That's more than half the time you would spend between starts. They've moved him back 3 days. He was supposed to pitch yesterday against the Red Sox. Paul Skeens is now not going to pitch until Wednesday. And Don Kelly again stressed that the move was not injury related. And Paul Skeens said, quote, ultimately it was Donnie's decision. But we had talked about it. And like I said after the last start, I'll have his back on whatever that is. I don't necessarily disagree with the decision either. That's the eye opener right there. I don't necessarily disagree with the decision either. Paul Skeens is screaming out for help. He's crying out for help. He's telling you, me, and everybody, I don't have it right now. I don't have it. Again, if there was even the slightest bit of injury to Paul Skeens, he would have been shut down already. He would have flexor strain, forearm strain, inflammation, shoulder pain. So nothing. There's no injury. He's not hurt. In terms of his health, from what the Pirates have told us, he's 100%. And why at this point would they continue to lie about it if there was? I mean, they would put him on the IL. They would scratch him from the start. They pulled him after 5 innings. Wasn't hurt. They pushed his start back 3 days. I mean, so if they're lying, if they're just not being truthful or not being open about a potential injury, he would just be scratched from the start. He wouldn't be pushed back. So I don't think he's hurt. I think this is Paul Skeens is just gassed. I think he's fatigued. I think his season needs to end before he does pitch compromised, tries to get that velo up to 97, 98, 99, and then hurts himself. Or he's overworking himself because he's physically tired, and that's when an injury happens. I mean, because again, even at the top levels of professional baseball, no matter what it is, when you're tired, that's when injuries could happen. Again, you're not using your legs as much. You're overcompensating by using your arm. Bang. That's when you get a little flexor strain. That's when you maybe get a little bit of a tear there. A little bit of a tear would be the worst possible thing imaginable right now. Like the worst case scenario for the Pirates is not that they missed the playoffs. I mean, they're 6.5 games back of the final wild card spot. The worst case scenario is what is becoming a season that started out with some optimism and some hope, and now it looks like they're going to miss the playoffs. The only thing that can make this worse is then if Paul Skeens goes out, picks up an injury again. Rest in peace to the late, great Tommy John. God forbid Paul Skeens needs Tommy John surgery. Or has to go under the knife because he's pitching fatigued, he's pitching compromised, he's pitching physically exhausted and picks up an injury, and now you lose him for the entirety of 2027. Whether or not you think there's going to be a baseball season or a lockout or we might miss 40 games or 80, it does not matter. As of now, there's baseball in 2027. The only thing that can make this worse is if the Pirates have to have Paul Skeens on the shelf for 2027, no matter how many freaking games we're playing. Shut him down. Let's be real. Are the Pirates making the playoffs? No. And I know that might be a tough pill to swallow for Pirates fans. And that's why, look, if I'm Ben Cherington, the GM, who, by the way, I don't know what kind of PR spin is he trying to put on, saying, I think Paul Skeens has had an excellent season. Come on. Ooh. What do you think? Look, Bob Nutting, the owner, might treat the fans like idiots at times. Pirates fans, come on, stop. Pirates fans are not stupid. Baseball fans are not stupid. Paul Skeens was utterly dominant, nearly untouchable for his first 2 seasons in his big league career. His ERA has jumped 2 points, and his fastball velo is down over 2 miles an hour on average. Don't tell you and me that he's having an excellent season. Get lost. But I know it's probably a tough pill to swallow right now for Ben Cherington, who probably is when there's no mics in front of his face and the door is closed in his office. He's probably freaking out. He is probably scratching and clawing, ripping his hair out of his head. He's probably leaving claw marks in his desk, figuring out what the hell has happened to my ace. What the hell has happened to my $500 million potential investment of a starting pitcher? Because nobody knows what's wrong, other than everything that's presenting itself. So really, the Pirates, they're just risking injury at this point. Why are you pushing his start back 3 days? Just shut him down for the rest of the year. I mean, at most, he's scheduled to make, another 7 starts? Even if you win all 7 of Paul Skeens' starts, are the Pirates making the playoffs? Probably not. Almost certainly not. I mean, you're 16 and a half games back in the division. You're 6.5 back of the last spot in the wild card, where there's 5 teams ahead of you. That's one thing if you have to catch one team. The Pirates have to jump over 6 teams. They're done. It's toast. Most years, Pirates baseball the last few years, the season's over by July 1st. You made it to the middle of August with a little bit of hope left. Barely, a glimmer. Shut Paul Skeens down for the rest of the season. I wouldn't even let him start on Wednesday, but if he does against the Tigers, that should be his final start of the season. And again, even then, I think it's too much. I wouldn't let him go out there on the mound where he's hearing all the noise. He knows the critics are out. He hears everybody talking about his fastball. He sees people now making fun of him and criticizing him, saying he needs to get in better shape for his pictures with Livy Dunn on Miami Beach the day after that start. Paul Skeens says, I'll prove it to these people. I'll show them. I still got 98, 99. Using all of his arm. Picks up an injury. That's the worst thing that could happen. I wouldn't even let him pitch on Wednesday. Shut him down now. 310-840-4910. And here's the other thing. So that picture that surfaces. He pitches Tuesday night in Miami. They lose to the Marlins again. He exits after 5 innings with just 65 pitches. Wednesday afternoon, they spot him and Livy Dunn, his girlfriend, the all-American gymnast, LSU, and she's millions of followers on social media. I couldn't even tell you if Livy Dunn's still not doing gymnastic, I couldn't tell you what she does, but she's made more money in her lifetime than I'll ever make in mine. And she's absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, they've been together for about a year at least, if not longer. They're a power couple. They're on the beach in Miami on Wednesday. And that has become just as loud as the noise of Paul Skeens' play and his pitching this year. And we're going to get to why he might be fatigued, why his performance might be suffering. But for anybody that looked at that picture of Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn and criticized Paul Skeens for having a dad bod, and if you're watching the show live on YouTube or on Twitter right now, you could see the picture. He's got a gut. He's got a dad bod gut. Other than that, he's a specimen. So he's got a bit of a belly. The guy is 6'6", 250 pounds. And he plays baseball. Do we not remember what Bartolo Colon looked like? What David Ortiz looked like? What several Hall of Fame baseball players, pitchers or hitters, it doesn't matter what they looked like. And people have the nerve to criticize Paul Skeens. Grown men commenting on Paul Skeens. I saw a tweet and it was like, you have Livy Dunn in this picture. and you're deciding instead to focus and comment on what Paul Skeens looks like. It's an interesting take. It's an interesting thing to point out. Again, if Paul Skeens put on some weight here in the last year, who cares? Who cares? Literally, who cares? I think there's a lot of people that are millions of guys that are just jealous that Paul Skeens, for the last 2 years, was the second, if not the best pitcher on the planet. Throws gas, and gets to go home to Livy Dunn. Yeah, the jealousy's real. And for people, that's what he's spending his Wednesday afternoon doing. He's on the beach. Maybe he should be getting better. What do you? The day after you pitch, most pitchers will run a flush run and they'll do a bit of a workout. But you're managing all the soreness. You're a little bit of extra continued icing and heating. What, Paul Skeens had to do that for 12 hours straight. He couldn't have an afternoon with his girlfriend. Like, again, some of you people need to get a life, man. Some of you people need to get a freaking life. And I'm probably wrong on the timeline, by the way. Shout out to video producer Monty for pointing out in the show chat. Pretty sure they've been together since college, Monty says. Yeah, I mean, they both went to LSU, so yeah, you're probably right. It's not been a year. I feel like they kind of, blew up and became like baseball's power couple a year ago. But yeah, they've been together for a while. So again, the velocity is concerning. It's alarming. I would shut him down for the season. I would say on the surface, I don't think his weight, if he's gained some weight, I know there's some people chiming in, like he's definitely put on at least 10 pounds. Again, a lot of the times for a pitcher, that's good. Like, that's not a bad thing. More weight, more mass, more force. What's the equation? Mass times force equals velocity? Mass times acceleration equals velocity, whatever the hell the equation. You know what it means. He put on 10 pounds. What's the worst day? He throws harder, probably. But maybe it is the weight gain, not intentional. Maybe it is a lack of dieting. And again, it's baseball, so 99% of the time, I wouldn't even think twice. It wouldn't matter. Who cares? Bartolo Colon was a blimp, and the guy made a freaking 15-year career pitching, looking like that. And he's a legend. Shout out Bartolo Colon. But, I mean, come on. Just take a look at him. Maybe it is because of really poor dieting. Maybe it's because of lack of working out. And again, Major League Baseball pitchers during the season, you don't work out a lot. It's a constant grind of just recovery and rest and recovery and getting ready for your next start. Yeah, you do some light working out, some light lifting weights, but you're not like trying to PR on your squat in June. And so much of it is cardio based. So you're going to gain some weight throughout the season. You're going to lose some muscle throughout the season. That's what you spend all winter and spring training doing, bulking up, putting on mass and muscle, so that when the season starts, it's a 6-month freaking grind. You want to stay in shape. You want to have good cardio, but like, you're not ripping the weights. You can't, especially not as a pitcher. But I do wonder, maybe Paul Skeens is simply not worked as hard this year. Because, look, I do feel for him, and it is really, really strange how this has happened. People are saying, oh, it's dead arm. I mean, come on, the guy's 24. It's not like he's throwing 250 innings a year. Like, yeah, last year, Skeens threw 187 and 2/3 innings. He made 32 starts. It's not like he's throwing 240 innings. I mean, come on, the days of that are over. He has thrown as many innings this year as he did in his rookie season, when he didn't get called up until a couple of weeks into the year. So it shouldn't be anything about the toll on his arm this year. But then again, he did pitch in the World Baseball Classic twice, including in the semifinals against the DR. And so he had to be ramped up in March, whereas normally you're getting ramped up at the end of March, early April. He had to be ramped up in the beginning of March. And maybe that extra month, maybe that took a toll on him. But again, he wouldn't be the first starting pitcher to ever pitch in the World Baseball Classic before the year and then pitch the entire season. But maybe that's a factor. Whether that's fair or not, maybe whether that shrouds him from criticism or not, that has to be a factor. Maybe he hasn't been working as hard in between starts on his normal recovery. Maybe he hasn't been taking his diet and his nutrition as seriously as he has the first 2 years. So I don't think he's, again, invisible or invincible from criticism. There's obviously something going on. And you could say to yourself, for a lot of people thinking, well, maybe mental health, maybe he's depressed. Maybe there's other stuff going on in his life right now that he's not talking about and opening up. And there's other people saying, well, he's dating Livy Dunn and he pitches in Major League Baseball. What could possibly be wrong? I think that's a very naive and stupid and immature take. So I don't know. If it is something on the mental health side of things for Paul Skeens, I would hope sooner or later he opens up about it if it's something that is affecting his performance. Because, look, we're searching. We're grasping for straws as to any reason what the hell is going on with Paul Skeens. And if you're a Pirates fan, it's probably very tough not to think of the worst case scenario, that this guy is never going to be as good as he was in his first 2 years. And you thought maybe you would get a decade out of Paul Skeens being the best pitcher in the National League, if not the best pitcher in all of baseball, rewriting some record books, winning championships, or putting the Pirates in position to win championships. I know that sounds like a foreign concept in the last decade plus, but that's what you had in mind when Paul Skeens broke out on the scene when you drafted him just a couple of seasons ago out of LSU. And now you're just hoping that he'll ever be as good as he was in the first 2 years, or that he'll even just throw 99 miles an hour again. So I can't tell you what the hell has gone on. But I have zero problem with him being on Miami Beach the day after he started. I have zero problem with the way his body looks. Again, as long as he has not completely started to slack off in terms of how hard he should be working to maintain his excellence. But the Pirates should just shut him down for the rest of the year. At this point, there's really no point to continue to throw him out there every 5 days. The season is over, whether you want to admit it or not. 6.5 of a wild card spot with so many teams ahead of you. It's done. Shut him down for the year. Hope you got a season of baseball in 2027. And look, maybe if you don't, maybe that's not the worst thing. Maybe if there's one positive to look at it from a Pirates fan perspective or from the Pirates front office, it's, hey, an extra 2 months, delayed start to the season wouldn't be the worst thing for Paul Skeens. But he's not hurt. And he's not injured. And there's nothing that we know that's wrong with him. It could just be physical exhaustion. But again, for a guy that's supposed to be in the prime of his career at 24 years old, who's 6'6", 260 pounds, that shouldn't really be an issue right now. Not in your third season in your career. And so maybe they need to get him on a new diet plan or a new workout plan, new in-season recovery plan, so that this doesn't happen in future years. Because if it's happening when he's 24, what's going to happen when he's 30? You can see how you can run with this and think worst case scenario and think that maybe by age 30, Paul Skeens is, I wouldn't say the word retired, but, look at the career trajectory Walker Buehler has taken. And that's not a guy that really has had a whole lot of, speculation as to like dead arm and what's been going wrong. He's had some injuries for sure. Walker Buehler looked like one of the best pitchers in baseball in year 2 with the Dodgers, and he'll never get that back, it looks like. And Walker Buehler's 32, and his best season was his second year in the league. Dodgers fans are probably thinking this guy's going to be our ace for a decade. And a couple years later, he's off the team, and now it's like if he's able to finish the season with the ERA under 5, that's a positive. So again, Pirates should shut Paul Skeens down for the year now. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. You can hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We'll get to your phone calls and your texts, 310-840-4910. What do you think about Paul Skeens, and what should the Pirates do? We'll get your calls and your texts when we return. We'll get you a scoreboard update, and we'll also talk some football because as a Giants fan, what I saw over the weekend, very, very alarming to say the least. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
I can be wrong about this, right? Again, like I'm not a doctor. So this is a little bit emotional by me, and I'm admitting that. They need to put this dude on ice. Like if I'm them, I wouldn't play him in week 1. I'm being serious right now. And I've got him in a bunch of dynasty leagues. I would like for the Cardinals to be fun this year. You can't risk playing this guy in week 1. Because if he's not 100% with a high ankle sprain and that lingers, like he's going to be ineffective the whole season. The high ankle sprain can be like a death sentence to a skill position player. Not that they're not going to play, but that they're not going to be able to play to their full capabilities. It's a disaster. Like, he needs to be on ice until he's 100% healthy. And my sense is, like they're saying they're hopeful he's going to play in the season opener. I can't say this with certitude. I can easily be wrong. My guess is he doesn't play. And if I were them, I wouldn't play him. I would not play him. And that sucks. That sucks to say. Because no one, unless your last name is Algier, like, let's be real, no disrespect to Tyler Algier, no one wants to watch week 1 Cardinals at Chargers to see Tyler Algier tote the rock 21 times. No one wants that. Like James Conner, great story. I don't need to see him with the ball 13 times in week 1. I don't want to see Trey Benson in a Cardinals uniform ever again. You know what I want to see? Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison and Michael Wilson and Trey McBride on what could be an exciting Arizona Cardinals offense. But no. 14 touches in the first preseason game, high ankle sprain. Great. Good stuff, guys. Great job, Mike LaFleur. Like, stellar bang-up work, Monty Ossenfort. Great job, guys. Ridiculous, right? I want them to be good. I would love it if their offense were fun. It would mean that we collectively are having more fun watching the NFL. But instead, maybe the most electric rookie at a skill position to come out of the draft this year now has a high ankle sprain. Unforced error. Like, all you have to slam it down the line for a point. Instead, they hit it into the net. Pathetic. Horrific. And it's things like this why bad teams stay bad. And I don't say that to be a jerk. I say it because it's true. He's right. That it is garbage. It would happen to no other star. He's correct. And in this day and age, right? And we talked about this earlier in the show, and I talked about AI a little bit, right? Where guys are coming back from injuries, and they're coming back faster than ever. They're coming back better than ever. Halliburton had all that time off. Like, Tatum came back during the season. You got the sense, and like, I don't know this for sure, but if the Pacers were really in the mix, would Halliburton have come back? Possibly, right? I mean, they tanked, so no, but like, if they had been in the mix, could he have potentially? As a Knicks fan, I think that what I'm about to say should have added emphasis for you. This is a guy that you do not need to give any extra motivation to. He doesn't need a bigger chip on his shoulder. He doesn't need it. He is an assassin. And I really believe this. And it's not because, maybe it is because Indiana's a smaller market team. Maybe that is the answer. But it was not that long ago that this guy was tearing, still beating hearts out of the chests of teams and showing it to them like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. Like he did it to Giannis and Milwaukee. He did it to the Cavs. He did it to the Knicks. And he was maybe about to do it to Oklahoma City on the road in Game 7 of the Finals. This dude is a monster. Opening the season against Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen in New Orleans on local television. He's right. And I'll tell you, as a Knicks fan, it makes me nervous.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter, at PatBoyle44. Let's talk some football, shall we? I'm a New York Giants fan. Over the weekend, you had Kyler Murray's preseason debut for the Minnesota Vikings against my Big Blue New York Giants, and the Vikings won 13-10. The result of the game really doesn't matter. Kyler Murray, 2 of 3 for 10 yards. He only played a series and then exited. J.J. McCarthy didn't look that good. Pretty uninspiring. 4 of 7, 34 yards. But the main story for me is Jackson Dart, who had to visit the Blue Medical Tent yet again in week 1 of the preseason. Week 1. Where he's in the medical tent already in week 1 of the preseason. I mean, I thought last year was bad. He went to the Blue Medical Tent 6 times in his professional career for concussion evaluations. 5 last year in his rookie season. 5 trips to the medical tent. Missed the game after suffering an actual concussion against the Chicago Bears. And a guy that I think is going to bring the Giants to great, great heights. And I think they can win 10-plus games this year and make the playoffs if Jackson Dart can stay healthy. But I think a lot of football fans, myself included, had a lot of reasons to be concerned about Jaden Daniels' health a year ago for the exact same reasons. A guy that should have learned how to slide, should have been better at sliding, should have avoided more open field hits. And then again, Jaden Daniels got hurt 3 separate times last year, none of which were really because of a lack of sliding or a lack of taking open field hits. The last one, yeah, I mean, he gets crumpled up on that elbow on a play where he was running. But the first 2 times Jaden Daniels got hurt last year were not necessarily because of a lack of sliding or, taking hits in the open field. But again, it goes without saying, the concerns of Jackson Dart staying healthy are right at the top of the concern list for Giants fans and a lot of football fans. And he goes to the medical tent right away. Right away in the game against the Vikings on Saturday. And probably more alarming was the reasoning why he went to the medical tent. It was because of just a complete whiff of a pass block by Tyrone Tracy. Jackson Dart, early second quarter, gets absolutely leveled. Absolutely leveled. Excuse me, it was the last play of the first quarter. Absolutely leveled by Viking safety Jay Ward. Darts in the shotgun, gets the snap, drops back to pass. Jay Ward comes through unblocked, untouched on a blitz and just destroys him. Hits him right in his waist. Dart goes down. There's no head-to-head contact. And again, I watched the play over and over. It wasn't like his head snapped back onto the field. It looked like a pretty routine sack. looked pretty routine. Jackson Dart, again, he lay there for a little bit because he just literally just got destroyed full speed by a guy running into his ribs. But goes to the medical tent because of concussion, possible concussion. And Jackson Dart had a very headline garnering caption or quote, if you will, when he went to the medical tent or after the game. And Jackson Dart said, I'm paraphrasing, but Jackson Dart essentially said, I understand the rules of the NFL. Here, I'll give you the exact quote. Jackson Dart said, quote, I'm still puzzled by how it feels like every time I get hit, I find my way in there. Said he respected the process of evaluating player injuries, but keeps being sent to the medical tent. Every time he gets hit, he gets called into the blue tent and given a concussion test. Giants' brand new head coach, John Harbaugh, said after the game he feels like some of Jackson Dart's history played a reason into why they sent him to the medical tent. Like they're picking on him now. Now, let me say this, because CTE is a real thing. Concussions are a real thing. Protecting the health and the livelihood of professional athletes should always be at the top of the game, especially in football, a violent sport by nature where you have full speed collisions every single play. So I'm not saying the NFL is wrong. I would rather not go back in time and undo the steps and progress that we've made. Checking players for concussions, the independent, the independent neurologist or whatever they call them that sits in the booth, and if they see a player that looks wobbly or woozy or took a big hit, they call them, hey, get that player a concussion test, give him to the medical tent. The NFL should never reverse their steps for protecting players' safety. That being said, you watch the play. And if you haven't seen the play, again, in the next commercial break, just go to Twitter and type in Jackson Dart hit. He gets hit in the ribs or hit in the waist. His helmet does not snap and pop back off the turf. I mean, if there was a concussion that happened on that play, I don't know how. Or if there was a reason to check for a concussion, I don't know why. I mean, John Harbaugh literally said it. It feels like his history was the reasoning why they sent him to the medical tent. But that was my number one thing. Like, when my friends are asking me, Pat, how do you think the Giants are going to do? I think they're going to be great. I think they're going to make the playoffs if Jackson Dart stays healthy, learns how to slide, avoids open field hits. This one, not even his fault. And didn't even look like he hit his head in any kind of manner. Goes to the medical tent. So I understand his frustration. Jackson Dart, he says he feels puzzled. Every time he gets hit, he gets sent to the medical tent. I mean, I'll play the other side of the coin now, where, again, I want player safety to always be protected. But, if that's a real game and Jackson Dart gets sent to the medical tent just because he gets hit hard and nowhere near his head and his head doesn't hit the turf, but the NFL, hey, we got to be safe. Got to send him to the tent. God forbid. And then you pull him off the field for a play, and then Jameis Winston has to go in there and he throws a pick, or the Giants, the drive stalls. You see how frustrating that can be? So I think I can have the opinion, especially as a Giants fan, that I want player safety to be of the utmost importance from the league. And for a while, the NFL, I mean, again, they didn't do their best part in acknowledging the effects of CTE and what the sport has had on players' brains. There's been a lot of progress in the last 10 years. So I think I can have that opinion, and also at the same time look at that play that Jackson Dart got hit on and be like, well, I mean, how the hell is there how is there even a possibility for a concussion on that play? That's what the frustrating part is. 310-840-4910. So I have no problem with Jackson Dart's comments. Sure, he needs, and I'll say it again, he needs to learn how to slide. He needs to avoid open field hits. He is not a running back. He is the quarterback of the New York Giants. And as much as I like Jameis Winston and, he provides some excitement, the Giants season going nowhere if Jackson Dart can't stay healthy. That being said, he has had a pretty decent start to his NFL career. He is a serviceable second option at the running back position. I wouldn't be surprised if Tyrone Tracy gets cut. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't see more than 5 snaps in week 1. And if Cam Scadaboo stays healthy, Tyrone Tracy ain't getting anywhere near 40%, 50% of the snaps. Because the fact that was as routine of a pass block as you possibly could have had, and you whiff on that and you put your quarterback in that much danger, you can't be trusted to be on the field. And that was what John Harbaugh said. First thought when I saw that hit is we need to block better. I mean, you got Giants fans ripping myself included, ripping Tyrone Tracy left and right. You nearly got your quarterback put in the freaking hospital. Yeah, you got him put in the medical tent, even though he probably should have been there. You nearly got him put in the hospital. That could have been way worse. Tyrone Tracy, a guy that in his first 2 seasons has run for over 700 yards each of his first 2 years and has got over 250 receiving yards. He's gotten over 1,000 yards from scrimmage each of his first 2 seasons. How do you make that mistake? This is year 3. That's incredible. Incredibly bad. Like, I saw that happen. I was like, get Tyrone Tracy off the team. Now, get him off the team. And he's been pretty good. But you can't be on the field on 3rd downs if that's the type of pass blocking you're going to bring to the table. I mean, he just completely whiffed. Like Olay, literally Olayed him. So, I mean, Tyrone Tracy, I don't know if he had to run gassers or run stairs for the entirety of practice today or, the rest of this week. But my God, man, you better clean that bleep up. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. And look, he's not the only one. I mean, running backs coaches, I know that they're teaching how to pass block. So I don't know what the hell that was. How you just completely whiffed that badly on a guy running full speed at you. I mean, you want to get a penalty for chop blocking because you're worried that you can't stop his momentum. One, you should be strong enough, but 2, I don't know. Figure it out. But you got the full Jackson Dart experience because he gets sent to the blue medical tent, comes back 1 play later, and throws an unbelievable touchdown pass to rookie, former Notre Dame Irish wide receiver Malachi Fields for a touchdown. On a play where Jackson Dart is under pressure because the offensive line couldn't block, rolls out to his left, throws across his body full speed to the back of the end zone on a dime to Malachi Fields for a touchdown pass. So we're literally within a 3-play span and within 10 minutes of real time, because again, the first quarter came to an end, the play that he gets crushed. But in about 5 to 10 minutes of real time, you see the worst possible scenario for the Giants season, and then you saw the best possible scenario for the Giants season. And I just hope that this year isn't as much of a roller coaster freaking ride as Saturday was, week 1 of the preseason, where I got to see Jackson Dart in the medical tent, and then you get to see just an incredible dime of an athletic pass, the passes that he's capable of making. And Tyrone Tracy learn how to freaking block, or John Harbaugh is going to cut his ass. I don't care what you did your first 2 years. And again, I think Jackson Dart had every right to say that he was frustrated for being sent to the medical tent. And again, on a play where it looks like his head doesn't even get made contact with by anything. The ground, Jay Ward, the Viking safety, nobody. So, I mean, man, if that's an indicator of what's to come this Giants season, it's going to be, I'm going to lose all my hair. I'm going to be bald by the end of the year. I mean, I'm already got grays coming in. I'm going to be bald. I can't deal with that kind of stress. I can't deal with it. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We'll take some more of your calls and texts when we come back. And also, talk some Baltimore Ravens. That was another game that I was keying in on over the weekend. And man, you look at potential X factors for this year. In my opinion, we know how good Lamar Jackson has to be. We know how good Derrick Henry has to be. The X factor for the Ravens 2026 season is neither of those two guys. I'll explain who it is and why when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
There's no downside to this. It's an A-plus move by the Dallas Cowboys. And I think if we want to assess this just from Von Miller's perspective, I think it shows that there's a lot of optimism around the Cowboys this year. Now, Von chose the Washington Commanders last year, and remember, because it seems crazy in hindsight given the season that the Commanders had. But Washington was coming off a berth in the NFC Championship game in Jaden Daniels' rookie year. So Von Miller, at the end of his career, obviously won a ring in 2015, Super Bowl 50 MVP with the Denver Broncos. He'd like to win another championship. He felt that he might be the missing piece for the Commanders, and, obviously that was not meant to be last year for a host of reasons, most notably the health of Jaden Daniels. Now, this is a vote of confidence in the Dallas Cowboys. And yes, like Von Miller is from Texas. Yes, he played collegiately at Texas A&M, so I'm sure there's an appeal there for Von Miller to play for Dallas, play for the Cowboys, play with the star on his helmet. But I think this is a vote of confidence in what the Cowboys can do this year. And obviously, he thinks so, or else I don't think he would have gone to Dallas to play for the Cowboys. And I'll keep saying it. Dallas to make the playoffs at BetMGM, our show sponsor, even money plus 100. I like that bet for Dallas to make the playoffs. It does scare me. It actually scares me quite a bit that a lot of people agree on Dallas. And I've been pounding this drum for months. Since even before the NFL draft, when Dallas had the 2 first-round picks and they got Caleb Downs and they got Malachi Lawrence, I've been in on the Dallas Cowboys. It scares me that a lot of people feel the same way. But sometimes in sports, and sometimes in life, everybody is just correct. And I feel like everybody's going to be correct on the 2 Texas teams, the Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans. A lot of people love the Texans this season.
Rightly slotted on the odds board given the uncertainty of a roster that has been cobbled together. Because Lane Kiffin had a little bit of a first mover advantage with the way he was able to utilize the transfer portal at Ole Miss, it is okay to afford some benefit of the doubt and say he flipped his roster at Ole Miss every single season and had them win in 9, 10, 11 games. That's some of the Lane Kiffin era at Ole Miss is one of the peaks in that school's 100-plus year history. So if you want to say, hey, look, he's going to go and he's got a roster that I think is even more talented than what he had at Ole Miss, the only thing is combustibility. It is the Lane train, and it is Lane Kiffin, and the schedule is brutal. A lot of really, really tricky spots on there. I am on the heavier side because these 2 reasons, and it's entirely personnel-based. I think they loaded up the wide receiver room. You mentioned Sam Levitt. I think that what they've got in terms of what he can throw to is absolutely dynamic. I am a little worried about the run game in terms of like a national championship contender. If you were to try to do, confidence and concerns, making sure that they're going to be able to run the football better after they were woeful doing that last year. I mean, really the last 2 seasons of LSU football are one of the reasons why fans are so excited for Lane Kiffin, because this team didn't even score 30 points most days. And Lane Kiffin had Ole Miss putting up 30, 40 points regularly, whether you had a Jackson Dart, whether you had a Trinidad Chambliss. So Sam Levitt, dynamic wide receivers. I think this offense is going to get up and go. I love their pass rushers. I think they'll be able to get after the passer. And so those are things personnel-wise that does have me leaning on the side of being more optimistic. I'm over on their win total. I do think they're going to be in the mix for one of those last playoff spots when you see me fill out a projected bracket. But what does that mean? It means they're 10th, right? It means they're 9th. It means they're probably the 3rd or 4th team in the SEC in terms of the pecking order. To me, that is a rightly rated for the questions they have to answer, the combustibility factor, but also the high talent level at positions that matter to me, which include those pass catching positions and the edge rusher.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll do Hot or Cold with producer Zach Kroll, who's filling in for Brandon Combs tonight. So we got some Hot or Cold coming. Plenty of more football and baseball discussion on the way. Also in the final hour, college football preseason top 25 reaction. Can't wait for that one. And all of your phone calls and texts, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Real quick, let's get you a baseball scoreboard update and an update on Let's Go Streaking. The crew already finished the night. We're 5 for 5, baby. A 5 for 5 banger to kick off the week. It don't get better than that. We play Let's Go Streaking every day in the first hour of the show. Everybody on the crew picks a batter they think will correctly get a hit. I had Shohei Ohtani. Brad had Nico Horner. Monty had Bobby Witt. Our guy Lee in our Westwood One Studios had Jack Caglione. And Zach had Max Muncy. And Muncy finished it off for us. He just obliterated a no doubt home run. Shout out to the YouTube chat for notifying us of that. 461 feet. All 5 guys got a hit. That was plus 315 odds if you took all 5 to get a knock. You're sitting pretty with some extra dough in your BetMGM account. So how about that? And also, my streak is up to 5 now. I'm coming for 15. Brad's got the longest streak of the year, 15 in a row, correct picks. I'm coming for it, and I'm also coming for the top record in the competition. I'm breathing down Monty's neck. I'm breathing down Brad's neck. I'm coming, baby. I might not get another one wrong for the rest of the month. What do you think of that, Monty? 310-840-4910. So, yeah, it took the Dodgers a couple innings, but they're now teeing off at Coors Field off of Tomoyuki Sugano. It's 5-0 Dodgers. White Sox, they've crawled their way back against the Cubbies in the Battle of Chicago. It's now 4-3. Cubbies lead in the bottom of the 6th. They actually were trailing the Cubs after a pair of back-to-back jacks to begin the game from Pete Crow Armstrong and Seiya Suzuki. Randall Grichuk hit a 3-run shot, and then it took an absolute calamitous play on defense from the White Sox to give the Cubs the lead back. On a little ground ball to third base, 2 runs scored because of a throwing error by Miguel Vargas. And that's how the Cubs grabbed the lead back. They lead it 4-3, bottom 6. All right, really quickly. I said before the break, I'm not a believer in the Baltimore Ravens this year. I think, honestly, it wouldn't shock me they miss the playoffs again. I think the Bengals are probably going to win the division. That's going to most likely be my official prediction in the next 2 weeks or so when Brad and I pick who's going to win each division. I want to see how the rest of training camp goes, make sure there's no injuries. But I'm sorry. I keep year after year, the Ravens hype train. Oh, the Ravens defense. Oh, Lamar Jackson. Oh, Derrick Henry. Oh, just the 2 of those guys, Lamar and Derrick Henry. That means the Ravens are going to win 13 games. I mean, how could you think otherwise? Oh, they got rid of Falele and the bad offensive line. They're going to be great. They lost Tyler Linderbaum. Oh, Nnamdi Madubuike is healthy. Oh, he's going to get 15 sacks. Oh, Roquan Smith is going to look like 2022 Roquan Smith. I'll believe it when I see it. Believe it when I see it. You got a brand new first-time head coach in here in Jesse Minter. Yeah, he's a defensive whiz with Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers in Michigan the time before that. I'm not ready to buy into this Ravens hype. You know whose hype I am ready to buy into, though? Because, again, we know Lamar Jackson has to be good, and he's got to stay healthy if the Ravens want to have a chance at the playoffs and, dare I say, Super Bowl. Derrick Henry might be taking a step back, but until he does do that, he is still King Henry. I look at this receiver room. Outside of Zay Flowers, I wasn't all that excited until a couple weeks ago. Because I think the Ravens' X factor this year is going to be Jacoby Lane. And my God, is that hype train picking up steam. Jameson Henley, who's been covering the Ravens for 27 years, said he's never seen a training camp like the one that Jacoby Lane has had. And then what did he do on Saturday in the win over the Eagles in the preseason? 3 catches, 38 yards, and a touchdown. Looking like a true stud. So I think Jacoby Lane is going to be the X factor for the Ravens this year. I can't wait to watch him play. Hot or Cold's next on BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat.
I want Jackson Dart to be good. Desperately want him to be good. I don't blindly defend him or the Giants organization. I said it, and a lot of people got really mad. It's not a political commentary, even though people want to take it as such. I didn't like Dart getting involved with the president. Whether the president is Republican or Democrat, I didn't think it was a good look for Dart. You can disagree. It's a free country. That's great. So I have not blindly defended Jackson Dart, but I'll defend him here. I didn't like that. I didn't think there was any reason for him to go get checked for a concussion. And I do think that part of this is residue left over from last year and the narrative around him. And we can have a conversation as to whether it's a narrative or whether it's reality. The proof will be in the pudding this season, where if he has to miss games with concussions, then it is now a story. For now, this feels like residue left over from last year. And I did not love that from the NFL. Even if you want to say, well, let's make sure, and let's make sure he's good, and we don't want to mess around with brain injuries. I get it. Just ask yourself this question. Let's make this less of a, do we want to check for brain injuries? And more, if it were Sam Darnold that took that hit. Is he going to Blue Medical Tent? Is he? Is that fair? If it were Tyler Shuck that took that hit, Blue Medical Tent? I'm not so sure.
The team that has a national championship winning coach, a Heisman finalist quarterback, and a player who could have been NFL ready from the day he set foot on campus. It is the Ohio State Buckeyes. When you've got Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Day, loaded staff, their questions are still there. I've got a couple, interior offensive line is good. Tackles, we just have some proven to do, including utilizing the transfer portal. Defense lost a ton, Caleb Downs and more, but I kind of like the way that they backfilled. Great story here from inside Ohio State. So Ohio State has 2 transfers from Alabama. Caleb Downs basically gave him the scouting report. He goes to coach. He's like, Coach, I know that I'm on my way out the door, but I care about Ohio State being great. And these guys are not being utilized and can be better in our program. I mean, Caleb Downs has been one of my favorite players to watch just based on what he's done. But everything I've heard about that young man and the way he's handled himself, I mean, I will continue. I don't really have a favorite NFL team. I'm still college brain on most Sundays. I can't ride those highs and lows. I got work to do, Nick. But I will cheer for Caleb Downs because I think Ohio State doesn't utilize the portal a lot. But when they do, it's to get a player like Caleb Downs or to get someone who can really help them be better. Right now, I've got Ohio State as my number 1 team. But we get that game on the road in Austin. They beat that talent-rich Texas team in their own house. Hell yeah, you are the number 1. But referendum. They've also got to prove it against another team in Texas that I think a lot of people would put as their number 1 as well.
the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Monday night kickoff to your week begins right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show in plenty of different ways. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Open phone lines for the final hour is how we do it. Anything that you have listened in, we've talked about, you want to jump in on, you got questions, you got takes, you got predictions, we'll take them. 310-840-4910. The first full week of preseason football is in the books, and that could be the running theme if you're looking for a reason to call or text in. Any of your takeaways from this past weekend, week one of the NFL preseason, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44, but I don't want to waste any time because we've got some very, very juicy topics to get to here for hot or cold. And quick programming note coming up later this hour. I'm going to give you my reactions to the college football top 25. The preseason poll for the AP was released today. Who's higher than they should be? Who is a spoiler? Who is a dark horse? And much, much more. That's coming up later this hour. But we always kick off the final hour with hot or cold. So producer Brandon Combs is off tonight and tomorrow. Zach Kroll is filling in. Zach, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Pat, doing well. Happy to be here with you. I remember the last time I was filling in, I believe it was like the first day or two of NFL training camp, and we already have the first week of preseason in the book, so time just continues to fly.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It flies by, baby. It flies by. I think, again, we are 23 days away from opening night, Patriots-Seahawks, so it's going to be here in a blink.
Yep. Week 0 of college football will be here before you know it, too. I can't wait for that.
12 days. 12 days. That's it.
All right. Without further ado, let's start some hot or cold. And you closed out last hour talking about Jacoby Lane and just how impressive he has been in Ravens training camp so far. And I do agree with you. Like, I do feel like an underrated storyline or part of Lamar Jackson's career is that he hasn't had ever a true number one wide receiver. I don't know how you feel about Zay Flowers, but I think he's a solid 2. If he's your number 1, you might have to do better. But Jacoby Lane is very encouraging, and we will start off with hot or cold by asking, will Jacoby Lane be the Ravens' second most productive pass catcher as a rookie behind Zay Flowers? We know Mark Andrews is always in the mix. They have Rashad Bateman. They also drafted Elijah Surratt, rookie wide receiver from Indiana, who made some plays for them last year. Will Lane make that impact right away, hot or cold?
Hot. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I just got done waxing poetic about him. Again, going off of what Jamison Henley, who's been covering the Ravens for nearly 3 decades, said about him, about a week ago? Said in 27 years of covering the Ravens, I haven't seen anybody have quite the training camp like this from a receiver standpoint. Now, again, you go back, like, who are some of the greatest Ravens receivers in of all time? Derek Mason, Anquan Bolden, Torrey Smith. So, look, no disrespect to those guys, but it's not like you've got Hall of Famers coming out of left and right, oozing out of your mouth. But still, that's for Jamison Henley to say that. He's been covering the team for 3 decades. I was like, ooh, okay, all right. Everything. Jacoby Lane's dominating. He's making circus catches left and right. I saw a couple of practice highlights on Twitter. I'm like, okay, all right. All right, I could see it. I wasn't very high on the Ravens, especially the receiving room, because outside of Zay Flowers, like you mentioned, there's not a whole lot to get excited about. And then I watched the preseason game against the Eagles on Saturday, and Jacoby Lane, again, not like he made circus catches, but had a nice, easy catch over the middle for about 15 yards, then made another nice catch, and then a touchdown catch over the middle. He just looks I mean, he looks explosive. He looks big. He does not look like a rookie. He does not look like a rookie at all. 6'4", 200 pounds, great speed. Last year at USC had 745 yards and 4 touchdowns. The year before that, he had 12 touchdowns. That's when he really got put on the map. But yeah, I mean, not only because I think this kid's going to be great, but also as a negative to the rest of the Ravens pass catchers. I mean, I'm not expecting much out of Rashad Bateman, who took a massive step back last year, only had 224 yards and spent most of the season banged up. You know, Tez Walker, as they call him, you know, had some moments. He did have 3 touchdowns, but also was banged up throughout the year. You mentioned the other rookie, Elijah Surratt, coming over from Indiana. They got LeJontay Wester, and then the tight ends. I'm not expecting a whole lot out of Mark Andrews this year. I think anybody thinking that just because Isaiah Likely's off the team, all of a sudden Mark Andrews is going to revert back to like 2021 when he had 1,300 yards, I think you're mistaken. So, yeah, because I think he's going to be great, and also because I don't think there's a whole lot of competition. Jacoby Lane will be the Ravens' second most productive pass catcher behind Zay Flowers.
I do find it interesting, too, that you mentioned before praising Lane that you weren't that high on the Ravens, because I'm not even saying you're wrong, but it is interesting that if you look at BetMGM right now, they are tied with the Seahawks, the defending champions, for the 3rd favorite to win the Super Bowl, and they're tied with the Bills. They're co-favorites at plus 500 to win the AFC. I know last season was really a season from hell. Lamar Jackson was banged up. They had a ton of injuries on the defensive side of the ball, and still they were a missed kick away from winning the division. But I can't remember the last time a team that missed the playoffs entered the following season with that high of expectations. And I am wondering if it's going to be if it's justified.
Yeah, no, I mean, without it, and I feel like we've been kind of living in that narrative for like 3 years now. And don't get me wrong, they have Lamar Jackson and they have Derrick Henry, one of the best running backs this century, and at worst, the 5th best quarterback in football. He's a 2-time MVP. I still think he's got to prove that he can get through a season healthy and recapture that MVP form. Because, you know, last year he hurts the hamstring and then he barely tried to run after that. Wasn't that effective when he did try. And they missed the playoffs. And it's not like Lamar Jackson missed 8 games. Lamar Jackson missed 4 games. So it's not really an excuse when other teams, their starting quarterbacks miss 2 to 3 to 4 games. And a lot of those teams are still able to make the playoffs. So I think that the Ravens have a lot to prove. And I feel like even if you just look at that roster and you think right away, you think of Lamar and you think of Derrick Henry, those are 2 players. There's 2 guys, right? And even you said it, like Zay Flowers, how many teams is he the number 1 wide receiver on? I don't think he's top 10. I think he's barely the 15th best receiver in football. I think the offensive line lost their best player in Linderbaum. The defense, yeah, they should be better only because Jesse Minter's the head coach. He's a defensive guy, but their secondary left a lot to be desired last year. So, yeah, I'm not buying into that. The fact that they are the 3rd co-favorites to win the Super Bowl, I think that's nuts.
One last Ravens question before we move on, and I was thinking about this. Are you more confident in their offense or their defense entering this season? Because I think you could make a great argument for both.
I'm more confident in their offense. Again, their defense, it should be better than it was last year. Last year, the Ravens defense, I mean, they were like 24th in yards allowed per game. And again, their secondary took a massive step back. They had the 2nd worst passing defense in all of football. Only better than the Cowboys. And again, I know injuries played a factor. They could not get after the quarterback. They had 0 pass rush. Again, Nnamdi Madubuike, their best pass rusher, arguably, was hurt, missed basically the entire season. That's no excuse. That's no excuse for the standard for the Ravens, which, again, had like a top 5 defense for a couple years in a row just a few years ago, to be the 2nd worst passing defense in football. I mean, you better make massive improvements. Jesse Minter, that's the reason they hired him. That is the reason they hired him. So I'm more confident on the offense. I mean, I think Jesse Minter could be a good head coach. He's a guy that I got to see before I believe it, though. You know, again, just because you're a great coordinator don't make you a great head coach. Otherwise, there would never be anybody that gets fired, because every great coordinator would be a great head coach, whether it's offense or defense. Robert Saleh with the Jets, Josh McDaniels and his couple attempts as a head coach. The list goes on and on and on. I mean, look at recently. Jonathan Gannon was a brilliant defensive coordinator with the Eagles, won a Super Bowl or got to a Super Bowl. He was terrible as the Cardinals head coach, specifically their defense. So I'm more confident in the offense just because of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. And again, a little bit of Zay Flowers. A solid receiver. I don't think he's a top 10 receiver, but a solid receiver. So just by default, it's the offense for me. But why, Zach? Do you think the defense, you have more reason to be confident in them?
So the case for the defense would be Matabike is fully healthy. They add Trey Hendrickson, and Zach Orr just had no business being a defensive coordinator. I think he was really the main issue there. And if you go from him to Jesse Minter, who I do think you could make the case too, like the talent on this Ravens defense is a lot better than the unit he had with the Chargers last year. I think the defense could be very good. And then the offense has a first-time play caller in Declan Doyle. We really have no idea what he's made of just yet. Lamar Jackson, as great of a player as he is, he's not getting any younger. And the one concern with him is, as he ages, is that, his superpower is his speed and his athleticism. Like, is that still there? Yep. Even if he is healthy, is he still the same guy that he was at 24, 25, now that he's a little bit older? I'm just so conflicted on this team, man. Like, I do agree them being Super Bowl favorites and AFC favorites is pretty absurd, but I do think they're going to be better. My gut tells me they will be a 10-win wild card team, maybe win a playoff game, but I'm not willing to go more than that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. And it wouldn't surprise me one bit if they miss the playoffs again. If Jesse Minter isn't everything that he's cracked up to be, if he's not a miracle worker with this defense. And yeah, like you said, a first-time offensive play caller in Declan Doyle, who's pretty damn young and inexperienced. There is a lot of things that could go wrong with this Ravens team. And I think, again, that just we're putting this team on paper and basically like playing a game of Madden and just thinking that they're going to be as great when there's no factors considered, a new head coach, new play caller, like you mentioned, and potential aging stars like Derrick Henry, who could take a step back. The offensive line having to improve despite the fact that they lost their best lineman. Yes, you mentioned Trey Hendrickson. And yes, he could easily rack up 16, 17 sacks this year like he did for 3 years in a row with Cincinnati. Or, coming off of an injury-ravaged season, now he's on the wrong side of 30. He might have lost a step. So it feels like the Ravens, they need a lot of things to play out exactly as you would need them to be in a reality where there's like no injuries and guys just play to the back of their football cards for things to go right for the Ravens this year. And I think very often, that doesn't happen in the NFL.
One last thought. I think they need Jesse Minter to be Mike McDonald, because if you're a Ravens fan, you just that is a sliding door moment. I mean, letting Mike McDonald go after that playoff loss in the AFC Championship game to the Chiefs, the one that got away.
Yeah, he literally is the one that got away. They should have said at that moment, at that very moment, Eric DeCosta should have just said, you know what? I don't care. Sorry, John, you brought us a Super Bowl title, John Harbaugh, but we can't let this guy go. He's our future. And they should have just promoted Mike McDonald. You're right. He is the one that got away.
All right, we will stay in the AFC North and talk about one of the more notable preseason games from over the weekend. That would be the Browns and the Bears. If you look at Deshaun Watson's box score, I will pull it up and mention it. The box score looks good. If you watch the game, I don't think he was really that impressive. Shedeur Sanders didn't do much better either. And looking at Watson's box score, he was 11 for 15, 126 yards, 0 touchdowns, 0 INTs, but a lot of those yards came on like a few screen passes that his weapons were able to break. But our next question here for Hot or Cold, the Browns are setting up Shedeur Sanders to fail. He will get the start in their second preseason game against the Bills coming up this weekend. But Pat, what do you think? Hot or cold?
I don't think they're setting him up to fail. And the reason I put this in here, Zach, is because of the reporting that came out today regarding Browns camp that Shedeur might be playing with all of the Browns backups on offense against the Bills on Saturday. Coach Todd Monken said he and Bills coach Joe Brady agreed to hold out the starters if their number one units get enough work in during joint practices on Thursday. So we're probably not going to get a decision until Thursday, but if Todd Monken is saying that publicly, pretty good chance that their starters are going to get enough work in during their joint practices on Thursday. And then it feels like Shedeur is going to start for the Browns on Saturday, and he's going to be playing with the same backup crew that he played in the second half of this weekend's game against the Bears. And Todd Monken said, quote, would I like to have a decision today? Of course. Would I like a decision by next Monday? Of course. I'd love to have that decision, talking about who's going to be the starting quarterback. And we'll see. We've got a lot of football this week. We've already had a lot of football. We've got 4 days of practice and a game. That all adds into any decision with the roster and who the starters are. Some are further along than others, right? We already know that's part of it, and I'm okay. By the time we get to next week, that'd be great. We could start planning that way, have some practices, and here we go. So, yeah, it feels like Shedeur is going to play with the backups. And so I'm sure we're going to get to Thursday, we're going to get to Friday, and the Shedeur Sanders fan club, which I feel like just gets completely out of control at times. You're going to see the headlines. Oh, the Browns are doing Shedeur Sanders dirty. Oh, the Browns are setting Shedeur Sanders up to fail. They can't give him the starters. They got to give him this offensive line, this lineup of backup offensive linemen that aren't going to make the team. We had this conversation last year. We had this debate last year. And I'd say it's cold. They're not setting him up to fail. They're not. Again, I think everybody's got a chance to prove themselves, whether it's with the starters or whether it's with the backups. Because if you're playing with the backups, you're normally playing against backups. You're not playing against the team's defensive starters. And I know the Bears sat a lot of their starters either way, but I mean, then, it's like, okay, you're either playing against the second stringers or you're playing against the third and fourth stringers. So either way, for me, it kind of cancels out. I don't think the Browns can set up Shedeur Sanders to fail one way or another here. Who he's playing with, who he's playing against. He needs to go out there and perform. Because to be honest, he didn't really do a whole lot last year to prove that he should be the starting quarterback of this team. Now, not that Deshaun Watson has done anything to prove that he should be the starting quarterback of this team. And I think Deshaun Watson stinks, and I think he's going to be terrible. And I think even if Deshaun Watson is the starting quarterback to begin the year, we're going to be on to Shedeur Sanders by like week 4 or week 5. So maybe it doesn't matter that much. And Deshaun Watson, like you said, Zach, he hasn't been that good. And if you look at the box score, yeah, he looked okay, 11 of 15, 126 yards. I watched every throw that Deshaun Watson made, and man, like you said, with a lot of short throws, a lot of screens. He missed a wide open receiver over the middle of the field on one play where he just holds on to the ball too long. Guy's wide open, and then once he gets near a defender, Deshaun Watson just like spikes it at his feet. Brutal. It's simple offense in a preseason game. And I feel like Deshaun Watson, he has set himself back. This is a guy coming off of 2 Achilles tears in the span of a year. But this is the situation the Browns have put themselves in. So honestly, their offense is going to be real bad. Really, really bad, because I don't believe in Deshaun Watson. And I think Shedeur Sanders is going to have every opportunity to grab this starting job and secure it once and for all for the foreseeable future at some point early on in the season. Because, again, I think the main headline and I think the main prediction I'm making is Deshaun Watson is going to suck eggs hard. And we're going to be on Shedeur. So him playing with backups, if that's what ends up happening on Saturday against the Bills, just go out there and prove it, man. Go out there and ball out. Because he got a chance against the Bears, and he didn't play that well. So he's going to have to step up no matter who the hell he's playing with.
Yeah, and I think we could all agree. Really, the only reason why Deshaun Watson is going to start week 1 for the Browns is because he's making a crazy amount of money still. And luckily for the Browns, this is going to be the last year that they really, if they could have cut him by now, but they just didn't want to eat that money, and I get it. But that trade is going to go down as an all-time.
Because that's Jimmy and Dee Haslam, inserting themselves once again into the plans of the organization. And I think you were about to say it, that's going to be the worst contract in NFL history. $230 million fully guaranteed after you trade a boatload of first-round draft picks for a guy that was under investigation by the NFL for 24 sexual assault cases and then gets suspended for 11 games. He has been a gigantic failure. It's the biggest failure, biggest disappointment in NFL history. That contract, that trade, this whole era of Deshaun Watson being on the Cleveland Browns. And hopefully, mercifully, it'll come to an end at some point early on in this season when he gets benched and the Browns go to Shedeur.
And think about this. The last time Deshaun Watson had a truly great season was in 2020. And the Texans were actually not even good that year. They missed the playoffs, but he put up great numbers. That was in the midst of the pandemic. There weren't fans in the stands. That's how long it's been.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been 6 years since Deshaun Watson has been a good quarterback. You're right.
All right. Moving on here on Hot or Cold. Pat, earlier in the show, you expressed some concerns about Jackson Dart and your New York Giants after he took a pretty big hit in their preseason opener against the Vikings. And, look, there are plenty of valid reasons to be concerned about Jackson Dart and his ability to stay on the field. But did that occurrence change your mind that drastically that you are willing to hop off your prediction of the Giants winning 10 games and making the playoffs? Hot or cold?
No. So the statement is the Giants will win 10 plus games this season. I'm hot. Again, we could do this song and dance with every NFL team in the league. If their quarterback gets hurt, if this guy, if they can't stay out, of course. Now I know with Jackson Dart, it's a little bit more concerning because of the 5 trips to the medical tent last year, the concussion that he suffered against the Bears. Malik Neighbors coming back from a torn ACL, which, look, don't get me wrong, a month ago I was freaking out about. Since then, I'm as calm and cool and collected as can be. I think Neighbors is going to have a big season. Scattaboo looks great. No more backflips, please, at FanFest. My God. I think John Harbaugh, as much of the shortcomings as he had during his last few years in Baltimore, I think he's an upgrade from Brian Dable. I think he is a guy that should be in charge of a really young roster. He's going to have them prepared. He's going to make sure this team is disciplined. I think the secondary, hopefully, should be just a little bit better than last year because they're god-awful. Like, across the board, the team should be improved. And their best young offensive stars, Neighbors and Scattaboo, missed combined more than half the season, and Dart missed a couple of games, and he wasn't the starter until week 4. So I think Jackson Dart is fantastic. Yes, again, I'll say it until my face turns blue. Must avoid open field hits. Must be great at sliding and getting down and avoiding extra contact. And so if Jackson Dart can stay healthy, play at least 15 games, the Giants are winning 10-plus games, and they're going to be a wild card team. I do think the Eagles, unfortunately, it pains me to say this, Zach, I think the Eagles win the division. I think they win the division because I think they take a big step back, or they bounce back in a big way this year. But I look at the Giants' schedule. They're finally going to beat the Cowboys in a meaningful game in Week 1 at home on Sunday Night Football. Rams, Monday Night Football, Week 2, coming back from Australia. I don't care how much time they have to get ready for that game after coming back from Aussie land. That's not an easy game for the Rams. Titans, Cardinals, Week 3 and 4, better be wins. Commanders, Saints, Weeks 5 and Week 6. The Giants should win both. I'll take a split. So after 6 games, I expect the Giants to be 4-2, and at worst 3-3. Texans, Eagles, 2-game stretch after that with the bye week in between. I would like to win one. Again, they've proven they can beat the Eagles. They smashed them last year without Malik Neighbors. Commanders, Jags, Colts, 3-game stretch after that, middle of November. I think Jacksonville takes a step back. I think Indianapolis could be a disaster this year. The Giants will probably split the 2 with the Commanders because they almost always do. Niners, Seahawks, yeah, that's a brutal 2-game stretch. And then they finish Browns, Lions, Cowboys, Eagles. I see 10 wins in there. And I see a wild card spot. So yeah, hot. Giants are winning 10-plus games.
Pat, I got to tell you, my feelings on the NFC East have actually changed a little bit over the course of the last week or two. We're on the same page. I think. What'd you say?
I said, how so?
Oh, yeah. So I think the Eagles are going to win the division. I'm with you there. I like the Mannion hire. I think Hurts is going to have a big year. Throughout the offseason, I was actually in on Washington, expecting the Daniels bounce back. I loved the draft pick of Sonny Styles, Rashad White, solid pickup. I liked the improvements they made on defense. But the combination of the Tunsil injury and the Jaden Daniels retired number saga, like too many red flags. I'm out. I think there's a good chance Dan Quinn gets fired after the season. And I'm just refusing to buy this Cowboys hype. I mean, every time we have a guest on this show, a lot of other shows, who is the biggest sleeper? Which team is going to be good that you don't expect? Cowboys, Cowboys, Cowboys. Who's the most underrated quarterback in the league? Dak Prescott, Dak Prescott, Dak Prescott. I mean, Dak is fine, but like I don't need to. I just can't. I got to stop hearing it. And
America can't quit the Cowboys, Zach. America cannot quit the Cowboys.
I mean, even you, Caleb Downs is your guy. I mean, you're not alone on that take. But I do think the Giants are going to come in second place in this division. Will they make the playoffs? I don't know, but I honestly thought when they hired Harbaugh, they'd be a little bit more trendy than they are. I mean, the win total, it's only 7.5. I expected that to be way higher. So I'm going to buy a little bit of Giant stock. I think they come in second place in the division.
Beautiful. Let's go, baby. It's music to my ears, Zach. Appreciate it, man. Good stuff with Hot or Cold. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We have got some tweets to get to when we come back. And also, we'll get you a baseball scoreboard update and college football AP top 25 preseason poll is out. My biggest takeaway, I'll let you know when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Cowboys have had
I can be wrong about this, right? Again, like I'm not a doctor. So this is a little bit emotional by me, and I'm admitting that. They need to put this dude on ice. Like if I'm them, I wouldn't play him in week 1. I'm being serious right now. And I've got him in a bunch of dynasty leagues. I would like for the Cardinals to be fun this year. You can't risk playing this guy in week 1. Because if he's not 100% with a high ankle sprain and that lingers, like he's going to be ineffective the whole season. The high ankle sprain can be like a death sentence to a skill position player. Not that they're not going to play, but that they're not going to be able to play to their full capabilities. It's a disaster. Like, he needs to be on ice until he's 100% healthy. And my sense is, like they're saying they're hopeful he's going to play in the season opener. I can't say this with certitude. I can easily be wrong. My guess is he doesn't play. And if I were them, I wouldn't play him. I would not play him. And that sucks. That sucks to say. Because no one, unless your last name is Algier, like, let's be real, no disrespect to Tyler Algier, no one wants to watch week 1 Cardinals at Chargers to see Tyler Algier tote the rock 21 times. No one wants that. Like James Conner, great story. I don't need to see him with the ball 13 times in week 1. I don't want to see Trey Benson in a Cardinals uniform ever again. You know what I want to see? Jeremiah Love and Marvin Harrison and Michael Wilson and Trey McBride on what could be an exciting Arizona Cardinals offense. But no. 14 touches in the first preseason game, high ankle sprain. Great. Good stuff, guys. Great job, Mike LaFleur. Like, stellar bang-up work, Monty Austin for it. Great job, guys. Ridiculous, right? I want them to be good. I would love it if their offense were fun. It would mean that we collectively are having more fun watching the NFL. But instead, maybe the most electric rookie at a skill position to come out of the draft this year now has a high ankle sprain. Unforced error. Like, all you have to slam it down the line for a point. Instead, they hit it into the net. Pathetic. Horrific. And it's things like this why bad teams stay bad. And I don't say that to be a jerk. I say it because it's true. He's right. That it is garbage. It would happen to no other star. He's correct. And in this day and age, right? And we talked about this earlier in the show, and I talked about AI a little bit, right? Where guys are coming back from injuries, and they're coming back faster than ever. They're coming back better than ever. Halliburton had all that time off. Like, Tatum came back during the season. You got the sense, and like, I don't know this for sure, but if the Pacers were really in the mix, would Halliburton have come back? Possibly, right? I mean, they tanked, so no, but like, if they had been in the mix, could he have potentially? As a Knicks fan, I think that what I'm about to say should have added emphasis for you. This is a guy that you do not need to give any extra motivation to. He doesn't need a bigger chip on his shoulder. He doesn't need it. He is an assassin. And I really believe this. And it's not because, maybe it is because Indiana's a smaller market team. Maybe that is the answer. But it was not that long ago that this guy was still beating hearts out of the chests of teams and showing it to them like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom. Like he did it to Giannis in Milwaukee. He did it to the Cavs. He did it to the Knicks. And he was maybe about to do it to Oklahoma City on the road in Game 7 of the Finals. This dude is a monster. Opening the season against Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen in New Orleans on local television. He's right. And I'll tell you, as a Knicks fan, it makes me nervous.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Pat Boyle, is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We've got a tweet coming in from Mr. Bombay at Jets Stink, and he said, "Geez Louise, Pat Boyle, great to hear your chops on geopolitical history. Nicely done." Yeah, it's because we came back from break. Our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios played that song, "Take Me Out" by, was it Franz Ferdinand, right? And I wonder what is Franz Ferdinand's real name? The artist, Franz Ferdinand. The lead singer's real name is Alexander Paul Huntley, or Alexander Kapranos. Alexander Paul Kapranos Huntley, known as Alex Kapranos. So Franz Ferdinand, that just goes how much of an idiot I am musically, that I didn't know Franz Ferdinand was actually the name of the band. I thought Franz Ferdinand was the name of the artist that sang that song. The frontman of Franz Ferdinand is Alexander Paul Kapranos Huntley. Wow. So I just found that out just at this moment. But we were talking about Franz Ferdinand because we came back from break with that song, and then I was like, that was the start of World War II? World War I? Eventually I was like, yeah, it was World War I. Imagine starting a war over a guy named Franz Ferdinand. And so that was what Mr. Bombay was referring to. So there you go. 310-840-4910. Get your quick baseball scoreboard update. Shohei Ohtani having himself a night, pushing himself back in front in the National League MVP race. Yeah, it's against the Rockies. Yeah, it's at Coors Field. But how about the night that Shohei is having? Just hit his second home run of the day. Fifth inning, he homered to left center. Oppo Taco, 428 feet. This past inning, homer to dead center, 452 feet. Shohei's got 2 bombs and 3 ribbies as the Dodgers are crushing the Rockies 10-1. Yeah, I think Shohei's going to wake up a pretty firm favorite for NL MVP. And that's on a night that Pete Crow Armstrong has gone deep, by the way, too. PCA homered for the Cubs. They're in a back-and-forth affair with the White Sox. They trail 5-4. Chicago just went back in front because of a 2-run bomb from Andrew Benintendi. But Pete Crow Armstrong, 2 for 3 on the night with a solo shot, and he's got a stolen base. But I think, look, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs, probably a bit more impressive than a solo home run and a stolen base. Ohtani's going to be the firm favorite for NL MVP tomorrow morning, unless we get some late game. Maybe PCA walks it off. Who knows? There is still time as the Cubs trail the White Sox again, 5-4 right now in the top of the 8th inning. And Wrigley, playoff implications abound in that one. Obviously, White Sox firmly in front in the AL Central after their sweep of the Detroit Tigers. They're 5.5 games up on Detroit, 6 on Minnesota, 6 on Cleveland. Cubbies 5 games back of the Brewers. But when you look at that National League wild card race, the Cubbies have the top spot, and they are 4.5 games clear of the Phillies, who are next in that wild card race. So those are 2 of the 3 games going on right now. The other one, Minnesota Twins lead the Atlanta Braves 4-2. Big game, big series, big month for Atlanta. For Minnesota, mentioned the AL Central. If they want any prayer of catching the White Sox, they got to get hot soon. And they've gotten some good contributions. A 4-run first inning for Minnesota as they pounce all over Martin Perez. Atlanta got a 2-run single from Ronald Acuna Jr., but it's still 4-2 Twins in the bottom of the 7th. Atlanta, by the way, they look like they have that NL East all but wrapped up, 7-game lead on the Phillies. So those are the 3 games still going on this Monday night in Major League Baseball. We were talking about the news of the day, though. Ketel Marte placed on the restricted list after he no-showed the Diamondbacks game tonight in Boston. And waiting for a further update on that. I don't know if we'll get one before tomorrow morning on Ketel Marte. But Francis Romero, I did see, he was a baseball reporter and a Baseball Writers of America member, did tweet less than an hour ago, did not report to Fenway Park as he is dealing with personal matters, and the D-backs have placed him on the restricted list. There is no estimated return date. He's currently considered day-to-day. So I just remember last year when Ketel Marte had the heckling incident, or the game in Chicago, where a person in the stands reportedly, said something cruel, derogatory about his late mother who died in a car crash back in 2017. And so he was crying on the field. And, this is he had his home burglarized as well in July. Took extra games off to travel to the Dominican Republic. There was a lot of clubhouse friction that stemmed from that. So a lot that's gone on in Ketel Marte's life here, not only in the last decade with his mother passing away tragically, but in the last year. So again, hopefully we get an update of that after the game, or I don't know if we've gotten an update from the manager after the game tonight. And if not, hopefully we get one tomorrow from Torey Lovello regarding Ketel Marte. 310-840-4910. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. All right. The AP preseason poll is out. And I'll give you some of the highlights, and I'll give you my top takeaways. So Ohio State, not a big surprise. They are the number 1 team in the country. And for good reason. For good reason. I know Indiana is the reigning national champions, undefeated, but you lose Fernando Mendoza and a boatload of draft picks. I mean, not a big surprise that Indiana finds themselves at 6. But Ohio State returning Julian Sayin. They've got a boatload of NFL talent on their team once again. And I think as we've gotten, over the last year or two here, I think Ryan Day, I think he was looked at, especially because he couldn't beat Michigan for the last couple of seasons. We look at Ryan Day as a guy that was, holding Ohio State back. I no longer look at Ryan Day in that vein. I might not like him. Might be a bit of a weird guy. Might or may not have been wearing a nipple ring to one of their games last year. But I think Ryan Day silenced a lot of critics last year, beating Texas in the first game of the season, shutting down Arch Manning, running an unbeaten schedule all the way until the Big Ten title game where they lost to a team that was better than them. And you look back at that game, the fact that Ohio State only lost 13-10 against Indiana, they were probably a lot better. And then look, they fell flat on their face and they stumbled against Miami, which looked like a bad loss again at the time. And then Miami goes to the national championship game. So they lost to the two teams in the national title game. Those are their two losses after going 12-0. So I think Ohio State, they return a bunch of their starters. They're going to be fantastic. Not a surprise they're at number 1. Oregon at number 2, and they've got Dante Moore coming back. Remember how bad Dante Moore was in that playoff game against Indiana? Well, he's projected to be the number 1 pick in the draft next year, so we'll see if he lives up to that hype. But that, along with a, once again, very stacked roster, and I think a coach that definitely has stuff to prove this year in Dan Lanning, but a guy that has at least proven himself to be one of the premier coaches in college football. Georgia at number 3. My Notre Dame Fighting Irish at number 4, and boy, am I giddy about this year. I'm giddy about C.J. Carr being able to win the Heisman. Marcus Freeman is a guy that I wanted gone, run out of town a year and a half ago when after losing to Marshall at home, they lose to Northern Illinois. Since then, they ran the gamut, went to the national title game 2 years ago. Last year, I thought the Irish got screwed, missing out on the college football playoff. And, first 2 games of the season, lose to Miami by a field goal on the road. That team goes to the national title game, lose to Texas A&M by 1 because the defense couldn't stop anybody. Texas A&M goes to the college football playoff. Notre Dame obliterated every team in their path after that. I thought they should have got in, but they need a fast start this year. Notre Dame needs a fast start, and luckily, they should be able to get that because they're playing Wisconsin at Lambeau Field, and they better destroy Wisconsin. Luke Fickell be damned. Come on. Notre Dame plays 3 ranked teams this year. BYU on the road in the middle of October, a rematch with number 7 Miami, this time at home, and it's in mid-November, and then number 19 SMU at home. Look, I'm fully expecting Notre Dame to be 12-0 and undefeated. I'm going to say it right now. They know the expectations. The offensive line is once again going to be a juggernaut. The defensive line is going to be fantastic. I mean, you have probably 4 NFL players on that offensive defensive line. And then an awesome quarterback that balled out in his freshman season. First Notre Dame quarterback to start back-to-back seasons, like as their starting quarterback in 6 years. Very excited about CJ Carr. Think he's got a shot to win the Heisman, and I'm expecting Notre Dame to be 12-0 going into the college football playoff. Texas at number 5. And here's my biggest takeaway. And again, I think Notre Dame can win the title. I'm hoping they win the title. If it's not the Irish, I think Texas wins the championship this year. I do. And I was all in on the Arch Manning hype last year. And, again, that was a pretty brutal start to the season for Arch. Got better as the year went on. I think people don't realize how much talent is on this Texas team. And I know, again, talent doesn't mean everything. Because I was the first person saying last year, anybody that's buying Clemson as a good team, let alone a playoff team, you don't know ball. You don't know jack. Clemson unranked to start the year, by the way. Like I saw that fraudulent stinker of a team coming from a mile away. Maybe I'm dead wrong on Texas this year. Maybe they are frauds. Maybe they're not good. I think Arch Manning is going to be great. I think a year after the major disappointments of a season ago, I think Arch Manning delivers on the hype this year. I think he steps up. I think his accuracy will be improved. Last year, just 61% completion percentage. I think his decision-making will be improved. And I think a full year and a full offseason of being able to work with Steve Sarkisian. I think Arch Manning and a defense that I'm expecting to be awesome in what is honestly not that great of an SEC. They got 9 teams ranked. That's the most in the country. Big Ten's got 8. But the SEC's got 1 team. 1 team in the top 4. 2 teams in the top 7. Their depth is once again their strength, but they haven't been to a national championship since Georgia went back-to-back in 2023. Haven't been to one, let alone won one. Big Ten has dominated the country. It's a big year for the SEC. And I think hopefully Notre Dame wins it. But if not, I could see Texas winning the title this year. So They're my dark horse. Although, I mean, how dark of a horse could you say they are? They're number 5, right? I'm not like predicting like Washington. I know a lot of people are high on the Huskies. DeMond Williams, great quarterback, dual threat quarterback, had a good year last year. I know a lot of people are high on the Huskies. I'm predicting the number 5 team in the country to win it. And let's remember, only 2 teams this century ranked preseason number 1 have actually gone on to win the title. That's it. Only 2. USC in 2004. I had it written down. I believe Alabama a couple years ago. 5-6 years ago was the other one. So I get why Ohio State's ranked number 1. Got a great quarterback, Julian Sain, come back for his sophomore season. NFL talent everywhere. I don't think they win it. I think it's either Notre Dame or Texas. Indiana at 6. Again, they had to replace a boatload of talent. I think that's a lot of respect to Kurt Cignetti as a coach, and I think it's respect that he deserves. Indiana got 8 first-place votes. Notre Dame got 6. Miami got 1. Then it was Ohio State with 40, Oregon with 14. Bunch of SEC teams then filling in. Texas A&M at 8, Ole Miss 9, Oklahoma 10, Lane Kiffin and LSU at 11. Alabama 13, Michigan 16, USC at 14. I think they're a team that misses the college football playoff. I think Lincoln Riley's overrated. I think their offense is overrated. I think Jaden Mayava is a bit overrated. I'm not expecting a whole lot from the USC. They're my fraud of the bunch in the top 25 and the top 15. Texas, I think, is somehow underrated. And away we go. Away we go, baby. 310-840-4910. Week 0, 12 days from now. Cannot wait. 310-840-4910. We'll finish up with your calls and your texts. One final baseball scoreboard update when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
There's no downside to this. It's an A-plus move by the Dallas Cowboys. And I think if we want to assess this just from Von Miller's perspective, I think it shows that there's a lot of optimism around the Cowboys this year. Now, Von chose the Washington Commanders last year, and remember, because it seems crazy in hindsight given the season that the Commanders had. But Washington was coming off a berth in the NFC Championship game in Jaden Daniels' rookie year. So Von Miller, at the end of his career, obviously won a ring in 2015, Super Bowl 50 MVP with the Denver Broncos. He'd like to win another championship. He felt that he might be the missing piece for the Commanders. And, obviously that was not meant to be last year for a host of reasons, most notably the health of Jaden Daniels. Now, this is a vote of confidence in the Dallas Cowboys. And yes, like Von Miller is from Texas. Yes, he played collegiately at Texas A&M, so I'm sure there's an appeal there for Von Miller to play for Dallas, play for the Cowboys, play with the star on his helmet. But I think this is a vote of confidence in what the Cowboys can do this year. And obviously, he thinks so, or else I don't think he would have gone to Dallas to play for the Cowboys. And I'll keep saying it. Dallas to make the playoffs at BetMGM, our show sponsor, even money plus 100. I like that bet for Dallas to make the playoffs. It does scare me. It actually scares me quite a bit that a lot of people agree on Dallas. And I've been pounding this drum for months. Since even before the NFL draft, when Dallas had the 2 first-round picks and they got Caleb Downs and they got Malachi Lawrence, I've been in on the Dallas Cowboys. It scares me that a lot of people feel the same way. But sometimes in sports, and sometimes in life, everybody is just correct. And I feel like everybody's going to be correct on the 2 Texas teams, the Dallas Cowboys and the Houston Texans. A lot of people love the Texans this season.
rightly slotted on the odds board given the uncertainty of a roster that has been cobbled together. Because Lane Kiffin had a little bit of a first mover advantage with the way he was able to utilize the transfer portal at Ole Miss, it is okay to afford some benefit of the doubt and say he flipped his roster at Ole Miss every single season and had them win in 9, 10, 11 games. That's some of the Lane Kiffin era at Ole Miss is one of the peaks in that school's 100-plus year history. So if you want to say, hey, look, he's going to go and he's got a roster that I think is even more talented than what he had at Ole Miss, the only thing is combustibility. It is the Lane train, and it is Lane Kiffin, and the schedule is brutal. A lot of really, really tricky spots on there. I am on the heavier side because these two reasons, and it's entirely personnel-based. I think they loaded up the wide receiver room. You mentioned Sam Levitt. I think that what they've got in terms of what he can throw to is absolutely dynamic. I am a little worried about the run game in terms of like a national championship contender. If you were to try to do, confidence and concerns, making sure that they're going to be able to run the football better after they were woeful doing that last year. I mean, really the last 2 seasons of LSU football are one of the reasons why fans are so excited for Lane Kiffin, because this team didn't even score 30 points most days. And Lane Kiffin had Ole Miss putting up 30, 40 points regularly, whether you had a Jackson Dart, whether you had a Trinidad Chambliss. So Sam Levitt, dynamic wide receivers. I think this offense is going to get up and go. I love their pass rushers. I think they'll be able to get after the passer. And so those are things personnel-wise that does have me leaning on the side of being more optimistic. I'm over on their win total. I do think they're going to be in the mix for one of those last playoff spots when you see me fill out a projected bracket. But what does that mean? It means they're 10th, right? It means they're 9th. It means they're probably the 3rd or 4th team in the SEC in terms of the pecking order. To me, that is a rightly rated for the questions they have to answer, the combustibility factor, but also the high talent level at positions that matter to me, which include those pass catching positions and the edge rusher.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Final couple of minutes here. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's get to your phone calls to finish out. Mike is next up in Green Bay here on BetMGM Tonight. Mike, what's up, man?
Hey, Pat. Hey, you had
what's up, dude?
A guy from the Saints on earlier tonight.
Yeah, the voice of the Saints, Mike Haas.
And he made a comment about how Packer fans are still ticked off about Taysom Hill. I don't know why he says something like that. Yeah, we really got sick and tired of watching Aaron Rodgers play quarterback,
Yeah, hey, look, I mean, that's a great point.
That's on special teams, but
yeah, exactly. And look, maybe that's what Mike Haas was referring to, is the fact that, you could have had him as the Swiss Army knife, could have had him for some running plays, could have, maybe transitioned into a tight end and have him, just be a piece or special teams. Yeah, I mean, look, you're upset because you had another 5, 6, 7 years of Aaron Rodgers winning a couple MVPs. Yeah, no, a good call, Mike. I appreciate the call. I can't imagine Mike Haas, who has been around the game for as long as he has, was talking about Packers fans being upset about Taysom Hill in regards to Aaron Rodgers, or the comparison between the two at the quarterback position, but what Taysom Hill then went on to become for the Saints. And look, I'm sure I did see a bunch of articles when in May and June, or even recently, like, oh, Packers fans, could there be a reunion with Taysom Hill? So yeah, that's good stuff, though. That's good stuff. All right, fun show. Thanks to everybody working on the show. Thanks to all the callers, texters, tweeters. Thanks to producer Zach Kroll. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans. Thanks to VP Monty. Thanks to Lee. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheen, and everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle.
This is
I want Jackson Dart to be good. desperately want him to be good. I don't blindly defend him or the Giants organization. I said it, and a lot of people got really mad. It's not a political commentary, even though people want to take it as such. I didn't like Dart getting involved with the president. Whether the president is Republican or Democrat, I didn't think it was a good look for Dart. You can disagree. It's a free country. That's great. So I have not blindly defended Jackson Dart, but I'll defend him here. I didn't like that. I didn't think there was any reason for him to go get checked for a concussion. And I do think that part of this is residue left over from last year and the narrative around him. And we can have a conversation as to whether it's a narrative or whether it's reality. The proof will be in the pudding this season, where if he has to miss games with concussions, then it is now a story. For now, this feels like residue left over from last year. And I did not love that from the NFL. Even if you want to say, well, let's make sure, and let's make sure he's good, and we don't want to mess around with brain injuries. I get it. Just ask yourself this question. Let's make this less of a, do we want to check for brain injuries? And more, if it were Sam Darnold that took that hit, is he going to Blue Medical Tent? Is he? Is that fair? If it were Tyler Shuck that took that hit, Blue Medical Tent? I'm not so sure.
The team that has a national championship winning coach, a Heisman finalist quarterback, and a player who could have been NFL ready from the day he set foot on campus. It is the Ohio State Buckeyes. When you've got Julian Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Day, loaded staff, their questions are still there. I've got a couple, interior offensive line is good. Tackles, we just have some proven to do, including utilizing the transfer portal. Defense lost a ton, Caleb Downs and more, but I kind of like the way that they backfilled. Great story here from inside Ohio State. So Ohio State has 2 transfers from Alabama. Caleb Downs basically gave him the scouting report. He goes to coach and he's like, Coach, I know that I'm on my way out the door, but I care about Ohio State being great. And these guys are not being utilized and can be better in our program. I mean, Caleb Downs has been one of my favorite players to watch just based on what he's done. But everything I've heard about that young man and the way he's handled himself, I mean, I will continue. I don't really have a favorite NFL team. I'm still college brain on most Sundays. I can't ride those highs and lows. I got work to do, Nick. But I will cheer for Caleb Downs because I think Ohio State doesn't utilize the portal a lot. But when they do, it's to get a player like Caleb Downs or to get someone who can really help them be better. Right now, I've got Ohio State as my number 1 team. But we get that game on the road in Austin. They beat that talent-rich Texas team in their own house. Hell yeah, you are the number 1. But referendum.